Hello and welcome. This is eRacing GP Endurance Edition Round 2, and wow, am I excited about this round. My name's Alex Young, and with me, Amo Hazik. Amo, why are we excited about this round?
Well, there's only one way to describe it. Bathurst.
Yeah.
Every single motorsports fan and even the drivers just absolutely love this circuit. The Mount Panorama circuit in Bathurst, New South Wales, Australia. 6.2 kilometers anti-clockwise and a whole lot of undulation. The map doesn't do it justice, but if you see this track IRL, it's an absolute behemoth of a track, and it's an exhilarating challenge here we get to drive in sim racing.
Absolutely. I can't wait to go here. It's going to be so crazy. Sector 2, it's up the mountain and down the mountain. We're going to see incidents as well. It really tests the driver like no other circuit on ACC. However, we have had round 1, and these are the standings after round 1. JMX Phantom, our reigning champions, won round 1. Did a really good job in their BMW. Laundry House in P2, Stratus Motorsport P3, Blue Steel Racing, which was my driver or car of the day, and Veloce Ragazzo in P5.
Whereas in the Pro-Am standings, we've actually whittled it a bit, so we combined both Pro-Am and Am together for this season. Team Techno became the winners, and they have been a very good support of the championship since Global Edition. Apex Brunei, Racing Brunei, we thought were the winners, but unfortunately, due to a classification error, have actually come to second. But nonetheless, they'll be very happy with that result. They may want to aim for a win this round. And third, HM Engineering with a couple of rookie drivers as well. So great to see a diverse mix of drivers and cars in that order in this class.
And of course, let's just remind ourselves of the championship winners of the previous 3 seasons. In 2020, Stratos Motorsport won in the rain. 2021, Laundry House won in the car 90. And of course, we just mentioned them, reigning champions. 2022 champions, JMX Phantom in their car number 10. Of course, though, now they're running car number 1. And there they are right now. We're talking about them on screen in that lovely livery.
Yeah.
The orange and brown livery of GMX Phantom. And of course, qualifying has started. And this is that middle section we're just talking about, the second sector, where it's up in the mountain itself.
Yep. Look at the undulation. The cars compress here, coming through Solomon Park, then up to Skyline. You can see the cars literally working the suspension around here. They did not want to get the bump stops wrong on this, otherwise the car will start jumping around like mad. So at least in this particular instance, it looks as though Russell's already on a flyer from the get-go.
Yeah, and the track's already up to optimum, so we have got 32 cars on track, 32 entries. So obviously Bath has been a popular track. We've got some extra entries this round. So up to optimum already, so many cars on track. Russell, though, looking really good. This is going to be a great lap. Still early in the qualifying run. Most teams doing 2 or 3 laps per qualifying run?
Maybe 2 at best, because they just want to preserve the tires, at least some use set for the race. So let's see if Russell can get it from that first lap. And remember, it's a half-an-hour session, so they can at least go through 2 sets for this qualifying session.
Yep, okay, coming down the last corner on the track. Keep it nice and neat. A little bit wide on the apex. Will cost him a 10th perhaps. Goes through the timing beacon to 0.4. Oh! And the green car behind, and Stratos, car number 111, puts it on pole with a 2.2. Let's ride on board with him right now. And we can try and do a lap of Bathurst. He's just gone through turn 1. Now the long straight here up to turn 2. Goes up and down this small kind of little dip here. You brake uphill here. Go down from 5th gear down to 3rd. Turn 2 here, it looks quite simple, but it is a bit tricky. You've got to carry a lot of speed through there, and both of these drivers really pushing hard. Now through turns 3 and turn 4. This is the cutting. I thought he ran a bit wide there, but I think he got away with it. I don't think he'd have lost much time. Flat through this right-hander, and the drivers really have to be flat all the way up at the top of the mountain here. Let's have a look, listen to the engine note. Yes, he's flat through there. That's an important part of the track. McPhillany now, small lift for this one, and then he comes to Skyline, the best part of the track, trying to carry the momentum through the S's. Ooh, using the curb nicely. Oh, he's going to get really... Oh, he missed carried a bit too much speed there. Wasn't close enough to the wall, so there he is leaving a bit of time on the table here. Now up to Forest Elbow, got to get as close as possible to the wall here, and Nakib does that nicely. See JMX Phantom just ahead of him as they come now onto the Conrad Straight. This massive long straight, isn't it, Amo? 280 kilometers per hour they reach down this straight now.
And in certain cars, they can reach up to 285. The Ferrari, I think, in the slipstream will be that fast. But for the time being, the McLaren is even slippery on the straights. Look at that, 282. 83 kilometers per hour as we see a car go off the track there at the chase. Luckily, it's not going to disrupt Naki's lap, so he's going to go through the chase here. Reyes right in front, but that's not his target. His target's an even faster time. In fact, Reyes might be going even faster by 5/10, so we'll wait to see when they come across the line here. Who's going to be even faster? A 59.9 for Reyes. Where's Nakib going to be? It's a 2-minute flat, but 600s off.
Wow, there's nothing with it. This is turning into a great battle. Then Mohammed Tasbi, P2 in the Ferrari. Tasbi, who's in national service over in Singapore. Great lap. I know he's been stuck in the police station the whole week. Not behind the bars, but in front of the bars as he works in national service. So I know yesterday was his first day to properly practice. So for him to be to P2 in qualifying, that's seriously impressive.
Absolutely, and in a car that looks a bit like Lewis Hamilton's helmet colors, no less so. He probably channeled the spirit of how Hamilton could pull off those amazing one-lap flyers, and he has done the business here for the time being, but looks as though he's going for yet another fast one.
Okay, we should also remind everyone that there are, of course, 2 classes here, and at the moment, it looks like it's Clapano right now, reigning champion from last year, who is fastest at the moment. He's already done his lap. His best lap is a 1.5. He's just coming out of the pit, so we'll leave him for a moment, see who else is on a good lap.
Rialto Ristofani then in one of the debutant cars. In fact, here he is. We're on board with him coming through Quarry Corner. Oh, in fact, that's Griffin's Ben up to the cutting.
He's 4/10 up, actually, so he's looking pretty good. So, okay, yeah, so looking pretty good right now. This should be able to get him into the mid-O's, mid-2-minute flats. That would be really put him in the top 5, I think.
Yes, but the fact that the spread of the field is a bit bigger this time around, considering the fact that how difficult in nature is the circuit. Besides the top 3, the rest of the field are still close to a second behind. In fact, Legion of Races with Moreno Pratama for this round is 6/10 off, so he's still trying to find time there as Ristofani gets a little bit crossed up coming into the top of Skyline. Mercifully there, he got it together, because if he had a crash, cars behind will definitely meet up with him first.
Yeah, okay, and of course, let's not forget, wow, look at how many Ferraris there are in the top there. We just had a recent update patch, and it seems to have benefited the Ferraris a lot. This is, of course, the new Ferrari. Looks beautiful.
Yeah, the 296.
Yeah, really, really nice. But
Looks
yes.
a bit Ford GT-ish, I would say. You know, the Ford GTs that ran in Le Mans at one point.
Absolutely.
The GT class. But still, nonetheless, brilliant car, and glad to see that it's competitive from the get-go. But Reyes, though, up in front, 59.8, a 10th up on Tasbi. So Tasbi then, no matter how fast he will be going this time, he will have to take something out of a huge chunk out of that time to get up to pole position right now as Ristofani comes out to the final corner. 1 second up. This is what we want to watch out for, Alex.
Wow, this will be a good lap indeed. Should put it firmly into the top 3 or 4. That is P4 at the moment. Good lap.
Yep, and that kind of lays the gauntlet, isn't it, for some of the other drivers who are chasing after these guys to step out their game as more and more cars are out on track. The traffic here is not easy to negotiate as well, because it's such a tricky circuit to overtake to begin with, as we've had a few cars crashing there, yellow flags in sector 2, so didn't know who was that one, just saw the end of it. But again, a difficult circuit to negotiate even on your own. Imagine trying to go through traffic.
Okay, and that's one of the top teams in the region, Legion of Racers, Moreno Pratama in the car 889. A car that really you should challenge for the championship as well. And we saw in practice he was very, very quick. He's down in P6 right now. That's not where we expect him to see this team. This team really should be in the top 3.
Indeed, and they'll be licking their wounds somewhat after what happened in round 1, where they had a bit of an incident at the start, and it was a bit of a, you can't say beef or rift forming, but it has been quite a few incidents involving the Stratos number 111 cars, so they'll have to watch that out if they were to come to blows sometime in the race.
Absolutely, you're referring to that first lap incident where they came they had contact, put Legion of Racers car right down the bottom of the field. Stratos did get a drive-through for that incident, but of course ruined both their races. But this lap is it's about equal with his fastest lap. His fastest lap is a 0.6.
Oof.
If he can find a bit more time through these last couple corners, maybe he can make a position or 2.
And that HM Engineering car going out of the way, I'm not sure who's driving. It might be Ataya Kenzie or Anandio Dwiki, so it is Dwiki driving. He literally went onto the grass there to let Pratama through, so his fellow countryman coming up as Ristofani is going even faster than 4/10 of a second. We need to watch the end of this lap though. Will Pratama improve? No, I don't think so. He is going to stay where he is right now, but he'll go for yet another lap. Across the line he goes. Yep, stays 2,000s behind Ali Khairuddin, who makes his return to the championship. Ristofani then we're going to watch out for across the line. Where is he missed? He's on pole! Oh, what a time! What a brilliant time then from the NPR GP guy.
Wow, really good lap there by Ristofani. So, wow, the debutant team in what seems to be the favored car here this weekend in Bathurst puts it on pole. Of course, we've got 18 minutes still to go, so this battle is not over by any stretch of the imagination. Really, you feel any of the guys in the top 4 have a chance of getting pole today.
Absolutely, and again, it's a big shootout here, but now the gap between first to third, we can discount Reyes in the middle because we know what he's capable of. It's 2:10, so that's a huge amount of time here to gain around the circuit. But again, it's better to find time on a long circuit compared to a short circuit. It's just impossible. This one, you can still find some time elsewhere if you get it right.
Okay, now we're watching Juan He right now in the second Stratos car in the Ferrari. And they're second in Pro-Am right now. If you can find a few more tenths, maybe they can challenge Clapano for pole position in Pro-Am class.
Yeah, but again, that's the problem here is the traffic, and luckily for him, no traffic in front. But the other cars I saw just now, they were having heaps of cars in front. So, oh, do you even want to do that, Juan? Coming up to Quarry Corner, he nearly whacked the barriers there. That's often a mistake that happens. And again, that car is quite slippy at the top of the hill, but luckily held it together. Not that time, Rondo.
Yeah, that's the lap gone for him. Actually, we have to focus on the guy who's actually in the Pro-Am lead right now. It's a new team, Apex Racing Brunei. If you look at the number 333, it's supposed to be black, not white, but this car is definitely a Pro-Am entry. And they're currently holding pole position right now for the Pro-Am class.
And again, we did say at the top of the show where they're hungry to get a win. This one, they mean business here from qualifying. No points in qualifying, unfortunately, now, but it will be a good place to start for them in front of their competitors.
Yeah, I do like the livery. Apex Racing coming good. A team that's raced in the E1 Championship, of course. So we do know about them, says Feel the Rubber at the back. But I've been especially impressed with this driver, Azhar. He is the AM driver in this car, and I know for a fact that he's only just started racing very, very recently. That's why he's an AM driver. But his pace, wow, that's impressive. He's matching a lot of the pros right now.
Yep, and it's crazy to think that Ben has been racing for donkey's years now in championships, and he beat the E1. But here comes a driver that came through the school of Apex Racing in Brunei to just literally be upsetting the apple cart in the Pro-Am class. He's starting his lap now. Let's see what he can do in a couple of minutes time, as we're going to focus on other cars on the lap. One of them is Bruno Gallo in the brand new Porsche, incidentally. One of 3 new cars that came with the recent update. The Ferrari 296, the Porsche 992, not the 991.2. It's a bit confusing that Porsche's nomenclature needs to change. Come on. And then the Lamborghini Huracan Evo 2. So that's really the 3 cars that came into this round. And look at that. All 3 cars are in that top 10 as the rustic laundry house car gets a bit caught up by traffic. Again, traffic here is just an absolute pain. And he pulls off the track, rightfully so. But a bit dangerous there, don't you think? Because it's coming out of the cut of the dipper. Yep. Might get someone running into the back of him. Okay, well, Laundry House in the pit lane right now. They are, of course, our 2021 champions. So to see them down there in P7 is not where we're used to. They're normally in the top 3, but they're going to have to find a heap of time if they want to try and bridge that gap from 7 into the top 3. Yep. And lucky number, of course, 888 there, what we would call in Chinese culture Ong, but at this point in time, P7 is not where the 911 wants to be, especially given the fact that their chief championship rivals are up in front. They're number 1, only about 500s behind. Russell just hasn't been able to improve on his time just yet, but that Ristofani time really looks quite ominous, isn't it? A 59.8. That was we didn't expect it. It just came out of the bag so suddenly. Yep. Okay, we got to go back to Alexis Clapano, our reigning Pro-Am champion. He's actually 4 tenths up right now with 1 corner to go. Can he snatch pole position from 333? And he does. Nice. And he goes. Sorry, Alex. And he goes about 800s in front of the 333. So great lap by the NN Racing, Alexis Clapano. P7 overall, but he's now leading the Pro-Am class. Really, really good to see him having a clean lap there. Another car that we thought did really well in round 1, Blue Steel Racing, Imran Zuhaili, down in P12. I was expecting to see in the top 8, so he's got to find some time. I know they have, or you guys have, because I know you're jumping in this car later, Ammo.
have been focusing on race pace, haven't you?
Yep. It's just that one lap pace is one thing, but it's just a matter of survival in the circuit. We just want to have a good race car under us. Qualifying car is one thing. Getting a time that's close to the pole sitters is a bonus, but really then we just want to focus on getting this car home.
Okay. Because he goes over the top now through McPhillany. Well, not yet McPhillany. This is McPhillany now. Such a great corner. Oh, one of the best corners in the world, if you ask me. And then over Skyline. Just seeing Sky, literally. And we'll see plenty of cars come a cropper at this part of the track during the race. Right there.
And he has come a cropper. He's hit the barriers hard, but luckily for him, he only has Tusby to watch out for. And Tusby, I think, is on a outlap, so he can just park it up and wait for the traffic to clear by. In fact, if he comes out right behind the number 311 Entropy car, he will be in the clear.
So quite interesting. A lot of great laps done in the first half of qualifying. Now, no one's actually been going any quicker in the top few cars, so shows what a good job everyone did in the first 10, 15 minutes of qualifying. And it's going to take something special, I think, from one of these teams to try and snatch pole.
Yep. And we're in a bit of a lull at the moment, shall we say, because qualifying has that period where the times came flurrying in. The middle part's a little bit where if you can get improvements there, that's great, but it's towards the end when more cars are on track. Even though the track's quite rubbered up, it just feels faster, isn't it? Especially when cars are on track.
Yeah, and it will rubber up quite a bit, won't it? As they try for this. Okay.
Marco Harsono, yes. Harsono was going fast there, but unfortunately wasn't able to break into the top 10. And I saw just now he was gaining about 5/10 of a second. I don't know where that time led off.
He went a bit quicker. One of the new teams again. MPRGP, that's a mouthful. It's too many initials for me.
Yeah. Well, you wouldn't want to call the team name by its actual form. It's called Mesin Potong Rumput, which literally means grass cutters. Grass cutter racing. And they were cutting some grass just now, particularly up to Skyline, where you need to cut a bit of the grass on the inside to just straight line it.
Okay, most of the top 5 teams are now out on track. They're on outlaps at the moment as they try and find a bit more time. Look on board right now. This is another MPRGP2 team. There are 3 of them, I think, out there.
Yep.
I do like the livery, though. Purple and blue.
Indeed. It's looks a bit like a snake that's been in blueberry sauce or something like that. It's just really striking. But again, this new team really have come good here in the first part of qualifying. One of the cars is on pole, the other 2 are still trying to find their feet in this session. But for the time being, at least, we've had quite an interesting session so far. Reyes still second, 500s off behind Ristofani, but no doubt he is ready to try and pounce whenever the time is right. Tusby in third, 4th is Nabil as Nakib as there's Vladi Malik into the barriers coming out of Forest Elbow, and he has to abort that lap.
Okay, Regan Herbert. Well, that's an impressive name. 2 surnames.
Ronald Reagan and Herbert Hoover.
Yeah, well done, Ammo. He's 4/10 up. So this is a good lap by Visceral Esports. Love the livery. We were just talking about it earlier. That it's a nice livery. Wow, the 4/10 up. If he can maintain it to the end of the lap, this will be quite a significant jump for him.
Indeed. It might just jump him up to at least around P6 as a bit of a screen freeze there because one car just came into qualifying. So welcome to them, whoever they are. It's coming up to less than 10 minutes to go. In fact, just above 10 minutes left to go here. So whatever lap time you set right now, you have to make it count. Otherwise, you have to go for a last lap dash. Herbert here really looking to improve his lap time. Only 2/10 up now. He lost the 10th coming into the final sector. Across the line, where's he going to be? It's still P10, amazingly.
P10, wow, he must have lost a bit of time through that last corner. It looked okay, but did not do the improvement we were expecting.
He did improve his time, but it's just that you saw that final corner coming through Murray's. He just literally bled off so much time because he went right onto the curb, and that's not what you want because that curve is quite 50-50. If you hit it the wrong way, you're going to spin into the barriers. So Reagan then will be ready to go for another assault after this.
Oof.
Oh, speaking of assault, that was Marco Vincent Velasquez really walloping that barrier.
Yeah, that's going to ruin him. But he's still 6/10 up, so he's got to keep pushing on. Wow. Big wallop, and he's still half a second up. That's impressive.
Yeah, that's something that you don't normally often get. In fact, he's still gaining time on the straight, 6/10. So I don't know how that exit being terrible was fast, but 7/10 of a second. This is rather suspiciously fast.
That was very strange. You hit the wall so hard and you still make time down the straight. He must have had a very, very poor lap earlier on. Comes to the last corner. This will be a big jump. And let's see where he ends up.
And he goes... Nope, I think the lap was abandoned. The lap was kind of illegal anyway. He actually probably cut a corner somewhere. He was 7/10 up, so it's been invalidated.
Well, something you hit the wall here, you get an invalidated lap time, don't you?
Yeah, some corners. In fact, for example, coming up to McPhillamy Park, in fact, it was through Solomon and Reed. If you touch the wall on the outside through Frog Hollow, that's where you get a lap time abandoned. If you would cut the chase, if you cut the Forest Elbow wrongly, you also get a penalty cut. Time invalidated.
Okay, we've got 2 cars on very good laps right now. One is our reigning champion, JMX Phantom. They are 2/10 up right now. If he can complete this lap, this would be good enough to put him on pole. Another car is, of course, GSR Esports, which we will come to in a sec. But let's just have a look at Russell. Still 2/10 up. One more corner to go.
Yep. Where is he going to get Murray's just about right? He needs to, because this is the make or break corner. And it looks as though that's about as clean as you want. Runs a couple of bit on the outside. Across the line. He goes pole by a 10th of a second. Now that was a stonking lap.
Fantastic lap by the reigning champions. And Ali Khairudin, wow, he's over a second up. This will be a 59 if you can clean it up. GSR Esports, another good lap. Ferraris again coming to the fore. This is an amazing, what, 2 more corners to go, effectively.
Yep. Well, 3 even if you give it at 1.5 seconds. Wow. That's, again, suspiciously fast. Some of these guys can actually get it out of the corners. But we'll have to wait and see first whether or not he could nail this lap. Then we can really talk. As long as the lap's still valid, coming up through the chase, through the chicane, brakes as late as he dares. But look at how clean that is. That's as nicely as we would like.
The delta we're seeing on the time screen can't be right, because right now it says he's 2 seconds up, and there's no way he's 2 seconds up. Let's see as he crosses the line. Does he improve at all?
Negative.
Negative.
In fact, it is his fastest time, but I think the delta's a bit screwed up at the moment, because the timing screen sometimes gives you a false positive on how you can be fast.
Yeah, okay, 6 minutes to go. No one else is going quicker, though. Glad we caught Russell Ray's lap, because that was an impressive lap to get pole position.
It's impressive, but at the same time not impressive, because it was just no histrionics about it. It was so silky smooth.
But that's what's impressive about it, you could say, really, isn't it? Keep it nice and clean, and you make something that's very difficult look easy.
Yep, cakewalk. And that's what Russell has in his locker. Again, proves why he is in part of a team that is a championship-winning outfit. So, again, big target on their back for this season. Catch us if you can.
Okay, Mohammed Zikri here for Team Racing Line. They had my favorite livery last year. I'm not sure if I'm a fan of the livery this year. I mean, it's nice, but no, I like last year's livery. Anyway, coming down to the chase, 2/10 up, so this will be an improvement if you can keep it clean. Yep, keeps it clean through the chase. Actually gets a really good exit there. One more corner to go, and this should move him up, actually several places, if he can just keep this last corner clean. P22 at the moment, and the car 57 goes across the line, and oh, he must have had the lap invalidated somewhere.
Yep. Shame, really.
Shame. Shame.
What about the other MPRGP car? This is Aryadi Vishnu, who's about 7/10 up. Again, this could be another false positive, but we'll keep an eye on this. Yep, through the quarry. Listen to the engine note if it's flat.
Oof, can't quite hear, but I think it would be flat. Ferrari does look very good up here, doesn't it? Yeah, so we noticed that there was a silent update, wasn't there, on Friday, and we think that the Ferraris lost 20 kilos, which would really put them quite fortunate for the guys who did pick the Ferrari. Of course, the BOP, ACC are always trying to do it, and we also have our own BOP. But yes, we will see the Ferraris a very strong choice today.
Not too sure about the race pace though, because again, if you're quick in qualifying is one thing, but if your car is not really up to snuff in the race, then it will be a bit of a shot in the arm if that's the case.
Well, that you'd know, wouldn't you? Of course, you're driving this Ferrari later on. Is the race pace a bit tricky?
I think it's pretty okay based on the setup as well, of course. But the car's pretty nice. It's pretty fuel efficient, so I think this car can actually probably carry less fuel than the others on the race stints. But I'm not giving anything away in terms of how much they can carry. But that's literally the case with the Ferrari, because it says that's fuel efficient.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's definitely one of the most fuel efficient cars out there. and Vishnu stays P13. It is one of the most efficient cars out there, so at the beginning of the race they can carry less fuel than most of the other competitors.
We thought looking at the blue steel car for a second, but we're here watching Cameron James, who used to be part of the Triple X racing outfit before they decided to partner up with Stratos Motorsports. And again, Stratos have quite the striking liveries. It is green and black on the front. You can tell this is their corporate identity. And 3 cars in this case. We haven't had Stratos running more than 2 cars since the last season.
Okay, this is going to be an improvement. Let's see what of a kind of improvement James can do as he goes through the last corner. Ooh, big improvement actually. If he can just keep it clean, goes across the line. Yep, jumps up to P12. Good lap there by Cameron James.
Yep, that's a nice one there, and he puts himself up to P4 in the Pro-Am class, and this is a brand new entry, of course, so literally they are now starting from 0, to proverbially from 0 to say the least.
Okay, let's see if Naqib Aslan in the sister Stratos Motorsport car can find some time. Oh, he's a 10th down at the moment. This is not good for him. If he can find, geez, 200ths, 300ths of a second, he will overtake Tasby for 3rd. But it's going to be a big ask, I think. Yeah, he's a 10th down now. 2 corners to go. His last 2 corners are going to have to be pretty heroic if he's going to find the time.
Indeed, and you can see that the flames coming out of the exhaust there. It looks like, what do you call it again? Back burner? I'm not sure what they call it again.
Blowback?
Blowback,
I
yeah.
don't know.
I think that's the best way to describe it. That's just fuel and oil mixture coming out of there. But you can see how hard he was trying to shift through the gears to get the car slowed across the line then. And still no improvement. In fact, he still has 1 time lap left to run here in this session. And that's it. Or has he called qualifying quits?
Oh, he might have called it quits. He looks like he's going to settle for P4. So an exciting qualifying there. I don't know. Is it winding down?
It's, yeah. Some cars they are in the pits. They may have actually said, yep, we're done with qualifying. Let's move on to the race. How can we improve from here? Some of the other cars that really worked well in round 1 may be saying that, well, at least we'll focus on race in round 2. They haven't had the best of sessions. But Reyes then, again, on pole. A 10th of a second up in front of Ristofani. The surprise package so far. Car number 1 and car number 2. First and second. We look at Ali Karudin, then 2 tenths up here with the chicken sponsored car.
We love the chicken sponsored car. Reminds the logo looks a bit like what's that from Breaking Bad?
Yeah.
What was that chicken brand of Breaking Bad? Yes,
Yeah.
Los Pollos Hermanos. It looks a bit like that. Can we call this a Los Pollos Hermanos car?
Well, unless they're making meth.
GSR Esports. Anyway, Ali Karudin doing a good job in qualifying. P6 is a good place to start for this team. Yeah, so 3rd Ferrari. So yeah, good going. Oh, look.
Wolf. In fact, it's in between going up and still maintaining his time. So we're keeping an eye out on Ristofani then, whether he can pull off the lap of the gods, as they call it here at Bathurst. Can he channel Greg Murphy's 2003 lap here in this final few minutes of qualifying?
Yep. Needs to find a 10th, 1200ths of a second to be exact. Ooh, he's really quick through Skyline and the S's. He's actually a 10th up right now. This is going to be nip and tuck for pole position.
But he lost a bit of time there through the dipper. He was 2 tenths up, but then he had a big slide coming out of the dipper, so he may have bled off some time, but he had a good exit coming out of Forest Elbow, now onto Conrad Straight. If he had a good exit there, the times would just keep going up and up. Yeah,
there's so much potential in this car, for sure. It can go quicker. Good catch there, Amel, on the slide through the dipper. Definitely has the potential for pole.
But he lost time down the straight, Alex. It looks as though he may have actually set the car up a bit more for the corners compared to the Conrad Straight. But look at that again. Through the corners, he gains a bit of time. We're seeing it on our timing screens. Unfortunately, there's no clock on the bottom of the screen to tell us where he gains, but he is looking good right now. If he can gain back that 10th out of the final corner through Murray's across the line, and it's pole position. What an amazing final sector there, Alex. 200s up, 59.6 for Rialto Ristofani, and the MPRGP guys will be absolutely ecstatic with that one.
Wow, the grass cutters come to ERGP the first round with us, and they've sneaked pole position. Kondrag, fantastic job in qualifying.
And it's not over yet, because the second car here, the number 22 MPRGP car, is on a flyer as well. He wants to get it up there, and they're both in the Pro class. Their third car is in the Pro-Am category, so imagine if they have both cars in the top 10. What a way to start a new venture for them. As he comes through Reed Park up to McPhillamy now and into Skyline. It looks, well, a bit more shaky compared to the pole sitter car, but nonetheless, he is looking good here to improve his time, Alex.
Yeah, he is indeed. Vishnu keeping it nice and clean to the dipper now. Oh, was he a bit wide? No, I think he was okay.
I think he may have actually clipped the clip on the inside a bit too much there, Alex, through the dipper. And he is about 4 tenths up, in fact 5 tenths again. If he gets a good exit out of Forest Elbow and onto the straight, and his delta would just keep going up and up and up. But so far at least, the story of qualifying is that a newcomer team is up in front and is ready to upside the apple cart. So we have an interesting race in prospect as a few other cars stop on the side there. That's the Stratos Pakiu car. That's the 4th Stratos car in essence. In this race, he is pulling out. So Amir Rafiq or Fakhru Malik have actually pulled it off. Now let's see whether Aryadi Vishnu can improve, or is he going to come into the pits? It looks slow for a second. Up to Murray's now. In fact, he might run out of time here. He just only has 4 seconds left to qualify, and he has abandoned that lap. In fact, he has not. Oh, he's improved. He's gone up to 14th, but he wasted so much there in that final corner. So Alex, qualifying then over. But what a session that we had here today.
Wow, fantastic. Great new teams, old teams, some terrific performances. MRGP, MPRGP, sorry, on pole position. Our reigning champions, JMX Phantom in P2. Mama Tasby in the Amigos racing car, surprise P3, and Stratos Motorsport P4. And of course, Legion of Racers did not finish P5. Oh no, they did. They finished P5 in the end. So very close field out there. And of course, Alessa Clapano with NN Motorsport, they take the pole for Pro-Am.
And I don't know where Edwin Law ended up because on our timing squeeze is in 4th. But regardless, we'll actually go through now the spotters guide here for the cars that we just saw are out on track to get to know who's driving it where in this field. So we saw the first page there. We have, in fact, now we're on to the second page. You see 2 Stratos cars coming through. That used to be the Triple X guys. And towards the end, the cars we are looking out for to do the business, especially car number 889 and 911. That's pretty much the ones that we are tipping to have a good race.
Okay, so you can catch the spotter guide. Just go to our Instagram, eRacing GP Southeast Asia, I think.
Yeah.
We'll see. Just so you can see the spotters guide and watch the on the broadcast. We're going to go for a short break, and we'll be back with the race start in just a few moments' time. Okay, welcome back. This is eRacing GP Endurance Edition on ACC Round 2. And we're at Bathurst. My name's Alex Young, and this is Amel Hazik. And of course, we've got to say thank you to our sponsors. We've got Axel, which is the organizer, Life Apparel, Royal Selangor, who makes the beautiful trophies, and of course, X-Park. So thank you to them for making this all possible. Now, onto the timing screen. You can see this is the grid as we can see it. New team, NPR GP on pole. Russell Reyes in P2 for JMX Phantom. Amigos in P3. Stratos Motorsport P4. Legion of Racers there in the Mercedes in P5. Then the first of the Pro-Am cars. Alexis Clapano did a good job in qualifying to be P6. GSR eMotorsport P7. Laundry House, 2021 champions, there in P8. So they are a bit further back than I expected them. P9 was another Pro-Am class, Apex Academy from Brunei. And who's running out the top 10? That's car 450 in the top 10.
Yeah, the Visual Racing car, Marcus Van Vliet and Reagan Herbert. Outside of that, great to see Kurtubi and Ebenheiser doing well. They're actually in P3 in the Pro-Am category. We saw the other in round 1 how fast they were during the race. Unfortunate to retire, but nonetheless, another team to watch out for as we are now on our way through to the warm-up lap. A couple of cars we're looking out for is the MPRGP boys. Let's see how they're going to fare in a race situation. Racing up against, well, that's quite a tough field, isn't it? Rossi Reyes, Muhammad Tasbih, and Naki Baslan with Moreno Pratama. That's not a mean field to, you know, it's nothing to be sneezed at.
Okay, so this is going to be very interesting because off the start, straight line speed is very important, isn't it? Because even if you get through turn 1 cleanly, hopefully everyone does, such a long drag up to turn 2. Which of these cars will benefit from that long drag up to turn 2?
You're quite right to point that out, Alex, because that is actually not an easy thing to answer. But the McLarens have shown to be quite fast on the straight. So if Nakib could actually get a good run out of turn 1 and at least try to dispose of Tasbih quickly, he will try to get out to the back of Reyes and see how far can Ristofani push, because we don't know how the race is going to be for Ristofani because it's an unknown quantity at the moment for this team. So interesting race in prospect, Alex. I just cannot call it at this point in time.
Absolutely. And then look at all the leaderboard on the left. Look how many Ferraris are showing that it's a very popular car this weekend. And of course, it's a brand new car. And I think ACC do that. When you get brand new cars, they do try and make them look a little bit good. So certainly at this track, the BOP looks very good for them.
Indeed, but also the fact that they do that kind of thing also happens in iRacing where a new car comes out, it becomes a one main series. So it's a ching.
Yeah,
I don't want to say it out loud. It's like that, but you get the idea.
Yeah, I mean, no one's going to buy a new car if it's crap, is it? Are they? So they have to thread that fine line where it's still even. Other makes can still win, but oh gosh, it's a fine line to thread.
Now then, Bruno Gallo qualified the car for this particular Porsche, the number 911 Laundry House, but it's Terry Rayton who's actually driving this time, and in fact he's actually looking behind there. I'm not sure if he's listening to our commentary. Hello Terry, if you can hear us, you can have a wave, but oh, he's actually constantly looking back. That's really something. I think he's literally looking in his mirrors in a triple screen setup.
I must be looking at our broadcast.
Yep. Get our vote then, Terry.
Yeah, we should wave at him. Okay, yeah, but Laundry House, they will be one to watch during the race, see if they can make their way forwards. Did not have good qualifying by their standard, did they?
Indeed. And last time out, how they tried to overtake yours truly on the straight. The Porsche was really struggling, but that was the old Porsche. The new Porsche apparently is more of a bullet on the straight. So again, one of the other cars to watch out for when it comes to a straight line battle. This would be interesting if Terry or Bruno or Andy Lawrenson can actually make the most out of that car.
Yes, Laundry House, also known as Rust Bucket Racing, thanks to their new livery. I know Andrew's going to love me for saying that.
Very rustic.
Very rustic, yes indeed. And of course they are racing their home track because they are in Australia, on the east coast. So yeah, they'll be looking to do well.
I'm not sure where New South Wales is on the map. I think it might be right there.
Southeast,
yep.
Kinda.
Closer they are to where Josh Bowen is.
Yeah, much closer. Perth is very, very far away. Okay, it's good to see all the cars lining up. Oh, of course, Team Uncle. Have to mention Team Uncle. Actually, that's my favorite livery. I always love it when people put the old F1 Marlboro colors. They always look great.
Indeed, I'm not sure we can mention tobacco on air, but we just screw it. We just say it anyway. Yes. They even had the fonts correctly up to that point. It's just nice homage, isn't it? Because we saw McLaren F1s back in the 90s run with those similar colors too. So it is in GT racing. Okay, we're about to start a 4-hour race. Qualifying is done, and it's going to see who's got the race pace, which package can do it the best to win at the end of this 4 hours. Well, Ristofani is still warming out his tires coming out the line there. You can see how he's wiggling the car at such low speeds. I think he should have done a bit more to generate the heat at the start, but we're going to get underway here. Through Murray's they come. On your left, on the right of the screen here, Rioto Ristofani. On the left is Russell Reyes. We're waiting for the green flag here to come, and we are going to get underway for the 4 hours of Bathurst here for Endurance Edition, and we are underway. It looks as though Ristofani has had a good start, but Reyes is challenging and coming through turn 1. Rest of the field then coming through here up to Hell Corner, and again just as we expected, Nakib tries to dispose of Tusby quickly. It looks as though every single car on the grid, 31 in fact, have gone through hell corner cleanly, Alex.
Yes, nicely done. Tusby held the inside line. He's hold on to P3. Right now, the top 4 are as it was on from qualifying. Russell Reyes there hadn't thought about it for a second though. Let's keep our fingers crossed though. First lap. Oh, can everyone get through the mountain safely?
Yeah, normally it's quite harem-scarum, especially in a Bathurst 1000. The 12 hours of Bathurst that we have here for GT3 and multiple class cars are often quite clean because it starts early in the morning. They do not want to crash in the darkness. So again, look at how fast these cars are going. In fact, we have an incident further behind. Imran Zuhaili's been involved. Car number 12, Blue Steel Racing, is actually into the barriers and he's sideways. So that's not a good start then for Imran after such a promising round 1. Looks as though this round's going to be the drop round. And again, the midfield can be such a messy affair, isn't it? Because you can never tell how you can get away from that one. But unfortunately, Imran's been given the short end of the stick. But up in front, it looks as though Rd2 Ristofani is still holding on to the lead in front of Russell Reyes.
Yeah, they come through Forest Elbow now. See who can get some good exits. Quite often people do make mistake out of this last corner in the first few laps, but everyone seems clean through right now. Let's see what the top speed's looking like. Can the BMW match the Ferrari? Ooh, coming down to the chase. Slipstream strong.
And again, it looks as though that the MPR GP car may be set up more towards for aerodynamic handling as opposed to being fast on the straights. Russell really up to the back. This is going to go a race long as Tusby defends on the inside. Nakib goes wide. He's going to have a spin. It's a half spin already. Mercifully, he avoids the barriers, but can he come on the track safely? Yes, he does. Watch your mirrors, boy. And again, he just lets one car through. So luckily, he held on to that. He tried to go around the outside. He did exactly what we were saying. He wanted to dispose of Tusby quickly, but unfortunately, that plan has gone to the crapper.
Wow, and he drops down to P8. Disaster for Stratos Motorsports. They were looking quite nice and tidy there in P4. Big mistake by Aslan, and he drops all the way down.
Yep, right up to the edge of the top 10. He's just in front of Marco Harsono in the MPR GP car. But look at that. That commitment, you can tell that he's really quite racy up in front. He just wants to get the better of the drivers in front of him. But that time, he bit the bullet and it didn't pay off. But luckily for him, he didn't crash.
Yeah. Still survived. Carry on. Ooh, look at that. The Ferrari's not looking so quick right now. That BMW is looking very strong all over the back of it.
Yep. And it looks as though... let's see how Reyes can actually handle through the chase after this if he does the overtake. In fact, coming up to Skyline, it looks like he wants to fancy his chances. Oh, that Ferrari looks really slippy, doesn't it? We thought he was going to lose control for a second. The second Ferrari behind, so just watching brief. Not a teammate to the car in front. He just wants to see whether these two make contact and he could just pick up the pieces.
Yep, indeed. Russell Reyes looking very good indeed. We also have to go back to the Pro-Am battle in a sec, but let's just stay on board right now. See if Russell can get a good exit out of Forest Elbow. To be honest, both of them look like they had a really good exit, but Russell might be close enough to get Slipstream into the chase.
Yep. Let's see then. Through Mountain Straight. No, it's not Mountain Straight, the other side. Conrad Straight, up to the chase. Let's see whether or not he could try to slink on the inside. He thinks about it. A bit of a dink. Now he goes outside. He tried to do the same thing that Nakib did, which didn't pay off. And this time, Ristofani is well aware of it, and he holds the line to defend the lead for now. But imagine this goes all the way for 4 hours. Yeah,
no, this is going to be good stuff indeed. Let's go down and have a quick look at the Pro-Am class, because I think Car 333 is leading that championship right now. Azhar in the Brunei team. Yes, he is. And look, Quertaby is just behind him as well. What happened to
Clapano?
Clapano's disappeared.
I think he might have been involved with that incident with the Blue Steel car, so that's why Clapano actually dropped to P22 overall. So that's probably the reason why. He probably got into a bit of a tangle. Unfortunately, we have no replay of that at this point in time, but that puts the spanner into the works. In fact, look at that. The only car outside of the entire gaggle is that number 12 Blue Steel car, so Imran Zohaili has a lot of work to do to get that car back up into points-paying positions. But meanwhile, this again, we're looking at Clapano. A lot of work to do. He had pole, rightfully so, to actually try and pull away. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for him. As back up in front here, Reyes still hammering the back of that Ferrari, and it looks as though Ristofani is not having the best of race pace at the moment.
No, it looks a bit scrappy at the moment. He just needs to try and calm down. If he can just calm down a little bit, maybe he can start putting together some strong corners and strong laps. But at the moment, the BMW looks quite a bit quicker.
And that BMW is harassing him. You can see that Russell had his headlights on. He wants to intimidate the driver in front. If he was Dale Earnhardt in NASCAR and he had headlights, he would have been flashing at a lot of people. But for the time being, at least, they're using their headlights because it looks as though it's a bit overcast today. So it looks like it's at night or early morning like what we do in the Bathurst 12 hour. But in fact, it's just very cloudy. So no wonder the drivers have their headlights on. Russell, even more so, he's using the endurance headlights, trying to intimidate Ristofani.
Yep. Okay, as our Apex Racing Brunei leading the Pro-Am class, car 333, showing some very good pace right now. But of course, he has Kurtoby just behind him in the Aston. The Aston's looking very quick as well.
Indeed, and Aston's, of course, our broadcast guy now, Afi Fari, will definitely vouch for the Aston's pace around this track. We haven't really talked much about it because it's a bit incognito. Within the Pro-Am category, that Aston was fast in round 1, especially in the hands of the Java Sim guys, Java Sim Alpha. It's just unfortunate they had to retire from race number 1. They're no doubt looking for points in race number 2 here as we come up now to start yet another lap. Lap number 3 here. In fact, lap 4. We've completed 3 laps at Mount Panorama. And it looks as though Kurtoby is just biding his time because Azza in front is attacking Hasono. So, wow, the Pro-Am guys are really going at it here.
Yeah, Aston and Lamborghini not that well represented today because those are 2 cars that we thought would be very fast at Bathurst, but only a couple teams picking them. Why do you think that is, Amel?
Probably because it wasn't fancy prior to this anyway. Just a lot of drivers not keen on it. They just prefer a car that is on all-rounders. So some of these cars literally either fast on the straight or through the corners. Aston and all the other cars like the Lambo are somewhere in between as we have a yellow flag. Unless it's Clapano spun it again. So no wonder Clapano, I saw his time was actually out of there. So he's stopped on track and it's unfortunate for him. Pole has not been the best of position for him in his class. But regardless of what happened to Clapano, we're looking here at the battle for the lead between the top 3. In a row, Ristofani, Reyes, Tusby, 0.3 of a second separating the top 3.
Yeah, Reyes there trying to get that exit, that all-important exit. He's just really quick up at the mountain. That BMW looking very good. Just not able to get the exits down the long straight. And to be honest, this is the only place they can overtake because you cannot overtake on the mountain. So Reyes, I think he just needs to be a bit patient. He knows he's got the pace. I think he doesn't want to do anything rash. Oh, he's thinking about it. As I say that, he looks to the outside. Oh, JMX Phantom just settles for P2 at the moment.
And again, Ristofani throws the block a bit late, but that's still legal. There's not anything grey about it. He just wants to stall race momentum and forces him to go the long way around. And guess what? The chase chicane, literally the second part of that, is a bit tight for him, so he doesn't want to try to risk a maneuver over there. And Ristofani manages to hold on to the lead just for the time being. But again, an interesting race up in front. We kind of guessed this, that the guys behind may just fancy their chances. And Ristofani, we don't know how well he does in the race. And look at that. He's still not breaking away from the rest of them.
Yeah. Let's go back a bit. Oh, Nakib Aslan's got a good run. He's got a bit of a slipstream. Yeah, but he's on the outside. Will he try and dart back to the inside? Oh, they touch. They touch ever so slightly.
Oh, Reagan would not like that one bit. He will try to tell you to not break that wall. reference to a certain president has said that before. But Nakib then knocking on the door very hard. In fact, he's going through the cutting. You don't normally get a car through there, and he manages to get it. Reagan opened the door just ever so slightly. But what a move from Nakib Aslan.
That's super impressive. I did not think he could go through there. You do not see many moves through the cutting. But he had to take his moment, and he did. Up to P7 now for Stratos Motorsports.
Ooh, and Reagan a bit flustered there. In fact, he is more flustered at the moment. Hopefully he didn't lose it. Luckily he gathered it back up there. He hit the wall coming through Frog Hollow as we have a car stopped on track right now, car number 242, which is the Circru car. And Shopian Said has actually spun it around. He's in fact battling now with a fellow class member of the Stratos Pakiu car of, who's that driving? Number 222, Malik Fakro. So Malik then has been given the driving duties on that one. They're kind of battle for position, but I think Sopian may have been helped around there coming through the cutting. Okay,
looking the inside, not close enough. This is a really good scrap we're seeing here for the lead. I wonder if this can go for the whole 4 hours. But like I was saying earlier, I think Reyes just has to be patient. The Ferrari looks like it's sliding around a bit more, could end up with some tire wear issues. in the middle of the stint, towards the end of the stint, and that's really when it'll be easier to try and make the overtake.
Indeed, but again, we're not sure how the Ferrari is with their tyre wear, because remember the 488 in previous builds, 1.7.1.8 to a certain extent, was not that good. We have a car spinning off again, car number 4. That's the Sim Racing Filipinas car, or Philippines now as they call properly this time, is in the grass, just like Naki, but unfortunately for Daryl Brady, he was facing the wrong way around, so he was facing more towards Europe rather than being in Australia there. Yeah, Ferrari, we're not sure how well is it on tyre wear, especially for the new car, so wait and see first, but for the time being, Ristofani's not really that pushing, so he may pushing that hard, so he may be saving his tires a bit.
Yeah, I think that'd be smart, you know. I think this is what happens when you're battling with someone. If the guy cannot get through you for a few laps, you start to grow in confidence. You start to know where you're faster. And then you think, okay, I don't need to take so many risks. Like here he is up on the mountain, okay, he knows the BMW is quicker, but he knows also the BMW can't overtake you. So he just, okay, let's just calm it down, don't panic. And that's good. Slide the car around less, and the race will come back to you. So, yeah, Ristofani looking a lot more comfortable than he did a couple laps ago.
Absolutely. But also another thing to point out is the onus is on him as well to nail his lines and exits, because he knows that the guy behind can overtake. But if he gets any of these corners wrong, especially like, for example, Forrest's elbow, if he gets it wrong on the exit, then he's going to have a whole straight to contend with the other guys slipstreaming him, and he has nowhere to break up that toe.
Yeah, you just said it, Forrest's elbow, you just need to focus, you get a good exit out there, and look at the exit he's got out of there. The purple Ferrari just distancing the BMW. So really did a good job out of Forrest's elbow. Okay, the BMW's coming back because of the slipstream, but it's not quite close enough. Oh, thinks about it.
And knowing how Reyes can drive sometimes, especially in the recent past, where he likes to put his car in a place that kind of compromises both of you, he didn't really think about diving that time around, so he's being a bit more circumspect, knowing that there's still 3 hours and 47 minutes left to go. Can you imagine that? We had so much action in just the first 13 minutes alone. Yeah.
Lots of action. And you know what's really impressive? Tasby. Mohamed Tasby there in P3. Oof, Naki Basan. Right on the back of the laundry house car, just set to do fastest lap of the race. One flat, which is quite impressive this early into the stint.
Wow, that is really fast, in fact. So a 1 flat is almost qualifying pace for certain drivers. In fact, some drivers can even break a 1 in qualifying, let alone during a race. So Nakib is really on it. That little mistake coming into the chase has fired him out somewhat. He'll be cursing himself for that one, for going off into the grass.
Oh, he will indeed, because if he could do 1 flats right now, he's definitely in the conversation to try and win this race. But that first lap incident, you know, because if this is a normal track, P7, not a problem, you can still overtake. But this is Bathurst. It's so hard to overtake, and I think you'll find it very tough to get into the podium positions.
Indeed, and well, it's not out of the question. And again, considering that how close the top 3 are in front, any sort of incident will happen will just open up a huge door for everybody else to actually take those positions. So again, we cannot discount anybody out, at least in the vicinity of the first 8 positions, right up to Reagan Herbert, because those are the pro guys who are fighting. Harsona's a bit further behind, so he might be a wild card in this particular instance. Again, top 8, anything can still happen between these guys.
Yeah, okay, it's all about the exit here. Can he get the exit he needs? Oh, the Porsche had a really good exit there. Yeah, McLaren not getting the exit he needs, and that Porsche is just disappearing down the Conrad straight.
Yeah, Terry Rayton doing the exact opposite of what was happening with Bruno Gallo in Barcelona when he was trying to chase me coming on the straight. He just nails the exits. So the Porsche in this case is much faster than McLaren through the corners. Straights just a bit faster then. We can see that Nakib had no way through just yet. But how good is he coming up to the final 2 corners here? Through the chase, up to Murray's. You think Nakib will try to think of going through? No, I don't think so. FM fastest lap has changed hands.
Yeah. The Porsche looks really good in Sector 1 and Sector 3. That's going to be bad news for Stratos Motorsports, because I think it's going to be very hard to overtake the Porsche.
And case in point, he's been stuck behind that Porsche for a few laps now. Nakib, though, no doubt, still has the car underneath him, and it's fast, really consistent as well, just to come onto the back. He lost a bit of time behind Rayton there. No doubt the car had the pace to win this race, but for the time being at least, we're still early doors here. Only 15 minutes into this race out of the 4 hours, so anything can still happen up in front.
Okay, we're on board now. Marco Harsonel just trying to hold off the leaders in the Pro-Am class. Yeah, Azar right now doing a good job. He really would love to get past this Ferrari though, because he's got a Pro-Am driver in P2 right down his neck as well. If he could get past that Ferrari, put a bit of breathing space between him and his competitor in Pro-Am.
Yep, good to be then. Also watching Brief, just like how Tusby is watching Brief right now up in front. He knows for a fact that he doesn't have to do much. He can conserve his car, conserve his tires, a bit of fuel as well, just so he can come to the stops. Maybe thinking of an undercut so that he could jump these guys if they continue the battle.
Cristofani there with another good exit, doing all he needs to do. Take it easy on the mountain, and make sure he gets those exits out of Forest Elbow. These three have just distanced a bit. See the guys in 4th position, a bit in no man's land, LOR at the moment. We're riding on board with this battle though for P9, and well, it looks like Azhar's had a good exit out of Forest Elbow. He's going to get a big slipstream right now as he comes into the chase. Does he have the experience to go down the inside though?
Let's see then. Look at the speedo rise. 283, 83, just hit 84 kilometers per hour onto the inside. Harsono doesn't defend. He actually goes a bit wide out of the chase. That opens up the door on the outside, which turns on the inside, coming through Murray's. Side by side they go. Azar then has a better run. Can he actually get the move done here? Onto the inside, coming up Murray's. Harsono defends, but it wasn't enough. And Azar goes out to P9 overall, extends his lead in front of Muhammad Kurtubi. What an opportunistic move. That is good racecraft from both drivers.
Absolutely. Azar just showed his nose in the chase. I don't think he was thinking about overtaking, but Harsono was distracted by it, messed up his braking, and allowed Azar to go through.
Wow, wait, that's good racing there from the Pro-Am guys. Is he the AM driver in this lineup, Alex? It looks as though he's definitely having the shades of Pro there written all over him.
He is. He's going to have to go straight up to Pro very quickly now, though. He's driving really, really well.
Right then, up to P4, we look at Moreno Pratama in front of Ali Karudin. One guy being an Australian, well, Malaysian but lives in Australia. This is basically his second home race, if Malaysia had the track at ACC, of course. But the Ferrari looking good here with the chicken sponsor at the side, Yayan Kaput, with his Fahad's own company sponsor on this car. Let's see then whether Pratama can try to inch ahead of Karudin, or will Karudin have enough speed to get up to the back of him on the way up to the chase. Looks as though the Mercedes is quite handy through the S's, but it's on the straights here where the Mercedes may be having a bit of an Achilles heel on this. Yeah,
see, we're right on board with Karudin and see if he can close that gap. They can see the top three just ahead of these guys. Pratama though in the Mercedes, I thought he'd have the pace to stick with the top three, but just not quite having the race pace at the moment, is he? And now look, Karudin's getting really close. Ducks out the slipstream just a little bit too early. He should have stayed in it a bit longer. But yeah, no, putting on the pressure. But as we always say, it's one thing to be fast enough to catch the car in front, quite something else to actually overtake.
And that's certainly proven to be the case for Russell Reyes. He has the speed, but unfortunately just cannot overtake Adam Murray's now. Crossed the line that time, 201.9, so maintaining the pace somewhat, because previous lap for Karudin was 201.5, so that time spent behind Pratama may not be helpful for his race pace, but it certainly helps his tire and fuel wear, so he doesn't have to worry too much about getting the better of Pratama just yet, even though they need to work together here to get up to the front three, as Nakib actually has overtaken Terry Rayton, I think.
Right, Stratus Motorsports up to P6 with Nakib Azar. Must have got Terry Rayton. We missed that off track somewhere, but he's still got to close down the gap. 3.5 seconds to the cars in front, so still got a lot of work to do.
And Vladi Male has actually taken 2 for 1 in the space of a lap, because he overtook not only Mohamed Kutubi, but he also overtook Marco Harsono. So the other MPR GP car is really motoring along quite nicely. He's up to the top 10. So both MPR GP cars on their return, because they did compete in previous seasons, but they haven't had a level of competitiveness this high before. Both are running in the top 10 right now, Alex.
Yep, indeed. Back to the battle now for 4th position. The Pratama, they're soaking up the pressure from Karudin. This is going to be an interesting battle. In your opinion, who looks after the tyres a bit better? Will the second half of the stint, because we are about to approach the second half of the stint, will it benefit the Mercedes or the Ferrari?
Yeah, Mercedes is a known quantity, and it's known to be quite kind on its tyres anyway, depending on how you drive, because if you really mercilessly drive a bit more to the front end, it will kill your front tyres, of course. So at this point in time, I think Pratama is just trying to look all 4 tyres and try to keep them in good shape coming out to the hour. whereas the Ferrari is an unknown quantity. We really don't know how they are like in race pace, but for the time being at least, it still looks quite strong.
Yep, Kyrunen made a couple of small mistakes as he's coming down the mountain there, giving Pratama a bit of breathing space. I always talk to the drivers, when you're in these sort of battles, it's very important not to make mistakes because you need to build pressure on the car in front. And when you make these small mistakes, you just release the pressure and you got to start all over again to rebuild it. So Kyrunen, I think, needs to be relentless with that pressure if he's going to try and overtake Pratama.
And no doubt, that guy we know can actually drive us up in front. In fact, I thought for a second that Tasby may have lost a bit of contact with Reyes, but here he is. He's now attacking Reyes, so the hunter becomes the hunted.
Wow, so Ristofani in the purple Ferrari just doing some good laps, and Reyes now looking under threat from the other purple Ferrari. Purple seems to be a popular color today.
Yeah, in vogue. Something that I think Blue still should have run as well, I guess. But either way, we are trying to see whether or not Tasby can actually try to pry the door open and get up to the back of Ristofani. This is quite an absolutely absorbing battle up in front. We didn't expect the front three to be this close coming up now to the halfway point of the first hour.
No, we didn't, absolutely. And I think Ristofani's been the cork in the bottle, although he's looking a lot better now. But Russell's, he's got I think he's maybe just taking a moment, allowing the gap to get a little bit bigger so he can just have a bit of a rest. Let's see if he starts attacking again anytime soon.
Yep, for the time being at least, maybe he's trying to think about the pit stops. Because Reyes, again, he's the sort of driver that also thinks about strategy as well. And in this case, strategy while playing a really big chess game up in front at over 280 kilometers per hour. He knows full well that the BMW has the pace, but for the time being, he just doesn't have enough oomph to get by the Ferrari. So probably he's hanging back a bit, not to push too much, save the tires, save the fuel and the car. As we have, speaking of car not being saved, out onto the gravel trap goes the number 222 Stratos Pakiuka. I hope Malik gets out of the way. Oh, he does. Just about avoids the rest of them there. So, Malik Fakrul, who was in that car, probably just trying to get into the pits right now to avoid hitting the rest of the other guys. Hopefully he watches his mirrors. We can see his tracker on the right hand side of the screen. Yep, he's in the pits safely now.
So these three have a 5-second gap between the battle for fourth position, between the Merc and the Ferrari, Pratama and Kyrunen. That's quite a useful gap to have, coming halfway through the stint. Oh, if I look at that, Tasby's really getting a good toe now, isn't he? We should ride on board with him, see how he's looking. So I'm super impressed with how Tasby has been driving today.
Yeah. Given the amount of time that he had for practice, this is actually quite good. He's paying dividends.
Yes.
And
very,
you can see,
very good ACC driver. What were you about to point out?
You can see the driver's foot here. Actually, if he presses the pedal, if he lifts off, you can see it come on.
Wow, that's pretty cool at the bottom of your screen.
Now, we'll see when he comes up to the dipper and Forest elbow. That's when we can see that the cars get back on the throttle. For now, actually, he is. We don't see it actually, but we can see that the driver's foot actually moves with the way that. Oh, there it is.
Yeah. Very cool. Very cool. Oh gosh, the Ferrari look in Tasby's hands certainly looks really good down this section of the mountain. Yeah, Ristofani's definitely just doesn't have the pace in the mountain.
But he does have what he has in his locker, the Cone Road straight, because he maximizes the exit over there. Because I think this particular car is set up mostly just for corners.
Yes.
And because the rest of the mountain section, that's where you get a lot of your time. But he just hangs the consequences on the straight. And for the time being, at least, he's not paying the price for it.
No. So go through the chase right now. Oh, the BMW looks very quick in a straight line. Tasby was right up against it. The Ferrari in Tasby's hands must be running max downforce because it does not look quick in a straight line. Yep. So yeah, still a lot to go.
And we had a couple of cars off there. One of them was a Team Uncle car earlier, and then after that it was Jason Thong in the Academy car, number 16, on the grass there. So a couple of cars came across, but it looks as though it might have been separate incidents. As up on the mountain, we have an incident. Car number 5, it's Muhammad Kurtabi. I think Kurtabi has actually gone off into the dipper. Yes, in fact, he was coming up through Skyline, so luckily he was on his own. We'll have a replay of that this time to see what happened to the number 5 Java Sim Alpha car.
Yeah, a bit of a shame there for Couture because he was second in the Pro-Am class. The game seems to be hanged. Let's see if it sorts itself out in just a second. Okay, so anyway, back. Well, let's see what happens right now. I think, yeah, I can't use the replay button right now. Anyway, so okay, so this is the race as it settles. We're going to go for a short break, and we'll be right back. Okay, we're right back. Had to restart the game. This is what happens with esports. But the competition is going on, and the racing is going on well as well. But yeah, so good racing. First half an hour has been very interesting indeed. We had a really good battle for the top three, and we're coming back to that battle right now. MRPG Motorsports obviously leading that battle right now with reigning champions JMX Phantom in second, and Amigos Racing in P3.
Yeah, in fact, up in front has been really a nip and tuck battle, isn't it? We have not seen that number 2 car being broken at all. It was a tennis match. The serve has not been broken yet.
Yes.
He's been holding on to his serve quite well, and he has all the aces in his pocket.
Yeah. Let's go back to the front. We can see how they're doing right now. It's Reed Herbert in Visceral Esports in P8. But let's see. Oh gosh.
The Team Uncle car. That's the Marlboro Team Uncle car in the barriers. Unfortunately, that's about the most amount of airtime we're going to give to the car. In fact, it's been hit by the Legion Racers car, I think, because there's damage to Marina Pratama.
Let's have a look at Pratama. There is damage. What happened there? Oh my gosh, this was the car in P6.
And again, somehow, Reagan Herbert actually got in front of Naki Buzzline. There, because you can see that's the Stratos car right behind the Visceral Ferrari. So what happened there in the period that we were out? So unfortunately we can't catch that right now, but this has thrown up a huge spanner in the works in the battle for the positions outside. In fact, I thought it was a Visceral car. That's actually Ali Karudin. So Ali has actually gotten ahead of Pratama. So Pratama now has to fix that damage. That will definitely hurt his strategy.
Oh, such a shame for Legion of Racers. Such a shame. He was doing a really good job holding off these two guys in P4. But look at that, Naqib Azam with a great exit out of turn 1. Oh, does the McLaren have the straight line speed though?
It does, it does. In fact, look at that. He's inching a bit ahead, but coming up through Griffins. Can he bank it around the outside? Oh, he's offline. Into the barriers he goes. That was not on. In fact, you can see the marbles on the track there. It does cause a bit of grip loss.
Yeah, they'll be having some damage now in Stratos Motorsport 111. Let's see if it can continue.
Oh, wow. Naki's been driving so well today, but those small mistakes have actually become really big incidents.
Yeah, he's a lot of mistakes today, if you ask me. He's been quick as usual, but bad decisions, I think, being made by Stratos Motorsports. Yeah, he, some spectacular overtakes, but nah, too many mistakes in my view.
Yep, but it goes to show that what a woody competitor he is. We can see that he's fast on his day, but again, today is not one of those days where he's been flawless. Yeah, well, he's always an attacking driver. Always exciting to watch, doesn't he? He's always pushing hard. Now then, up in front, looks like Ristafani has actually broken not only
JMX Phantom.
Yes, Reyes' serve, but also the fact that he's gotten a set up on him right now. Sorry to use the tennis analogies because Australian Open. But again, Ristofani has not only soaked up the pressure, but he has actually built up a gap. So now it looks as though Reyes' turn here to come and become the chaser once again. Tasby has been holding on to the back of these guys for a while, but Reyes, though, a bit flustered at the moment.
There's the battle for P6 between Rayton and Herbert. Herbert, ooh, Rayton gives some space. Laundry House just holds on for the moment, but I think Herbert's going to look down the inside of the last corner. He does have a look, not close enough. Ducks back into the slipstream.
Yep, so the rustic Porsche still stays up in front. It is a fresh car, despite it looking very messy up there. It looked a bit like Herbie fully loaded, where we found Herbie full of rust. But Rayton, though, what a drive so far to hold on for a while. But the guy behind is what is even more impressive. Reagan Herbert, then, a returnee to the championship. And he looks as though these two Australians may just be battling here, for not only for the top 10 positions for the time being, but they're going to be in a good position here if anything happens up in front.
Okay, Rayton there does look clean. Just doing what he does. Obviously doesn't quite have the pace today, but he's been super consistent, doing some good laps there. But he's now, what, 15 seconds off the lead.
Yeah, that's quite unfortunate, isn't it? Because I think some of the battles may have cost a bit that time. But again, we haven't come up to the pit stop phase, and we haven't had many big incidents at the sharp end of the field. So, again, Bathurst, it can throw up that kind of thing. Anything can happen to any driver at one point if you had a moment's brief lapse in concentration as Reagan Herbert comes out to the back of Terry Rayton once again. That Ferrari was really as close as it was coming up through the mountain section. You do not want to be that close because one small collision here will cause a traffic jam.
Herbert with a poor exit out the dipper, but wow, so it's very quick into Forest Elbow. But we've seen that Porsche has not looked very good in that second sector, but sector 1 and 3 looks very good indeed, which is a good sign for Porsche. Like you said, the old one was very slow in a straight line. This one seems to be a little bit better.
Yep, and case in point here, the Ferrari is not able to catch up to it. It had a good exit coming out of Forest Elbow, just keeping it a bit at arm's length. But Reagan might fancy his chances once again. In fact, Rayton opens up the door again, and will this be Reagan's opportunity to go through? No. Terry just holds on again. Around the outside, the Porsche seems to be much better there.
Yeah, just holding on right now, so looking good.
As continuing on here, what happened with we're looking at don't mind what we're looking at right now. It's actually just some scrutiny behind the scenes. But here is Rayton then still holding on to position in front of Reagan Herbert. We need to go back up further in front though. Let's see what has happened between Reyes and Tasby. It looks as though the gap's been broken, so it's strung out a bit. 1.5 seconds between Ristofani and Reyes, with Tasby a further second behind. So nothing happening between those three now. I think they've actually settled into the race. Further behind, this is another battle here between Ali Khairuddin and Nakib Aslan. Nakib then trying his luck again to the back of Khairuddin. And I'm impressed, Alex, how he could actually recover the gap that quickly in a car that has taken quite a monumental hit.
Yeah, it's quite something. It makes me think that if this green car had qualified a bit better and was running at the front of the field, he might actually be pulling away from everyone. Because that car is definitely sporting some damage, but it's still looking very quick.
And again, quick is the name of the game here around Bathurst, but also it's a matter of survival, because I did say at the top of the show, we just want to survive this race, and unfortunately for certain teams, that particular box cannot be ticked anymore.
Yes. Unfortunately, your teammates was one of them on the first lap. It is Bathurst, you know, you really need to take it easy in the first few laps. It's just not, it's so easy to throw away your race. Unfortunately, but you know, having said that, we've been quite lucky. I've seen Bathurst sometimes when we get huge kerfuffles on the first lap and we can lose 10 cars, so we didn't actually see that happen, which is a good thing. Yeah,
major fracas, especially in supercars. You've seen that before, like in 2005 or even up to 2007, we had kangaroos on track as Nakib dives on the inside. That was a dummy that he sold to Khairuddin. He did not expect that, and he gets the maneuver done coming out of Murray's.
That was a really good move. That's what we watched Nakib Aslan for. Always attacking, always aggressive. Sold the dummy, went to the outside, had the lift, and tucked back to the inside. And that's how you got to overtake in Bathurst. You got to take him by surprise. hands down, the most exciting driving we've seen today has been from this green car.
Yep, and Kyrudin is flashing back in return. Yep, you're gonna do me, I'm gonna do you next. Here he goes. This is a bit of a role reversal of what happened previously, and Kyrudin is more circumspect in this particular instance. He backs it right off and loses a bit of momentum, but at least he didn't lose the car completely there. So Nakib then up to 4th, where he was at the start of this race incidentally. So really then, nothing is lost or gained in terms of starting position, but he'll be kicking himself the fact that he lost an extra amount of time. 13 seconds now to the leading group.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what it cost him. It cost him 13 seconds, and it cost him a little bit of damage on that car, because he's definitely been in the wars to get back from, where was he? 8th position up to P4. But, you know, 3.5 hours to go. It's not over yet. And don't forget, we're going to have driver swaps. So it'll be interesting to see how the second driver in these cars can do, because I think that's what it's going to come down to.
And Nabil, of course, is no slouch either in that other car. Fahad Ghafoor likewise. So if these two cars were to be close together, that'd be an interesting matchup, isn't it? Of two drivers who are equally just as hungry to get one over the other. Now then, that battle is done. Any other battles on track we reckon will be worth watching at the moment, because up in front, it's a bit strung out at the moment. Yeah,
the top 3 are just kind of holding pattern right now. If you look at the top guy right now, yeah, kind of interesting.
Yep. Let's see. Terry Rayton then still holding on to P6 in front of Reagan Herbert. Reagan, though, we saw a couple of times he tried to look on the inside coming through the chase, but no way through just yet. Oh, this time he's much more aggressive through the exit of the chase, taking a bit of grass on the inside, kind of like an initial D gutter run, but that's not what you want to take. Of course, GT3 cars are a bit more highly strung compared to Aussie supercars. They cannot take the grass as well, so Reagan then losing a bit of momentum coming out of there, and Rayton survives for yet another lap.
Yeah, gets good exit at turn 1. Looks like a decent exit. He should hold on to that position for at least another lap. If we could go back to the leaders, I just want to see how Ristofani's doing right now. The MPR GP car, still leading from pole position like he has the whole race. He had severe pressure from JMX Phantom in the beginning of this stint, but now seems to have calmed down quite a bit and is doing some good consistent lap times, always like in the mid-1s.
Yep, mid-1s-ish, or high 1s at least, but 201s regardless. That's fast for race pace. It's amazingly fast how they can lap around here even with race fuel. But again, I think the Ferraris may be carrying less fuel in the race, because that shows how economical they are. By my count, I think it's about 3 liters-ish compared to the other cars, 3.5 or more. So they can actually have that added advantage of being able to run longer in the race if they were to top it up.
Okay, that looks like Darryl Brady's Porsche car that it might not be, but I know he loves white and green. Car 222.
Stratos Pakiu. So that's Fakhru Malik and Amir Rafiq. That's their car. Already been in the wars. In fact, it's gone into the pit lane as well at one point with severe damage to that particular unit.
Okay. This battle still for P6 rages on right now. You just got the feeling that the Ferrari's going to have to try something a bit different. Try and catch the Porsche by surprise. A bit like how Stratos Motorsport sold a dummy in the last corner. That's probably something that this Ferrari is going to need to do. He's close enough. If he gets a good exit, and just get the Porsche to defend in the last corner, that would be something.
Yep. And in fact, make the guy go wide at least, because if he goes narrow, you know that you cannot do much, because you know that the guy will have the line anyway coming out of some of the corners. And in this case, Rayton, for the time being, doesn't need to defend at all. So you might want to try and let him stay there, try to sell the dummy a couple of times, and then catch him by surprise when he least expected. But for the time being, at least, if he uses that surprise early and not pull it off, he will just predict it every single time.
Yeah, indeed. Who else is looking good? Moreno Pratama, he's back on track. That LOR car is repaired, but that extra early pit stop, oh, I really feel for them.
Oh, incident, sorry, Alex. Incident for car 11. That's the Java Sim Beta car on the top of the mountain. In fact, he has actually stopped his car at the top of the mountain and straight back into the pit, so that will lose him some time.
Oh, such a shame for the Pro-Am car. Yeah, that would drop him right down to the bottom of the field.
Right, so that's one less car for some of the other drivers behind to worry about, as it's a Ferrari versus Ferrari battle here between the third of the MPR GP cars. There's 3 of them on this track at the moment, and this is the Pro-Am car that's actually racing right now. It says Pro, but I think in the category listed it as Pro-Am, so it's interclass in this case between Juan He and Alia Wafiq Priyanata for P13 overall.
P13 overall. P3 in reality, though, isn't it? So Juan He's in P3 right now.
Yep, it is. In fact, Balagulam, we can actually discount that because that particular car is in Pro. Amazingly, isn't it? Because we thought Roy Rip would be part of this class, but he has graduated so fast to the upper echelons in the ERGP ladder as Zikri then fighting with Shaq. Yeah, I like to call him Shaq for sure because like Big Shaq. So, the winners from round 1 here, car number 77, the Team Techno Audi, hasn't had the best of luck in this particular race. They are running in P5 in their class at the moment, so Shaq then doesn't have the pace at this point in time to match the guys in front, but at least he'll try to hold on to P5 ahead of Zikri. Zikri then looking quite lively in the Ferrari.
Yeah. So fast Shaq holding off Zikri right now. Goes through the S's. I love this shot whenever we take that shot. Such a great shot as we go over Skyline.
And coming through the dippers, we have a car further behind. That's Kurtubi as well. Kurtubi also recovering from his minor off, coming through the S's. He is ready now to take the pieces away of whatever's happening between those three, as something's happening in the commentary box here for a second.
We got a big flying bug in the commentary box. But back onto the on-track action. Let's see how it's going at the very top of the field, because it would be quite interesting to see how Ristofani is driving right now. Still doing decent lap times at 1.8. Okay, it's starting to fall off a bit. Now we're in the middle of the stint, just past halfway through the stint. You can see some of the lap times dropping off a bit. But they have spread out quite a bit, the top three.
Yep, and there's the blue steel car ready to be lapped there by Ristofani, but in this case, it might be a bit of a more tricky proposition because Imran is definitely still trying to race just to salvage something from this one. Ristofani is trying to race to hold off the guys behind, so it's going to become two opposing forces pushing each other after this.
Coming into the chase. Top three looking very good. Should go back to see the battle for P4. There is Ristofani with Rays and the Tasbi there, just coming to shot. P4 by himself, Naqib Aslan. Recovery drive from P8 to P4 after that first lap. And Ali Khairuddin, though, is staying with him, isn't he?
Yeah.
Then a bit further back, Terry Rayton and Reagan Herbert.
The camera going wonky there for a second, but here we have Ali back in shot. 1.5 seconds still, so he has not been dropped completely by Naqib. And conversely, Naqib has not really made any inroads to the guys in front. It's still 13 seconds between himself and Tasbi.
Yeah. I think he's going to find it tough to close that gap because I think that the car will be carrying some damage for sure. But Ali Khairuddin doing a good job. I think also he was a bit light in practice coming into this race. But yeah, no, good job for GSR Esports. Obviously liking the new Ferrari. And you know what? It looks like Rayton in Laundry House and Herbert are closing down onto this battle for P4.
Yeah. They might just be starting to think, yeah, let's just work together then. We just slipstream each other, come up to the front, come up to the back of these guys in front of us. So, it's kind of stabilizes it up in front. It's just nobody is fighting, nobody is really challenging for positions or anything. They're just settling into the rhythm in the final 15 minutes of the first hour.
Yep. And basically the top 7 are still in the 1s, so that's a pretty impressive race pace. In fact, Ristofani's last lap was a 1.3, which is very quick indeed.
Oh, we have an accident at the top of the mountain again. It's Jason Thong. Where is Jason here? Car number 16 for the Academy. He's off big time. Oh, in fact, it's Condro. So Condro is on the racing line. Oh, that is close.
Ooh, a little bit scary.
Well, Condro is also another one of those drivers that hasn't had enough practice under his belt for this one. So luckily for him, he watched his mirrors and came offline. Now he is racing off the line here to come back into the pit lane. That was lucky because Rayton and Herbert came in at such a fast pace.
Yeah. Okay, looks like Herbert's got a decent exit, but Rayton's got a better one.
Yep. But though, again, the Porsche is maximizing the exit, just like the opposite of what happened in Barcelona, where the exits were the Porsche's Achilles heel. Now it's their strength coming up into this section onto the Conrad straight. Oh, Reagan's gone on the inside again, but I think Rayton may just try to use the outside to his advantage. Yes, again, he's so comfortable to go around the outside to get the drive out of there. The Porsche is just so good on exits.
Very smart racecraft by Rayton, I have to say. Looks like he's It's never completely comfortable, but it looks pretty much as comfortable as you can get. But how frustrating for Regan Herbert, because he knows he's got the pace, that if he could just get past the Porsche, he could probably catch up to the cars in front.
Yep. And in this case, Karudin's not that far away. In fact, he's only about 5 seconds still, so it's within earshot. You can see the cars in front, minus the back mounters, of course. But once again, the Porsche, slippery on the straights and good out of the exits. Something that Ferrari may find annoying, actually. It's good for the medium speed corners like here. You can see how much it closes up. But the Porsche is just able to accelerate out of the corners way better than the Ferrari.
Will he look it down the inside? He was overtaken here earlier in this stint. I wonder if he's learned something from that. Maybe Herbert might think, oh, maybe I can try and go down the inside of the cutting as well.
Well, then again, he doesn't want to risk doing a Nakib and really wallop the barriers. As, ooh, Rayton gets a poor exit coming out of quarry that time. And now, this might be an opportunity here for Regan to just pounce when the opportunity opens. He may not try to drive one on the inside coming out of Skyline. We saw that before, where a Honda overtook a Holden in 2017. That was kind of like a Honda Civic, but different category altogether. This one, high-powered GT cars with much more aerodynamics, is like driving an F1 car. You just cannot find your way through unless someone in front makes a mistake.
Okay, Regan's got to hope that Terry Rayton ahead of him is rattled. Maybe doesn't get the exit he wants. Oh, that Ferrari looks close. Let's go on board right now, see if this definitely looks like it's possible.
Indeed. In fact, it might just be playing out the same way again, though, because Rayton just managed to get a better second phase of that exit onto the straight. But the slipstream may be stronger this time for Herbert. They go through the chase, side by side. Can this move be done? Rayton's not in the position that he's comfortable with as he normally is. Oh, they touch. They've actually touched each other. And, oh, Regan goes off to the grass. And that will be a complaint coming from the Viscera Esports guys, if that were to be the case. But maybe, just maybe, Rayton might have gotten away with that one, because that was quite nip and tuck, wasn't it? He was on the racing line anyway. Wow, wait, what a battle there between those two. And speaking of battles, it looks as though Zikri's been overtaken by Mohamed Kurtabi. So Kurtabi has actually gotten in front of Zikri. Now is attacking his fellow countryman Ilhamul Karim Shakil for P617 overall, but P5 in their class. In fact, P6 in their class. Now then, through Conrad Straight, coming up to the chase. Shaq in front of Kurtabi. Kurtabi may be looking for an opportunity here coming into the chase. That Aston's really faster compared to the Audi, isn't it? You just can't see the speed difference there. But through the corners, the Audi may be just better, but not that time around. He took a bit too much curb, and that allows Kurtabi sliding his way out of the chase to come up to Murray's. Can he overtake here? No, he can't sell dummy, but he's looking on the inside. They're going to hit each other. Oh, and Kurtabi nearly has a spin. As meanwhile, further behind, Zikri has actually dropped it on his own. So Zikri now lost way more time than he would have liked.
Few incidents creeping in as they come to the end of the first sector. Oh, Zikri's coming to the pits. That's going to repair some damage, maybe change drivers, because they are within the pit window.
A bit early though, because I would say by the hour may be better this circuit, because it's a 1 hour and 10 minute stint anyway, so you might just try on the hour so it saves a bit of fuel. And
for sure it's too early, but at least he can pit now within the window and not take an extra stop.
Yep, so he can top up that car, because as we said, Ferrari, you can carry a bit more fuel around Bathurst, and he may have actually missed his box there because the car rolled back a bit. But either way, that's done and dusted for that particular juncture. The Indonesians will be going at it, but up in front, Ristafani then has been caught. In fact, there's another spinner that's not at the top of the mountain this time. It's through the chase. It's for Mali Fakro. So the 222 Stratos Pakiu car has actually dropped it again there. So they have not had the best of races so far. But Ristafani, though, is now back within a second to Russell Reyes. So Reyes has finally gotten the move on here. Probably traffic has played its part in there, Alex.
Yeah, I would say so. But now that you can see the fuel's coming off the cars, because they're now all lapping quite quick, actually. The top 4 cars all lapping between 1.2 to 1.6. So, yeah, no, it's this is when the part of the stint where the car starts to come alive a little bit. Yes, tire wear is a factor, but it's better. It's a bigger effect to have the fuel off the car.
Absolutely. And for some cars like the Porsche, for example, because the fuel tanks at the front, it actually becomes more stable. But when it goes lower, the car just comes alive. So it's just how some things work on certain cars. As now the back markers are coming to play. This is the Gamasala car chasing the back of the Circru car, and this is actually not for position because the Circru car is about a couple laps behind now. He's trying to overtake that car in front, whereas the guys behind may not want to have two cars trying to battle each other here. Ristofani then and Reyes are trying their best here to not get too held up by these two, whereas Tasby is actually dropped to 3 seconds behind, so he's lost a heap of time behind these two here. But now traffic's going to come into a bigger factor. First up is the Gamasala car, and I'm not sure who's driving that side. It's Faiz Ryan. So Faiz Ryan is going to be the big cork in the bottle here. Oh, that's almost an incident. Ristofani came out to the back of him, and that allows Reyes to come into play. Coming in through Hell Corner, and that is a lot of time lost by Ristofani. 0.4 of a second as they came across the line that time. Wow-wee. Traffic there becoming a huge factor. The Circru guys are also driving fast here. Who's driving for the Circru car? That is Muiz Omorali. Muiz goes to the side. Very good driving. And it might hold up Reyes. Oh, yes, he has. He's actually held up Reyes big time there. Not going to be happy, the Filipino.
I don't think Reyes is going to be happy with that one, Emo. Like, you being held up by two back markers who are predominantly slower everywhere, especially coming up the straights where the 242 has a significant amount of damage up front and in the rear as well. And, you know, I don't think that that's paying dividends for Reyes here. And Taspi as well, he's going to be affected by these two back markers anyway, unless, yeah, Taspi manages to overtake them pretty quickly.
Yes, he disposed of those two pretty quickly. And in fact, that has held up the number 623 big time because Imran Zohaili is now coming out to the back of that car. And that is for position as well. So if he gets it through, that's one free position now up to back to the top 20, where it's conversely the reverse fortunes have happened up in front. That has opened up the gap from Ristofani to Reyes by over 2 seconds.
Yeah, and 5 and 77 has a collision there as well.
Yep.
So it's the same pair again.
It's Kurtubi and Shaq. So both cars, both Indonesians have whacked at each other. We cannot get a replay on this because it might crash the game again. But Kurtubi into the grass and Shaq is still recovering. So it's all kicking off here towards the end of the first hour.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that you guys were fighting for position, but at the same time, you guys have to be sensible. Like, you don't want to crash the car like this early on into the race. I mean, 1 hour into the race, and yes, it's been an hour in, but it's still quite early, isn't it?
Yeah, and look at that. Kurtubi actually was trying to slow the car a bit. I think he wants to give the position back to his fellow countryman Shaq to avoid the penalty, but regardless, stewards may still have a look into it if the Team Techno guys are going to complain against the Java Sim guys.
Further up ahead, though, Sadi Malik is, well, that's a bad marker, isn't it? Well, it's being chased.
No, it's Harsono. It's Harsono is full position, but the guy behind is a back marker. That's actually the Academy car of Andrew Condrolochis. So this is for position. Vladi Malik then. 2 Ferraris between these two. The Ferrari of Vladi Malik and the Ferrari of Marco Harsono. Where can this go? This is between 2 teammates incidentally as well. So hopefully team orders may not be coming into mind. Whoever's fastest. It's not like Red Bull, for example, where they had no team communication between one of the cars.
Yeah, just looking at the pace that these PLGP drivers have, like, there are three of their cars are in the top 10, which is quite remarkable, especially on the debut as well. So,
well, return at least.
Yeah.
Because they were racing here before, but never this competitive though. It's amazing how they've gotten so much more competitive in just a space of a year.
I mean, it goes to show, like, you know, you've got up-and-coming talents like Imran Zuhaili, Alan J. Cruz as well. Who else can I point out? There's quite a few. There's a lot to name out. I can't remember. I can't think of one apart from Alan J. Cruz and Imran Zuhaili. As car 11 has crashed up the mountain, and that's fairly Ramadan.
Yeah, Java Sim better again, and he's crashed into the dipper once again. So that car is not having the best of runs here today. So Ferdi Ramadan then will probably just try to bring that car home safely at the end of the first hour. But for the time being, at least, that car's not really that damaged, isn't it? It probably just was a bit of a small spin.
Yeah, crashing into Shawal, there is Ferdi Ramadan. Has up on Combra Mount. Well, it's not Combra. What's the McPhillippi Park? It's not McPhillippi.
No, I think he crashed at the dipper. It was at the dipper. As speaking of crashing at McPhillippi Park itself, that's car 16 of Anaconda.
And that's Jason Tong again.
Oh, Jason actually is taking over from Condro, so Condro's had a bit of a short stint. Luckily for him, he had no one near him, so he didn't cause a huge traffic jam. And I think I remember a few years back we had that kind of big one in one of the Speed 7 races, wasn't it?
We had one, especially at the start of turn 4, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was a big one.
To a point where there was a complete traffic jam and everyone had to park their cars.
We had to restart. We had to restart that one.
Restart the server. Alright then. So back up front, Cristofani still in P1. Chased down by Russell Reyes, but it's not. Russell Reyes, that gap has been extended because of that traffic that Russell expected earlier.
It was unexpected traffic because those two guys were not fighting for position incidentally. They were just fighting for who wants to be in front. It's just track position, but somehow that is enough to split the gap open between Reyes, Cristofani and Ratasby. Now it's 4 seconds. Almost 5 seconds in it between the top three. So what we had at one point was a half a second battle between those three has now been rescinded somewhat. But again, Cristofani was not really that strong in the first part of the stint. He was quite shaky, but towards the end he has actually come alive. So probably because the fuel was going out anyway, so the car became lighter, and that's where he found his speed again.
Indeed. Russell Reyes as well. Now, I'm not so sure about Russell Reyes. He's gotten the fastest lap of the race. 2 minute 9:57. Quickest time of the day. You're going to see lower lap times later on into the evening when track times gets a little bit colder and cars get lighter because no fuel and all that. So expect to see quicker lap times, especially at the end of the race. But for Russell Reyes too, he's got to close the gap down to Cristofani before putting Rd2 Cruz into the car.
Yep, and of course they have Dafa Nabil as well as a third driver, so I'm not sure which one was the drivers that signed up. Maybe it's all three drivers who are racing for that particular unit, but regardless, you got one really fast boy, the other two are just there to complement the car, but nonetheless are still equally as fast on a very good day.
Yeah, but you can't count out Rd2 Cruz and Dafa Nabil as well. I mean, there's a reason why JMX picked them up. It's because, well, JMX picked Rd2 Cruz up because he's a hot shot in the community in the Philippines, and you do want someone that you can coach, you can train on, and you can show him or her the ins and outs and tips and tricks on how to drive properly. And for Rd2 Cruz and Russell Reyes especially, they've gotten so quick ever since I first raced against Russell Reyes back in 2020.
And he has gotten on to do bigger, better things that time. As Terry Rayton comes to the pits, we're seeing on our second screen there, he covers off his camera incidentally, so we cannot see what he's doing in the pit lane there. Probably he doesn't want strategy to be seen. But yeah, it's confirmed that it's Dafa Nabil who's actually driving for this particular round. It's not Rd2 Cruz, so Cruz will be relieved of his driving duties just for this round. Regardless then, they got two really fast guys in that car that can do the business.
Alright, then Regan Herbert and Terry Rayton is currently in the pits. Terry Rayton has managed to, well...
No, it's Gallo. Gallo's taking over.
Well, Gallo is taking over, but Herbert's taking a little bit more time in the pits. And there you go, Regan Herbert coming out of the pits right now.
I think he missed his box. He might have missed his box. That's why the car actually was rolled back a bit. So disaster there for Regan Herbert. He was trying to chase after that Porsche for the better part of that final half of that stint, and he just couldn't crack it. Now he has to regain that gap behind the back of another guy who's fast in that Porsche. So equally just as fast as that Porsche. So he's gonna have to work out how to pass that Porsche in that stint.
Not so much battle going on here at the moment. Kutubi and Shakir were 9 seconds apart now from what was 1/10 of a second, 1/10 of a gap before they crashed into one another in the chase.
Yep, presumably I think it was the chase at the chicane part, not the first part of the chase. Otherwise, we would have had an even bigger accident. But luckily, though, both of them still live to fight another day. As Regan Herbert now coming up to the back of Ferdy Ramadan. Ramadan, hopefully he's not crashing. Oh, he's actually crashing off. He nearly got into the side of the Ferrari. Wow, that was close.
Ferdy Ramadan crashing into Shawwal again here. The same spot where he crashed earlier.
Yeah, but mercifully though, he avoided hitting another car, and Reagan Herbert might have had a shock of his life there, seeing the BMW wayward going into the S's.
Especially during that part of the downhill seam of the mountain, when the barrier goes straight into the driving line, and if he can't break the car, then you gotta go into him, like what we saw in one of the GT races early in Silverstone last week, when the car rejoined into the path on the racing line, and the McLaren GT3 got blinded. Well, can't really do anything about it, and smacked straight onto the front of the Acura. Well, not Acura.
Yeah, luckily that was a right-hand drive car, because if he was on the left, that would have been a more severe situation now, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I can't fault him though. I mean, the thing about right-hand drive cars and left-hand drive cars is, well, you can't really see the A pillar that much, and like the A pillar blocks your point of view so much. Whether that's like the touring cars or GT3 cars or prototype cars, driving position has a huge factor.
Yeah, okay, we're seeing some activity in the pit lane now, just about on the top of the hour. Just beyond the top of the hour is Tasby. He's the first on the front runner, so he's doing an undercut here, trying to get the better of the guys in front. As we look at now the championship standings, the race standings as we come up to the end of the hour. So Ristafani still leads in front of Reyes, but now by only 1.6 seconds. Tasby in third for the Amigos Racing Team car. Fourth is Nabil Aslan, waiting to give to his brother Nakib. In fact, he is in the pits as well. Ali Karuddin likewise is in the pits. So third, fourth, and fifth coming in. Azza up to P6 for the Pro-Am car. That's quite a jump there in front of the secondary MPR GP cars. Sister car to the leading one. 7 and 8, both are MPR GP cars likewise. And then Cameron James in 9th. 10th is Aldo Balakulin. And I think, would you like to take away for the rest?
I would like to take away for the rest, but Mas Wilton here coming back into the car. Well, his first day in the race, and Emma, tell us about your story on how Blue Steel finished 4th instead of 2nd in Barcelona.
TLDR, just we forgot about the driving time, basically. So that's how we got caught. Because also the fact that I felt we were staying out a bit too long when I was driving, because we had so much traffic. So if we pitted, we'd have probably been able to stay up in the third. But irregardless, 4th place is a great result compared to right now, which is actually quite a, well, unmitigated disaster due to the fact that it was Bathurst in a nutshell.
Bathurst in a nutshell, especially this uphill part of Bathurst.
But either way, we soldier on. There's still 3 hours left to go in this race. Anything can still happen in the 3 hours.
Indeed, and that car, number 12, Blue Steel, is in P20 overall, so not doing quite bad. I mean, could have been better.
Yeah.
Right, Em?
Yeah, I mean, again, we're just looking at the positives. At least there's points up for grabs anyway, so it's just trying to use this as a bit of a practice session. And the fact that just to get drivers up to speed, including yours truly and Sharik. So, yeah, it's disappointing to say the least, but at least we're still running and it's not a terrible damage at the start. The car probably got away with more. Now then, this is actually a battle, isn't it? Because Kurutabi is actually for position up in front, but it's not for class position because Marino Pratama is the guy that we're looking out for up in front of the Legion Racers car. He had to pit quite early as well because of the incident, as you saw, right? The morning came up, so he might have crashed somewhere really hard. So at least we can use Pratama as a sort of yardstick.
Well, he definitely crashed Marino Pratama with the number 28 Ken Lau from Team Monaco, and I think that's hindered the performance of the LOR car for today. Like, they were in such good position, P5 overall, before that crash with number 28. As Imran Zohaili is taking a lot of grass there coming out of the chase.
Yep. And, well, this might be the good time for us to go into our own commercial break because we had an unscheduled pit stop prior to this. So now this is a proper scheduled pit stop. So we ran through the order. We're going to be right back here after a few brief messages from our sponsors.
My name is Afifari. Alongside me is Josh Perwin.
Hello.
Back in the country.
Hello.
After so long, Josh. Where have you been?
Oh, I've been everywhere, mate. I've been to Bahrain, UAE, Korea, Philippines, Vietnam, Indonesia, Singapore. I can't think of any more at the moment.
We've been to Korea. How's Korea like?
Korea was alright. I almost went to North Korea as well.
Why didn't you go into North Korea?
I probably would have. I couldn't get in. They didn't let me in.
Well, Kim Jong-un didn't let you in?
They didn't let me in, unfortunately.
Damn, we should have asked Kim Jong-un for a ticket into North Korea then. But nevertheless, welcome back to eRacing GP.
Asking for an ERGP entry. We should enter a North Korean car.
Maybe we should.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rd2 Rastafani, a race leader, is coming into the pits right now to surface. What is a mandatory pit stop? But you know, like there's a 75-minute stint limit for everyone to oblige, and Rastafani now is doing it. And well, Dafa Nabiel though is not being chased down by Rd2's teammate, which is Aflani Malik. But Malik has yet to do his pit stop, Josh.
Yeah, so we're just cycling through the end of the pit stop phase at the moment. It has been a very interesting race so far. A lot of carnage has happened, a lot of close calls, and of course that is going to happen at Bathurst. Bathurst is one of those tracks where drivers are going to be very prone to making mistakes, and especially if you make a mistake at the top of the mountain, it is very costly here, as we've seen so far this race.
Have you been to Bathurst, Josh?
No, I have not, but I've driven this track too many times.
Well, driven this track doesn't count, Josh. I mean, you're going to be there to feel it, right?
Yeah, of course, of course. Well, you got to camp, unless you're on the left side of where the Duff and the Bill is right now. There's a hotel. The rest of it is just camping. I'd want to stay in the hotel, but the hotel's always going to be booked out because that's where all the drivers stay.
Yeah.
The team personnel.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, what tracks in Australia that you've been to? I mean, you live in Perth.
Yeah.
Your kampung, which basically means your hometown, is in Perth.
Yeah.
So, well, the band is very close to Perth, isn't it? Well,
Yeah.
not the band, is it?
No, the Bend is in Adelaide. I've been there before.
Oh,
though.
okay, so
It's like 2 hours out of Adelaide drive.
Then what's a track that in Perth then?
Wanneroo. It's like
Wanneroo.
7 corners, 50-second lap in a GT car. It was the one that they did in the Australian GT series a couple weeks ago.
Ah. Alright. So apart from Adelaide, apart from the band, apart from you've driven the band before in the Radical car, right?
No, I drove the Radical at Wanneroo, but I've driven the Bend go-karts at the Bend.
Ah. So a man of many places here, Josh Perwin. Traveled all over the world, only to end up back in the country.
I know, I loved it so much. Had to come back for more. I missed you so much.
Oh, I miss you too, Josh.
Yeah.
Yeah, Josh, apart from missing me, Josh also misses the food, and Josh also misses us, eRGP. And Damario Hasnam is currently driving the car. Has taken over from Resafino, and well, he's being chased down by Moreno Pratama. But Moreno Pratama is a back marker, and yeah, 14th for the Legion of Races car overall. Again, was P5 before the collision. Now, well, they have yet to make their mandatory stop though with the driver swap.
Yeah, it is quite unlike the LOR car to be a lap down, but last round they had the same issue. I believe they had incident very early on as well, so bit of ground to make up. But of course, as we saw last round when the driver swaps happened, this is when the field can get shaken up a little bit, because some teams may have had their faster driver in at the start, which is usually what happens, and there could be more of a difference in pace between the second drivers. So a team that might have like the world's fastest first driver, then the second driver might not be as good, and it'll be interesting to see if Duff and Nabil and Jin Mazvilton will be able to catch up to Haz.
But then again, you can't have like for a team, you can't have like the world's best drivers in one team unless you're Mercedes Esports, of course. But yeah, even then though, like you gotta have some balance. You gotta have like people who, because you know when you have like too many quick drivers in one team, there will be like conflicting personalities and egos as well.
Well, I mean, that's what we saw in Rennsport, because there's been a lot of shake-ups between the top esports teams this year. A lot of drivers moving in, a lot of drivers moving out. So you've seen a lot of heavy hitters joining the same team. So it's been, everyone was always discussing, especially at the start of the year, how those team dynamics would work. So yeah, it's been a very interesting year, especially in esports, because just the amount of drivers changing teams so far.
Yeah, so, and mind you, gentlemen, or ladies, if you're watching this stream, Now there's a green bar right beside their numbers, and or the yellow box with the 1 number, and that means that they haven't served their mandatory pit stop yet. Well, not really mandatory pit stop per se, but you are supposed to do at least 1 stop. So for Nakib Alzan and Herbert, they have not done their pit stop yet.
But they have done their pit stop already, because we
Driver
saw
swap.
Herbert in the pit earlier. So yeah, it would be down to driver swaps, because
Yeah.
Herbert was in the car before and so was Nakib, but the others all changed drivers, so it's all good. So yeah, the top 6 are getting a little bit more spread out. The front, I remember at the start of the race, the top 3 were very, very close together. They have been a bit spread out. I remember we saw at the one time, I think it was Tasby and Russell Reyes, they got stuck behind those lap cars at the top of the mountain, which would have cost them a bit of time. But Duffer Nabil looks like he's catching up to Hasnam. It was 4.6 last time we checked up with them, and now it's at 4.0. So maybe Duffer Nabil has a little bit of a pace advantage over the leading car.
Well, therefore being like one of the quicker drivers here from JMX Phantom. Well, you've got the likes of Presi Matono, Russell Reyes, Dafa Ariansa, and Dafa Nabil. So like, you know, they're relatively quick drivers. You can't factor them out. Dafa Nabil though, 3.9 seconds the gap between him and P1 of Damario Hasnam.
Yeah, it's getting, the gap is closing down, so maybe by the end of this stint we'll see the gaps closed up, and then it'll be interesting to see whether the drivers who did the first stint will get back in the car, or whether they'll continue. Because if I was in Hasnam's position at the moment, in his team, what I would want to do is keep Hasnam in for the next 2 stints and try and hold up the Nabil maybe in as much as possible if Nabil does have that little bit of an edge, because then it will give the first driver more of an advantage in the last stint. So yeah, we're currently looking at Jins Mansfielden from the Amigos racing team.
Yeah, and car 1, Dafa in the wall.
Oh no! That is a huge drama for them at the top of the mountain as well. That car looks like it's sporting a bit of damage now as well. So Nabil, in a race to try and catch Hasnam, has made a mistake, and everything I've just said about their battle for the lead is gone now, because for that lead battle to happen now, Hasnam is going to have to make a mistake of some sort. But is that going to be too much damage for Nabil to be able to continue, or is he going to have to go in the pits? Because that front bumper looks a bit past its use-by date now.
For sure, George. Look at that. I think he's lost a little bit of his alignment there. The car can't go straight. Can't go straight that well. I mean, the steering will still show straight, but still.
Taking a very weird line through these corners as well. He's weaving down the chase as well. Jin Masvilton is right behind him as well. So we'll go around Jin Masvilton now. Oh, he's a little bit further back, but 6'10", it's not too far. This could be a chance for the Amigos racing team, as Duffer Nabil looks like he's struggling so much. There must be huge amount of damage on that car. We'll see if he ducks into the pit lane now, and he doesn't. So he's going to try and continue on with this damage. Maybe it's a bit less drivable, but it's not a black and orange flag, so he might still be able to continue. But this is going to be frustrating for Jin Masvilton now, because he's going to have to safely get past Duffer Nabil, who's struggling to control his car at the moment. And Nabil has to be careful, because if he makes a mistake, he could not only affect his own race, but he could affect Jin Masvilton's as well if he's struggling to keep his car in a straight line.
Yeah, look at that. But you know, Napki also is rubbing his hands, so you've got Duffer Nabil with a broken car. You've got Jason Tong with bad marker that he needs to overtake very quickly though. But for Jin Masvilton though, he needs to get past Duffer Nabil right away. Otherwise, he's going to be chased up by Nakib Aslan. The gap from 5 seconds has become 4 seconds in less than a lap.
Well, maybe looks like Nabil is maybe settling into a bit more of a groove. It just took him a while to maybe get adjusted. But this has meant that Hasnam now has a 15-second advantage over the rest of the field. And Jin Masvilton has lost a bit of time to Nabil as well, so maybe a little bit of a mistake. He did have the best line through Griffin's Bend as well, overtaking Jason Tong. But we got Nakib Aslan only 3.4 seconds behind now as well. As we go on more with Reagan Herbert of Visceral Esports, a long-time standing esports team in sim racing. I remember I was in that team, 5-6 years ago now.
How long ago was that? Must be an eternity, wasn't it?
That was my first ever esports team, Visceral Esports. I was one of their first ever sim racing drivers. They're in their original roster. So Reagan Herbert right now behind Bruno Gallo, who was racing last round in same team as well, Laundry House. They ran a different livery though. This is not their typical blue livery here.
But the car looks damn good, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looks a very interesting livery here.
Alex will call it the rust bucket.
Yeah, the rust bucket, yeah. Getting ready for the paint job of scrubbing the Bathurst walls. So yeah, the Reagan Herbert of Visceral Esports, 450, right behind Bruno Gallo at the moment. He's going to want to be getting past, because they had a close battle at the first stint as well. Reagan Herbert just stuck behind Bruno Gallo, wasn't able to make the move. He's going to have to try and make the move soon, though, because he did lose a bit of time in the pit lane, so he's obviously managed to catch up somehow. The Ferrari might have a little bit more straight lane speed. It is quite a good car in Assetto Corsa. And this is our closest battle on track right now. He's going to duck to the inside here. Bruno Gallo gives him the inside line. Will he be able to maintain the inside line? Yes, so Reagan Herbert is going to make the overtake for position 5 now.
Now, I'll tell you one driver that's, one team that's not having a good day. What's going on with the top 5 though? LOR crashed with the back marker, and Ali Karidin as well has, down in P24.
That is not the typical place you would see Ali Karidin or GSI Esports as well, so they haven't had the best day either. 3 laps behind. And so they must have had, they've had a bit of dramas throughout the race so far. It can happen time to time, especially at Bathurst. You have to be very careful at the ACC. Yeah. Any small mistake can be costly. So, yeah, it is what it is. It happens sometime, but the Ferrari is still chugging along, and maybe we'll be able to get into the points later if there's more shenanigans.
Yeah, but it shows that Ali Karidin has cleared his mandatory driver's form. Now, Fahad Ghafoor is supposed to be driving the car now, and Ali Karidin is driving it. So I think, this is my take on it. My take on it is that Fahad switched the car, but then the game didn't want to switch it, and the game crashed on Fahad, so they had to rejoin the game again, and basically that put Ali Karidin back in the car because he's driver number 1.
That sounds very complicated, but it just shows how sim racing teams have to be aware of what could go wrong and know how to fix it immediately. Because if they took a little bit longer to fix it, maybe they would have lost even more laps. So it's knowing that what issues can occur and what you can do to minimize the damage of those issues. Disconnections can happen in any game, whether it's iRacing, R-Factor, ACC. As we look at Nakib Aslan now, 1.9 behind Jin Masvilton. So he's catching up to both Nabil and Masvilton at the moment. Because he was, 3.9 behind Masvilton just before? So yeah, he's got a lot to catch up on. And yeah, Hasnam is pulling the gap a lot. 17.1545. Before it was 15 seconds. So Masvilton and Nabil both seem really slow at the moment, but we know that Nabil has got damage. Masvilton, I'm not sure at the moment.
Well, Nakib's definitely hasn't gotten. Well, Nakib's gotten real lap damage because of that collision coming up to. Actually, I don't know the corner names of Mount Panorama, Josh.
Oh, okay, let's have a go. So I know he's going up Griffin's Bend at the moment, turn 2.
Ah, yes. Griffin's Bend, yes.
Yes, he's going Griffin. This is where he crashed, yes. He was on the outside, yes. And now he's going to be heading up to the cutting here as he heads to the top of the mountain.
Ooh, wait, hold on. I got to cut you in there. Ooh, there's a car there parked right in the middle of nowhere.
Not a good spot at all.
Oh, that's not a good spot. Yep.
That has affected the green car. It looks like the other Stratos car, maybe, or Java Sim. One of the green Ferraris have been... Stratos, yeah, one of the green Ferraris have been affected there.
But yeah, Michael Velasquez can't do anything there. He can't re-enter the track because he knows that there's a car coming in. If he did re-enter, then he'll be re-entering right into the path of who is this? Arman Abdullah? Yeah, it is Arman Abdullah. I mean, both of them had blunders there in the mountain itself. Yeah. The mountain has claimed another victim, Josh.
Yes, the mountain will probably claim many more victims as well this race as well. It is very challenging to get right, especially as the tires will grow older, drivers will be getting more tired. It's like Nürburgring Nordschleife. The longer you do it, the more chances you are going to make a mistake from being tired. And yeah, as we see the Stratos car go into the pit lane, might have picked up some damage from hitting the wall there for avoiding a Velasquez.
Yeah, for some reason, you mentioned Nürburgring there. I somewhat prefer driving in Nürburgring more than I drive in Bathurst.
I mean, both are good fun tracks. They're fun to drive your car around, but what a lot of drivers find at the Nürburgring, when the Nürburgring 24 hours is on iRacing this weekend as well, what a lot of teams end up doing is they only have their drivers in for 1 hour, maybe 2 hours at most, because the drivers will just get so tired because there's so many corners to remember, whereas at Bathurst you can find drivers will do more than 2 hour stints. So Nürburgring is obviously one of those very challenging tracks, but so is Bathurst. Bathurst is probably Australia's most challenging track by far and one of the world's most challenging tracks. So we've got Nakib Aslan right behind Jin Masvilton at the moment. Only 5/10 now. He's going to want to clear Masvilton, and then he's got Duff and Nabil just up ahead as well. Yeah. So when will Nakib be able to make this move, Afiq?
Probably down chase after Forest Elbow, probably. You can't overtake up the mountains unless Nakib does one of his tricks here, which I'm hoping he does.
He dives down
And,
the inside of the
yep.
cutting here, and he looks like he's going to make it stick. Masvilton has to give him the room, and that was a very good move from Nakib. Down at the cutting, Masvilton looks like he's struggling a lot. So he must have picked up damage somewhere because he's going concerningly slow at the moment.
I think it's just playing it safe there, Jin.
Yeah, he's playing it safe, but he's losing a lot of time, and that could get him swallowed up. And next up behind him is going to be Herbert and Gallo, but there is a bit of a gap to them, so he has a bit of breathing room. But still, he needs to pick up the pace a little bit here, I think, Afik.
Yep, Nakib was into the top 3 there, and well, he's gonna chase. He's definitely gonna chase on Daf and Nabil, who has damage, and not only that, Nakib Azan is the quickest driver in the on track at the moment, with a time of 2 minute 1.695 his last lap.
Well, yeah, it just shows that this race is so carnage where you saw Nakib hit the wall at Griffin's Bend earlier, and he's back all the way up to P3, fighting for a P2 almost. So anything can happen at Bathurst. You just got to keep chugging along and hope that the others will fall into unfortunate situations as well. And Nakib is going to, well, he's on track for a podium at the moment.
Yeah, it is. It's 3 seconds the gap between him and Daf and Nabil. It's probably gonna be, I'll say around. We're gonna see how long it will take for Nakib. I think I'll say 4 laps maximum. Daf and Nabil is actually putting wonders. That front end of the BMW is damaged. You can see the bonnet popping up there a little bit, but Daf and Nabil are actually doing wonders here.
Yeah, of course he did lose that time to Hasnam, which he was gaining on him previously, but you did see just then he was picking up a bit of dirt going through Hell's Corner, the last corner. I think Hell's Corner is the last corner there. As we've got, Nakib Aslan 2.8 now, so it will take a few laps, but he will be eventually try and go for that overtake. And yeah, a very good comeback so far for the Stratos car, who had a decent round 1 as well. I remember that they were in the outskirts of the podium for most of it, but I believe they were promoted to P3, if I remember correctly, because of the Blue Steel car getting a penalty.
Yeah.
Yeah, so not a bad recovery for them because the McLaren wasn't as fast in round 1. They seem to be doing a very good job in round 2 though. Of course, they are one of only 2 McLarens in the field though. As you can see next to the driver's names, you've got the manufacturers right there.
Yeah, and Nakib Azan, the quickest McLaren on track in P3, whereas the car in last is actually another McLaren. So yeah, so it goes to show that the McLaren. Okay, I like the McLaren. I think that it's a wonderful car to drive. I've not tried the Ferrari yet, though, and I've not tried the Porsche yet. But people keep on saying that the Ferrari is better. I don't know, for some reason I always prefer the McLaren rather than the Ferrari.
We need more Lexuses. That's what we need. I don't see any in this order here. I think they won the first season of Endurance Edition as well.
Yeah,
the Stratos car was driving.
Yeah, Nakib and Mikunasi were sharing a car during that particular day, and I missed that race. I loved that race.
It was the wet race, wasn't it?
It was probably the wettest race in eRGP history, wasn't it, Alex?
Yeah, it was a very crazy race. I remember that one. I was regretting not picking. That was the one race I did not in the Lexus, and yeah, the Lexus car was just so overpowered, of course, in the rain. But it hasn't rained so far this season in eRGP. Bathurst looks very cloudy at the moment, but no rain on the horizon at the moment. So yeah, it'd be very interesting if it rained at Bathurst right now and you could see all the drivers just try and get up the top of the mountain. It would be very interesting to watch.
Yeah, it's currently winter season here in Australia, so I do expect a little bit of rain there. Right, Josh?
It was very cold when I left there. Yeah, it was freezing. Now I've come to Malaysia and it's like it's warmer than I remember. It's too warm.
I'm sweating even in my sleep, Josh. Last night it goes to show how hot the country can be. But yes, I mean,
yeah, you look at the track right now. It's 17 degrees right now, or 17 degrees ambient, 22 degrees on track. So yeah, it is not the coldest you'll see New South Wales in winter, especially actually no, Bathurst is just a bit further inland, a couple hours to the west of Sydney.
Queensland or Sydney?
Sydney. It's near the town of Orange. So
there's a town called Orange.
Yeah, there's many interesting town names in Australia.
I wouldn't be surprised here. There's even a kampung New Zealand here in Malaysia, Josh.
Is there?
Yes, there is. I don't know how they got that name, but for some reason there's actually a kampung called New Zealand. Alright, back to the race though. Marco Arsono chasing down fellow compatriot and fellow teammate actually. Aryadi Vishnu, both MPRGP cars. That's a mouthful. I'm just gonna call them the Indonesian car from now because they're where they're one of the few Indonesian entry, but 3 of their cars are currently in the top, currently in the top 10.
Yeah, there is a lot of Indonesian entries actually in this list. You've got, well, there is a lot of MPRGP teams as well in this list. And there's a gaggle of 4 cars here. Leading that is the McLaren of Jason Tong, though, who is a few laps down, so he's going to have to get out the way soon. But this could get really interesting because they're all very close to the top of the mountain. You've got the guy who's in last leading this pack as well. So there seems to be a bit of pace difference between all of these guys here. And the only 2 actually batting for position are 7th and 8th. The MPRGP cars, who I'm guessing will probably want to try and work together here. As Jason Tong does get out of the way, it's a bit of a hairy place to get out of the way, but it does save the drivers a bit of time down the mountain as long as he didn't compromise their braking there.
Yeah, I think he might have did. I think he might have caught Rio Emmanuel there by surprise. I mean, what Jason could have probably done in that situation is probably put up the indicator to the left so that they know that he's actually going to be on the left side and he's not going to block their driving line.
It is a little bit tricky, especially at the top of the mountain at Bathurst, though, because you'll have drivers behind you that are just like, get out the way, and they'll be on your tail, and then you just it can make you nervous, can make you flustered.
Yeah.
And there's only that one spot which Jason Tong did let them pass, so that he can realistically let them go as well. So, and of course, when you're further down the field, generally you can sometimes be a bit more inexperienced with lap traffic, maybe especially at Bathurst. So, yeah, it's tough, but you've got to kind of pick your thing, because otherwise, he looks like he's trying to get past the Audi right here. I think the Audi
is the back marker, yeah.
Yeah.
But what that does though is that Marco Hasono hasn't managed to overtake Arya Vishnu. Tries to look for it though, but he's still stuck behind it.
Yeah, it's a very close battle between them here. And they've got the Audi in the way as well, which they're going to want to be hoping gets out the way very, very soon. But this is our closest battle on track at the moment. The other battle on track, Imran Zuhali just behind, or just ahead of Lee, 7/10 between them. Otherwise, the field is a little bit spread out. We might see Nakib battle with Nabil soon as well. 1.9 is the gap now, so he's slowly chugging away at that gap. But yeah, the battle for the lead is not a battle for the lead anymore. It's 20 seconds. Hasnam has a bit of breathing space at the moment to just relax. Doesn't want to relax too much, because when you can get too relaxed at Bathurst, that's when mistakes can start to creep in. But yeah, I'm sure that these Ferraris are not enjoying this Audi being in front of them right now, especially when you want to be able to see that clear track in front of you at Bathurst, so you get your turning in points exactly right, and you've just got that car in the way. Especially because it's a lap down as well. You're not even racing it, so it can obviously be very frustrating.
Yeah, Hasono looks like he lost it here. He's got a little bit of arrow wash there coming from both the Audi and the Ferrari ahead. So it looks like he lost the car a little bit there on the rear coming up the mountain, but he manages to control the car very well here.
Yeah, it is quite challenging. Looks like there is a bit of breathing space, but I'm sure these 2 cars are working together because they are teammates. Worst thing that could happen between these 2 is a crash, because it makes a very awkward post-race team debrief between the drivers after that.
I took out my sister car once. It didn't go too well.
I remember, actually, if we're going back to Visceral Esports, I remember one of my first race I did with them as teammates. Me and my teammate crashed into each other. So, yeah, it makes for a very awkward conversation for sure. But yeah, Nakib catching up to Duff and Nabil now. 1.4 is the gap. He seems to be chugging away half a second a lap at the moment, just a little bit more that last lap. Nakib currently second fastest on track behind the leading car of Hasnam. So Hasnam is putting in some good stints, solidifying the performance of the first driver in his team, as well as Nakib does go a little bit wider. He might get a warning for that in-game, because he did chop that a little bit. Didn't look like he gave up much time either. So you're going to have to be very careful, because you don't want to be picking up a drive-through here. The pit lane is quite short here, but still, getting drive-throughs is obviously not the way to go.
Nakib's got his satanic eyes on. If you can see at the bottom right of your screen there, he's taking a little bit of a breather here. I mean, it's a long straight there.
His hands are taking a breather. He takes them off the wheel there. He doesn't have the force feedback high enough. If one of us took the hands off the wheel would just shake and end up braking. So he's got his force feedback turned down just a little bit, I think, there. But yeah, 1.1 is the gap now. Should see him maybe catch up to Nabil in the next lap or 2. Catching up is one thing, though. Overtaking is another thing, I think.
Yeah, indeed. And that Beamer is so wide that his overtaking in Bathurst can be a little bit of a problematic issue for Nakib Azam, unless Nakib can, well, knowing Nakib, he'll probably pull out one of his another tricks as well from his head. But 69 here has a little bit of a coming together. Bintang, Mr. Muhammad Star, has lost the car.
That's not a good place to lose it either, because he's in such an awkward position. You're going to have the leaders be coming through here now as well. As he managed to reverse, but he's going to have to turn. He's going to hit the wall again. Now he's going to have to wait.
Some Austin Powers move here.
LOI car goes through, so does the Lamborghini there. Is he going to get through before the next car? He's not turning enough. He's going to hit the wall again. As we've seen, we've got the red and white.
He's going to be.
Yeah, the JMX car is very close. The Stratos car looks like it got through there a little bit better. The Visceral Esports car right behind. Actually, now looking at it, that car, Ryan Herbert, has gone down. Regan Herbert, sorry, has gone down the order a little bit. He's 11th now. He was 5th before.
It's probably a collision there after mountains as well. Probably. Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
There's a lot of probablys there, Josh.
Yeah, a lot of probablys. And Nakib Aslan will probably overtake Dafan Nabil very, very soon here. He's caught up the gap a lot now. Maybe the car in the wall, the cutting might have helped him a little bit there. His first opportunity will probably be at the chase, unless he can make a dive bomb into Forest Elbow, but he's way too far back unless he wants to wreck his own race there. First gear, does he get the exit? Oh, not enough. The Beamer looks like it's got a bit more of Australian advantage, so if Nakib wants to make the overtake here, he's going to have to lick the stamp and send it a little bit.
I'll probably lick the stamp. If I was feeling ambitious, I'll probably go down and overtake Nabil into Forest Elbow, like what Matty Campbell did on Jake Dennis back in 2019 for Power Matters.
Right at the end as well. High stakes, high reward there for them. Overtaking a Forest Elbow is very risky. You have to hope that the other guy's going to give you enough space. If you lock up your braking a little bit, I mean, it's tough to lock up your braking in a GT3 car, but in supercars, for example, which is the most famous race at this track, if you make a mistake and you lock up a Forest Elbow, that's not going to have a good ending for you or the person you're trying to overtake.
Car 16 as well as spun into the same place where is car 16? Well, Jason Tong here, yep, he has managed to spin again.
We'll have to keep an eye on the battle for second though, because that is getting very, very tight here between Nakib Aslan and Dafan Nabil. 2 tenths between them now. But now we're at the point where Nakib is going to want to get past Nabil ASAP before his tyres get too hot following him behind. He's going to have to wait for, I think, a good run through one of these corners. Maybe get on the traction a bit earlier than the BMW ahead.
Yeah, Dafan Nabil though looks very composed. Figure mountain. I mean, his driving style. I mean, he had to change his driving style because of the damaged car, but it doesn't seem like he's compromising a lot from it.
Yeah, it's not been too bad so far. The lap times, though, are getting a little bit slower now. The fastest on track last lap was Regan Herbert, looks like, 2026. Every other car did a mid-203, apart from Nakib Aslan doing a 3 flat. 209 for Bruno Gallo as well. So maybe something did happen between the Porsche and the Visceral Esports car. But yeah, Nakib just stuck behind Dafan Nabil at the moment. No opportunity to stamp his authority by overtaking the BMW here. Will he get the run through Forest Elbow down the Conrad Straight here? Doesn't look like it. He's going to have to go for a very aggressive move if he wants to make it. Just again, he's going to have to wait, I think, for Dafan Nabil to make a little bit of a mistake here.
Probably going to be another lap before Nakib Aslan overtakes Dafan Nabil. Can he do something up the chase? Doesn't look like it. It's a little bit far back now, isn't he, Josh?
Yeah, unless he wants to be aggressive. But he has such a big pace difference. He wants to try and make that move ASAP, because then he has the chance to chase down Hasnam and gives Nabil a clean track for when he starts his stint as well.
Yep. 25 minutes ago before we reach the halfway mark, Damario Hasnam is leading the way with 20-second gap to Dafan Nabil. And Nakib Aslan only 3 tenths behind Dafan Nabil, followed by Jim Masvilton, who is some seconds behind them. So throw Jim Masvilton out of the equation until he puts Dasby back into the car. Then that 24 car can climb up probably a position or 2.
I wonder if it's Masvilton though, or if it's damage, because the difference between Masvilton and Tasby, I mean, there is a difference, but it's not this much.
It's not this much.
Like they're both, they're both about the same pace, very similar. So
I mean, they come from the same family. I mean, so you know, pace-wise, it should be the same. Jin is a quick driver. Can't count that out as well. Like, I mean, not as quick as a Leaf, but still.
Yeah.
I'll put Jin in the car though. I would like to be teams with Jin.
Yeah, he's a good driver. And then also, right now, as we look through, I'm just having a look. The closest other battle on track right now is probably Siegfried.
110 is out of the track. So probably 110 is went to Ola there 110. Alexis Clapano. So Clapano, well, probably, yeah, Clapano's stuck outside of the map. So I think there's internet disconnection there for Alexis Clapano. So bad news if you're a Filipino fan today. As, Nakib caught up.
Bump
to
and run here.
Bump and run. Tried to do a Matty Campbell there.
Yeah, a bit of a bump and run. Maybe he'll get away with that though. Typical Australian driving there, the bump and run. Bit of hip and shoulder there. Play on. Maybe the stewards might have something else to say. Maybe they might not see the fun in it. But it looks like the BMW just has a bit of Australian advantage, or maybe Nakib just let him get the place back, try and avoid a stewarding report there. Yeah, yeah, it's still very close though, so he might have the opportunity to make the overtake down into Hell's Corner before the front straight here. Is he going to go for the dive bomb, or is he going to hang back? Oh, it looks like he just shows his nose there. That looks quite tight there. Oh, that was a bit risky there. Looks like that was going to end in tears there. But yeah, it looks like he's still... Yeah, it looks like the front bumper of his car is moving around a little bit. He's going to show his car the inside again. But yeah, I think it's a very intense battle here.
Nakib is actually pressuring Dafanabel. Dafanabel is moving all over the place. Front, right, left, center, rear. You name it, Dafanabel is there. And Nakib Aslan, well, he's got a few more corners to negotiate before they go up the mountain now. Can Nakib overtake him?
Whoa, that Visceral Esports car was very close heading into that braking zone there.
Imagine if you tap the rear of Nakib. Nakib will be absolutely furious with the Visceral Esports car.
That might have also wiped out Daphne Nabil as well. Could have been a bowling session there.
Yeah. And good news for James Filton, if that did happen, he'll probably move up 2 positions into B2. But that didn't happen, as Daphne Nabil gonna ride on board Nakib Azanji for a bit. Is he going to lift? Well, a little bit. I'm not sure.
And track's quite cold right now. Optimum racing conditions as well. The track is an optimum condition. Weather's not too bad. Nakib looks like he is making up a bit of ground here, but he's going to have to go for this is his 4th lap being behind Daphne Nabil, and all this is doing is losing time to Azman in the lead. Is he going to give him another bump? No, he's a bit too far. He doesn't get the run through for his elbow either.
But Daphne Nabil, yeah, you're right, caught up with the barrier coming out of Forrest's elbow.
Yes, you got the Visceral Esports car right behind. That car looks to be one of the fastest on track at the moment. Just had an issue of some sort though. So maybe they're going to want to try and overtake these two cars as well. But it's going to have to do it without taking both of them out. Otherwise, I don't think the stewards are going to be happy with them. They're not going to have a good day in the stewards room, I think.
Nakib's doing a lot of bump and run to definitely. I mean, we do encourage bump and run. We do encourage, love taps on the rear. But, if you do too much and it spins the car out, then, that's your fault, isn't it?
He's following Australian real life racing. Australian real life racing is
this is completely normal. Yeah, this is completely normal.
Not sim racing though. If you try and do a bump and run in sim racing in Australia, it's not going to end up well. But yes, in real life, he's imitating typical Bathurst race. Bit of hip and shoulder, bit of bump and run. Just don't want to chuck him into the wall. That might be a bit of carnage. It looks like Nakib is going to have to go to the outside.
That Visceral car is right behind them, and they're not here. And he's not actually backing off. Nakib down the inside. Well, backs off there. Being very sensible here, Nakib Aslan.
Yeah, the Visceral Esports car is going to get quite frustrated.
Oh, the Visceral. Okay, I don't want to say anything. Oh,
no, you don't want to be doing that. The worst thing you can do. Oh, there it is.
Wow.
Into the cutting. He's done it. And the Visceral Esports car is going to try and hang around the outside of the JMS car. Stuck behind them still. But Nakib is going to have a bit of breathing space. 23 seconds behind Hasnam now. So he's going to have to put his foot to the floor and push, and try and catch up to the purple car in the lead.
200 IQ move there by Nakib Azhar. Well, the boy is actually quite smart in real life as well. So, these kind of things you kind of expect. But definitely caught Daphne Nabil there by surprise, because Daphne Nabil went onto the racing line. But Nakib definitely capitalized on the move.
It looks like it's the type of move that he was going to have to make, because he wasn't going to be able to make an easy overtake on the JMX car, it looks like. So he had to try something different, catch him by surprise. And it was a risky overtake, because if that could have gone hairy, but he managed to make it work, as we are on board now with Max Lee just behind the green car just ahead. Or the green Aston, or the very lime green? Not your typical green, but it is green. And the other on-track battles you've got is, Daphne Nabil having not a position battle, but the Visceral Esports car is banging on his door saying, hello, can I go through?
Yeah, Regan Herbert is knocking on Daphne Nabil's door here.
Yeah, but I think he's being a bit cautious here.
Yeah.
Which is the Wouldn't be the happiest thing for Reagan, but it's the happiest thing for the stewards room. The happiest thing for JMX. Well, maybe it's not because he's
overtaking now.
Yeah, he's going down the inside here. But yeah, the other close battles on track, as we saw before, the Green Aston, Max Lee. You've also got Mohammed Zikri, who's right behind Abdullah at the moment. The two Ferraris. The racing line car of Mohammed Zikri, 57. Blue and black car. Beautiful livery there. The Pro-Am class. Just behind the 555, the green car here of Abdullah, the Stratos car. Then we saw a bump the wall earlier after there was a car in the way, I believe.
Yeah,
Velasquez, yes, Velasquez.
Yeah.
So he's going to have to... Zikri is going to have to try and find a way to overtake, but I've been keeping an eye on the timings, and he's been stuck behind this car for a while.
Yeah, it's been like, what, 4 or 5 laps that Zikri has been stuck behind Ahmad Abdullah.
Fairly close at the moment, though. Maybe we'll see Zikri get a bit of a run through the Comrade Straight here. You can see as they head down the long straight, they're going to be reaching very high speed through this corner here. And then you got the chase coming up. He's going to have to opt for the outside here, which will turn into the inside if he can stay side by side. Heading into the next goal. Oh!
There you go, into the wall there. Well, almost into the wall. Into the wall goes Ahmad Abdullah.
Yeah, it looks like he's gone off a bit there as well, but that was very hairy. No iRacing jump on ACC for Zikri to jump over there. He has to take the long way around. Might have copped a bit of damage on that, but definitely not as bad as what Abdullah just suffered.
I think there might have been a racing incident from the looks of it, because they were both going side by side, and, you know, probably, I don't know, you have to look at it very well.
Well, from what I saw, Zikri definitely did give enough space, but I think Abdullah maybe wasn't able to turn right as much as he was hoping to. So
He's got
yeah,
space on the right, I'm Abdullah, let's be honest.
yeah, he had space on the right, but maybe his car didn't turn right as he expected it to turn right. So unfortunately,
More front end damage there for the Ferrari of Ahmad Abdullah.
Yeah, maybe it was the damage that affected his ability to turn right there. As we go on board with Jin Mesvilton from Amigos Racing Team here, 4.2 seconds behind Duff and Nabil. Nakeem, now that he's got past Nabil, is stretching out that gap, stretching his legs a little bit here. As JMX has the fastest lap, but he's definitely not the fastest car on track. Look at the lap times from last lap. Just to recap, 2:02 for Hasnam, 1.9 for Nakeem.
Yep.
4.3 for Duff and Nabil. Not a great situation for him to be in right now.
Yep. Alright then, ladies and gentlemen, not so much action going on here. We'll be right back with a quick message from our beautiful sponsors. Welcome back to ERGP. Well, Jane Mesvilton was stuck with him last time before we went to the commercial break. Now we're back with him in a commercial break as, well, the Mario Hasnam still leads the way from Nakib Azan, Dafa Nabil, and Jane Mesvilton. Bruno Gallo at P5. So not been, well, I wouldn't say not been a good afternoon for the Laundry House boys. They've got a front end damage on that brand new 992 Porsche, Josh.
Yeah, the very interesting not blue livery of Laundry House there. Getting a bit of a close look at it here. Very interesting livery. That would have taken a lot of effort. That would have taken a lot of effort for them to make.
I mean, or I think that what they did is that they just plastered the rust coating onto the livery template and they call it a day. That's what I did with my old speed template livery back then.
Ooh. So yeah, Bruno Gallo driving the very interesting Laundry House cars. It looks like he's ducking into the pit lane here. A bit early for him, but she'll be right. He'll be able to survive as Ahmad Abdullah is chilling. He's got the
Is this Ammo driving? Oh, it is Ammo driving.
ammo. Where's ammo?
There?
Yes. So, oh, bit of a hairy moment there for Ammo. Looks like he's sliding around a little bit, but the blue still racing car of Ammo Hazik pushing on. Ran from the commentary booth, ran back home, and is now in the car. So he's doing multiple duties today. First you heard his voice, now you're going to see his driving. So yeah, he's doing alright so far. As the Porsche chucks his car into the wall there. What Porsche is that? That is a bit hairy there for him. And let's see
What Porsche are you talking about?
there's a green, blue,
Green,
bluish.
Porsche. Well, probably. I
the
think
one behind Visceral, the one that's behind Visceral at the moment.
Ah, yes, it is Earl Oliver Kylick, the number 4. Del Brady GP Porsche.
I wonder if Dale Brady's driving that car.
It is. He is driving.
Wow, I'm
Yeah.
so shocked.
Why are you short, Josh?
Yeah, it's just a surprise. Obviously, I would have thought that I didn't know that Dale Brady would be driving the Dale Brady car. You know, it's just I am just kidding. Obviously, as we see the 7mate sponsorship in the background, and we see a drive-through down the field for the other
number
McLaren.
16,
Yeah.
Jason Tong, and he's going to lock his car. So then, ladies and gentlemen, please ask us your questions on Facebook. The Rusty Bucket car of Laundry House has come up from the pits. As not so much action going on here in the mountain.
It's a typical endurance lull at the moment. So happy to answer all your questions. Have any questions for Afig? I'm sure he's the sim racing expert here. He'll be.
I'm not
able
the
to
sim
give
racer.
you- He'll give you
sim
plenty of
racing
questions. Yeah, sim racing expert. You've retired now. You're now a pundit.
I'm not yet. Ah, yes.
You're a pundit now.
Uh,
I'm still a driver, so I'm not qualified enough to talk about it.
I sold my sim rig for my bike, Josh. Goes
Ah.
to show the level of commitment that I have for
What,
sim racing.
like bike for the roads?
Yeah, motorcycle.
Oh, what happened to your Myvi?
I'm still using my Myvi, Josh.
Oh,
I'm still using my Lambo Myvi.
your Lambo Myvi, your
Lambo
liquid Molly Myvi, just like the Bathurst 12-hour sponsorship. I'm looking at the sponsorship here. It's reminding me of so many Australian brands. You've got 7 News in the background, Channel 70, Shannon's Insurance, every Australian advert, every Australian race you watch, got Shannon's Insurance advert. You got BP somewhere around here as well. You got 7mate as well, which is Channel 73.
And visit New South Wales.
Yeah, well, no one wants to visit New South Wales. But all they've got is an opera house and a bridge. They've got nothing else. They've got high rent. That's what they've got.
Is it that much higher of a rent than
Yeah,
compared
you can buy a box for $1 million if you want.
Yeah, what?
You can buy half a box for $1 million probably.
half a box for $1 million in
That's typical
In
Sydney
Sydney?
behaviour.
My goodness.
No, Sydney rent is horrific. Even the rental crisis.
I've got friends, well, school friends, who have migrated to Australia for study. Yeah.
Hopefully
And,
that wasn't Sydney, was it?
Yeah, they was in Sydney.
That's unfortunate.
They were calling me and they were telling me, like, hey, they even have the Australian accent now. So they are Malays, but they have the Australian accent now. So how they call me is like, hello, sir. How you doing? I giggled myself there when I first listened to it. And they were saying that, like, Sydney is so expensive.
Yes, a very horrific rental crisis that they have at the moment in Sydney. It's just everyone wants to live there. They should go to Perth because Perth is the best.
Perth is the Kota Kinabalu of Malaysia.
It's the Kota Kinabalu. Yeah, as I said
Australia.
before. Sydney's like the wait, what am I going to say? What is it like? What, the Penang? Nah.
I wouldn't say Sydney is Penang. I would say Sydney is.
No, because
more
Melbourne is KL.
Melbourne is scale.
Putrajaya is
it's
Canberra.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Kelantan is probably.
Kelantan is Queensland.
Why Queensland?
Because Queensland is the.
I thought it's supposed to be one of the outbacks.
No, Kelantan is Queensland, trust me. I'm not going to explain why I'm broadcast, but Queensland and Kelantan are the same.
Well, what's Sydney then? JB? Johor Bahru?
Yeah, Sydney's JB. Yeah, Sydney's JB. Then what's I'm trying to think. What's Perlis? Perlis would be Northern Territory.
Ah, yes. Country that no one visits.
Yes. Then you got Tasmania down at the bottom as well. I can't think of a good example for Tasmania.
Tasmania will probably be, well, Sabah or Sarawak. I would say Sarawak. But there's nothing in Sarawak. Well, there is food.
WA is Sabah though.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Supercars is heading to Tasmania next week though as well. They're heading to Symonds Plains, another 50-second track as well.
Yeah.
This, however, is a 2-minute track. Little bit different to the Simmons Plains that Supercars is going to. That'd be a very nice track to see in sim racing though. Haven't seen, the only last time I remember seeing Simmons Plains was Stocker Race Driver 2. That was
quite some time ago. What,
yeah,
2005?
Yeah, it was a very good game. What? Oh, as
Oh,
the Portugal, the Dale Brady car goes a bit off there.
Yeah.
Well, you know what we need to see? We need to see. Well, what it seems to be happening is whenever an Australian track is getting destroyed or bulldozed or something like that, they make it in iRacing. So maybe we need to see Simmons Plains bulldoze so I can drive it in a sim racing. Selfish me, but very nice track to drive the hairpin.
I mean, there has to be a mod for AC now, isn't it? Doesn't it?
Probably.
Yeah.
We're not on AC. We're on ACC here.
Oh,
We need it on
well-
iRacing. We need it on iRacing. That's what we need.
Well, we need Sepang on ACC now.
We need
then,
Sepang on iRacing.
then we'll call it our home track. I mean, like for every ERGP event that we do on ACC, we'll probably race in Sepang forever and ever.
We need Sepang on iRacing. That would be good fun.
I mean, Sepang is already there on racing. The problem with the racing part of Sepang is that that track hasn't been updated per se. I mean, like the track characteristics are all the same. I'll say like the racing version of Sepang is not as grippy as it is on probably like AC or something. But then AC's version of Sepang, they just ported it out from race.
Yeah, very.
Josh,
Yeah.
yeah, you put a very good description on me. Sim racing pundit now. Sim racing.
Yeah, you're a-
ex-sim racing driver.
Yeah, you're a
pundit.
retired sim racer, so now you're a pundit. You're like the Corinne Chandogs, Paul de Resta.
The
I know Paul
Johnny
de Resta's still
Herbert.
driving.
Yeah, Johnny Herbert.
You're the Johnny Herbert, mate.
Yes.
Yeah, just as old as him.
Yeah, won a few races, didn't win the championship. But, you know.
You know, I realized like I have a very similar like to Matt Gallagher, right? Because like we both were losing in AOR. Like some guy kept on winning, and then we won the next season after. Then we both retired and became commentators. Except I just didn't get into Formula One commentating like he did.
Well,
That's the difference. That's the difference.
Well, Matty G did. Well, Matty G is now doing his own thing with Tom
Yeah.
Bellingham.
Yeah, but he's done F1 TV commentary and F2 commentary as well. But same kind of like AOR like trajectory though. Like we started off the same way, won a championship,
We
retired,
should
did
have
commentary.
moved to UK then, Josh.
Yeah, I should have became a F1 commentator.
Well, I should have moved to probably like, I don't know, close to Silverstone or something.
Hey, I'll join WTF1 now. Look at the.
I mean, WTF1, no one's doing WTF1. No one watches WTF1 now, let's be honest.
Yeah, but they've still got 1 million subscribers.
You know, fun fact, I've not watched an F1 race ever since the Australian GP.
Why?
Because for some reason, the Australian GP, like after the Australian GP, I got ticked off by it. It became more like a clown show than it is a racing event.
No, but I mean, it was the Australian Grand Prix was a very interesting. It had a very interesting ending for sure, but yeah, the red flag I think was a bit unnecessary for sure, but yeah, it was. Yeah,
I mean, they could
it
have
showed
handled, they could have handled like the race better in a way, but you know when you have what 20 cars on the grid during that time, but 18 actually, if only 2 cars retired, you had 18 cars on the grid, 2 laps to go in the race, everyone with soft compound tires, and they got all out into turn 1. Well, you know some carnage is going to happen there.
I'm just saying though, it would have been really interesting because it was the first race Michael Massey attended, right? So there would have been all these conspiracy theories. We've had the restart, Hamilton jumped Verstappen because it went back to the lap before, right? So imagine he jumped Verstappen and then the order got reversed and Verstappen won the race. That would have been very interesting on Twitter.
Yeah.
That would have been a... Yeah, but I mean, it did rob Hulkenberg of a podium though.
It did. I mean,
Yeah.
damn. I wish the Formula One winner would have got into his first Formula One podium in that particular race.
Haas podium as well. That would have been very interesting. But yeah, looking back at the race here, we've got a gaggle of cars here going down Comwood Straight. There's a few of them here. You got Duff and Bill in 3rd place now.
Yep.
10 seconds behind the Keep. And you got Jinmas Vilton, who's in that gaggle of cars, who's 1.5 seconds behind at the moment. Bit of a carnage there that Jinmas Vilton's going to have to navigate through there. As we see the green BMW just in his way there a little bit. As he's going to want to overtake him very soon. As we see Duff and Nabil go into the pit lane here. So going to be changing, potentially driver, but definitely going to be adding some more fuel into that car. As we have Alex joining us now.
Yes, welcome. Thanks for having me back, Josh. Do you think Duffer's going to fix that damage, or is he going to lose too much time?
We'll have to wait and find out because he's losing time, but he's not losing too much time. So if the repairs are anything more than, let's say, 30 seconds a minute, he won't want to do it, and most likely that is going to be the case. Unless it's a miracle, like 5-second, 10-second change, I think he's just going to have to chug along. But it's going to make it interesting as well for Russell Reyes because he's going to be hopping into a damaged car now. When he hopped out of the car was not damaged. So he's going to drive a little bit differently to what he's used to. And it's not something that he can replicate in practice exactly as well.
That's a very good point, and it must be very difficult trying to adjust to a damaged car. How long do you think it'll take him? Maybe a couple corners, or might take him a couple laps?
We'll have to wait and see. Depends how nervous he is maybe as well, because when a nervous driver hops in the car, it can take a couple laps to get adjusted to it, versus if you're maybe more a confident driver, you can get in. Well, as we see Russell Reyes hop into the car now, so we're about to find out.
Yeah. To see where he's going to come out. It's going to come out. The top three is still not pitted. Probably a good idea to try and jump in, try and get some more fresh. Let's see who's getting. Russell Reyes is back in the car. Okay, so I can imagine this will be a fairly long stint for him. Does the car look fixed?
Looks like it's fixed. They were in the pits for a hefty amount of time there, I think.
You know, I think you're right. I think they fixed that car.
Well,
Well, we should see some good lap times back from JMX Phantom then.
makes Reyes' life a little bit easier as well. Doesn't have to get used to that damaged car as well, but we'll have to see, because it should reflect in the lap times as well.
And even if he's lost, it's like, let's say 10 seconds worth of damage, say he's lost a position to Jim Vilton, if the pace is back, he could easily recover that position back, couldn't he?
Yeah, exactly. And I think he was just ahead of Vilton as well before he went into the pits, and he's going to be on fresh tyres now. Should be the fastest, or one of, if not the fastest on track now. So his next challenge is going to have to be, if that car is repaired and his lap times are good, catching back up to Nakib.
Yes, that is the big question. If he can show the same sort of pace, that'd be interesting, because talking about Nakib, this is the car in second place right now. And you have to say that that car's also looking a little bit second-hand, isn't it?
Had a few bust-ups along the way, I think, Alex. But yeah, that Stratos Motorsports car has chugged along, though. It has built a 14-second gap to Vilton. Would have been about a 12, 11-second gap to Duff and Neville before it pitted. So they've about the same pace as Hasnam this stint, but they've pulled away from everyone else. So
Yeah.
good stint so far for Nakib. And then he's going to be giving the car to his brother, Nabil, and we'll see what he can do from there.
And of course, the guys leading out front right now, this NPR GP, and you say you got to keep it out the wall, and I think they've done a really good job of doing that, haven't they? That's why they're winning the race.
They've had a fairly clean stint. We haven't talked much about them because they've had a fairly clean stint. We haven't much talked about them since the incident for the JMX car, which basically ruined the battle for the lead. So yeah, they've had a pretty quiet stint now. Looks like lap times have been fairly fast as well. So they're going to be swapping driver, or at least pitting very soon, but they've had a very, very good stint so far. It's been very promising for them. Looking through the rest of the field now, what other close battles do we have going on? Everyone seems to be separated by at least a second, but this part is interesting, not because of the battling, but because of the pit stop phases. This is where the strategy is going to be coming at the moment. The order is going to be a bit jumbled up because some drivers are going to have pitted, such as, for example, Russell Reyes, whereas some cars haven't. And it will be interesting to see Russell Reyes' lap times now that he's got that clean car and is able to push. Looks like it's green at the moment, but we'll have to wait and see until the next time he comes around. That BMW, he's going to be pushing as hard as he can.
Yeah, let's ride on board with him right now and see what it's from his viewpoint. Flat.
Yeah, this is a very tricky few corners, as we've seen drivers have to navigate many times so far, and they've still got 2 hours and 45 seconds left to go in terms of navigating this as he goes through Skyline now. No dipping of the gravel there as he goes down the dipper now, goes through he's about to start going through the SSE. You want to get on the throttle very early there, and he's going to have to go through here, a bit of a weaving, and then he's going to have to go down Forest Elbow, straighten up the car for braking, get it turned right, because you need a good exit here so you can go down Comrade straight and have as much speed as you can heading into the chase.
Yeah, this is going to be a good lap time, I think. He's, it'll be an interesting lap. So, Reyes looks like he's back in the car and he's straight on it, straight onto the pace of the car. It'll be interesting. We need to see what the cars ahead of him at pit and what sort of gaps he has. But maybe first place might be too far away, but certainly second place is still within his sights.
For sure, as we saw, Nakib wasn't at the front of the field at that start of that stint, so that maybe hints that McLaren is lacking on pace just a little bit at the moment. But what we did see in the first stint was Russell Reyes and the leading Ferrari car, the MRP GP car, were quite consistent with each other. So I think Russell Reyes, to be able to fight for that lead, is going to have to hope for maybe a misfortune, or maybe the Bit of traffic for that. The MRPGP car. A lot of initials there. A lot of initials there to remember. But we've got a few of their cars in this race, so
Yeah.
we'll get used to it eventually. By the end of this race, we should be fine. As we are over halfway through this race now.
Absolutely, over halfway through. Let's see the winners in Pro-Am right now. Just the length of the what straight is this called again?
Oh,
This
I should know this. This is American.
Mountain Straight, I think. Anyway, the length of the mountain straight behind the car in 5th. This car is 6th place overall and leading the Pro-Am class.
Yeah, it's about to be 7th as well, as it's just got passed by Roy Ripper with the Audi there.
Yep.
But yes, leading the way, Apex Racing Brunei. I believe this car was the winner, or they won originally, but then they got pushed back to P2 in the end. So, but yeah, they're definitely leading this one, having a good race so far, and yeah, fingers crossed that they're able to get that elusive. Well, they've already had a celebration for a first win, but they get their actual first win in the hour and 58 minutes time.
Oh yeah, I mean they've done a great job really. I think they're almost a lap ahead of the guy in 2nd in Pro-Am, so they just have to try and keep it clean. Still a lot of racing to go, of course, but and that's a tricky thing, right? If you've got a big lead, can you take it easy, or do you still have to push?
That's the tricky thing, right? Because at Bathurst, sometimes you want to take it easy, and when you take it easy, that's when mistakes can call in because you start to get more relaxed. You want to be able to keep up that focus, but I mean, from personal experience, when we've done Bathurst, that's not the ideal line through Forest Elbow there. But from my personal experience with Bathurst, for example, I think Axel, we won a 12-hour race here one time.
Yeah.
You started to take it a bit easier near the end, just because you've done, well, this is a 12-hour race is different to a 4-hour race, for example. But you just wanted to keep it very smooth because you didn't want to make a mistake that ruined your entire effort for the whole day. And when you've built up a bit of a buffer, for example, such as Amaru and Apex Racing have, you do have the luxury to maybe lose half a second a lap, but you don't want to be getting too relaxed because that's when the mistakes will start.
Because you just kind of switch off, right? And you're like, oh, just going through this bit, boom, I'm in the wall.
Depends what track it is, but sometimes they'll work at some tracks, maybe Le Mans, which is a bit more relaxed, but definitely not at Bathurst, Nürburgring.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Well, so anyway, it's great to see Apex Racing Brunei doing well. Let's hope they can keep it on the track for the rest of the run.
Yeah, it just furthers the eRGP showcases the best talent in Asia Pacific. We've got Brunei, and we remember, well, back to last year, we had, or they've got the Brunei flag on the front of their car as well. We remember Apex Racing Team, they have competed in E1 before, but they generally weren't near the front. But they have set up their own sim racing, as we talked about in Spain, they set up their own sim racing center, and they've been finding local talent, other local talent in the area, and they've been getting quite fast as well. And Brunei is just one of those examples of how eRGP has, helped develop talent in the region as well, or given people a platform where they can compare themselves, push themselves to do better. Because the more competitions you do, the faster you go, because you want to be winning these competitions, of course. So a great example of how eRGP has helped a country, get better at esports.
Or the region even, you could say, couldn't you?
Yeah.
But absolutely, and you've been part of that. I mean, that's the great beauty about esports. Oh, I love the camera shot. The helicopter shot is always a bit nice, but at Bathurst, the helicopter shot is insane.
Yeah.
You just see how much it snakes through the trees. But yeah, I mean, the great thing about online racing is you can race against real top talent because you don't have to physically be there.
Yeah, and you get to, as you said, you can compare yourself against the best in the region, and that helps other, your country and the people around you get better as well. You look at how much Malaysia has grown since 2020, Singapore, Brunei, basically all of Southeast Asia. Now you've got sim racing, for example, Vietnam now has a sim racing scene as well. So sim racing is growing in Asia Pacific, and having these sorts of competitions helps that. Getting every country involved, and you know, we had the Southeast Asian Games last year as well, where we had all the countries competing as well. So plenty of opportunity. You've also got non-Southeast Asian countries. You've got the Aussies in here as well, and this is their home ground, and they're getting beat by the Southeast Asians at the moment.
Yeah. Speaking about the Aussies, Laundry House, ex-champions, down in 8th position. We didn't quite see what happened to them, did we? Because they were in the top 6, but they've dropped a couple of positions.
I think they have, maybe they boxed as well, because they did have Bruno Gall in the car. Now they've got Terry Rayton in the rusty Porsche livery. Yeah, but this is where the field will get. It'll be interesting to see actually. Nakib Aslan is in the pits right now. We're going to be swapping over to Nabil. how will he compare compared to Russell Reyes? Because Russell Reyes has been smashing out those lap times here. So what has Russell Reyes been able to do so far? Actually, Russell Reyes did a 2:26 last lap. Oh, he's in the pits. He's in the pits.
Oh, Russell Reyes back in the pits?
Yeah. I don't know how that's happened, but he did a 2:26, so maybe if you have a look at his car, maybe he's had a bust up somewhere at some point.
Oh
Yes.
no! Damage on the JMX Phantom car as you see the Stratos car leave the pit lane after the pit stop. Oh, nightmare. He was back in the car, he was flying. You're thinking, right, he could probably get back up to second. Must have been damage off track.
Maybe he went flying in a literally instead of a figuratively. But yeah, unfortunate for them. This is the same thing that happened last year as well. Did a few laps, did a few banger laps, and then made a mistake of some sorts.
Yeah.
Or maybe it wasn't a mistake. Maybe it was contact. We won't know for the moment. But what we do know is that has helped Nabil Aslan and Stratos Motorsports have a bit of breathing room right now. And when when we see the Amigos racing car do their swap, it will be interesting to see whether Masvilton stays in the car or Tusby gets in the car, and how Nabil will compare to them.
Yep, so now Nabil's in the car. Ooh, sliding through the cutting there. You just talked about drivers getting into the car and getting used to the damage. This car's a bit damaged as well, so Nabil will probably take a bit of a time to get used to the car. Oh yeah, missed the apex there. But yeah, this Stratos Motorsport car will be a lot more comfortable now in holding on to that second position, I feel.
And they're doing something quite important, which is collecting points as well, because they, of course, weren't front runners. They haven't been front runners in either race, actually. They were they weren't in the front pack in Spain, but they were the one that would capitalize. They're like the Aston Martin in F1 currently. This race as well, it was similar. They weren't at the front, but they've managed to make their way to the front due to mishaps of others. And this is going to help their championship as well.
Absolutely. But this round's quite different. They have the pace this round.
Yeah.
I'd be quite impressed with the pace of the car. If that first lap incident hadn't happened between, I think, Nakib and Tusby, I think this car would have the pace to challenge for the lead. Whereas in Barcelona, you could say they were definitely missing 4 or 5 tenths.
Yeah, maybe the McLaren's a little bit more in their favor now, but from memory, I don't remember MPRGP being in the front at all in the last race. So this could vault the McLaren into... Amigos Racing wasn't in the fight either. So this could catapult the Stratos Motorsports car into an early championship lead, especially with the JMX car having its own problems as well. Russell Reyes still in 13th at the moment, but outside him, we'll be trying to collect a couple points, I think, from this race.
Yeah, Russell Reyes is going to drop right down. Still think he can finish in the top 5 or 6.
Gonna have to push, but could do that.
Well, maybe not. He is quite far back, actually. He's back out on track. They have got the fastest lap of the race, but I think he's lost a lap.
Couple, he's 2 laps down right now on the leader.
Yeah, let's just go on board with him. There he is. His car looks brand new again, but that's got to hurt. Were the championship leader coming into this round, they're definitely going to lose the championship lead now. But still early days. This is a 5-round championship, and we're only at round 2.
Yeah, plenty of opportunities for them to make their way back. Of course, they were a previous champion of eRGP Endurance Edition as well. They have shown that they can be champions. And what is a surprise is MPRGP leading this race as well. That's not something I would have expected heading into this day. We've got Ristofani in the Ferrari car number 2. We'll be banking some very healthy points for the team here. We've got a few of those few MPRGP cars in this race so far. We've got, 3? Well, I know there's at least 3 of them so far, so plenty of opportunity for that team to bank in some points, start off their championship run in a good way.
Yeah, well, Ristofani obviously started the race. He's back in the car now. I mean, we have drop points. They didn't do round 1, obviously, so round 1 will be the drop point round. Yes, definitely in the hunt for the championship. On the grass a little bit. This will be a good lap.
Yeah, we've got a bit of a drift on for the fans watching. But yeah, as you said, drop rounds as well. There's success balance in this as well, right?
Yes, that's right.
Yes, so they will be benefiting off that. That is a decent strategy. I remember I always considered doing that once in eRGP. We're not doing the first round, and then having the no success balance for the second round and having a banger second round. But it's so risky because if they have a disconnection or something later on in the season,
it
will. They're stuffed. So it's a high risk, high reward situation for them if they do that.
Yeah, but you're a real thinking driver, Josh. I like that about you because I remember. That's quite a clever thinking that could pay off quite well.
Yeah, it is very risky though, because especially yeah, the internet is, or if there's any form of issue, it will ruin your whole season, because you're not just going to have you've got the donut, which you've already dropping, then you got the bad result from the next round as well, or a future round as well. Looking through the rest of this field now as well, just having a look through, we do have a battle on track right now. We've got the Legion of Racers car, Fadli Ratmat, just behind the Ferrari number 82. Very beautiful livery that car is. They're actually quite near the Mustafani, but a lap down at the moment, so a bit of ground to make up with them. The LOR car making their way back through the field, just like last race as well, actually. I remember, I think it was Nigel Chua had an issue and had to climb his way back after an early incident. Same this round. But yeah, they'll be hoping for, I think, some better luck in the future. Track is getting colder now. 15 degrees Celsius ambient, 18 degrees Celsius on track at the moment. Perfect for banging in those good lap times, as long as they can get the tyres warmed up well enough. And yeah, on currently 5:46 p.m. as well. So, boy, New South Wales, you'll get near sunset at least by the end of this race. If not nighttime, so it's kind of like the opposite of the Bathurst 12 hour, which starts in the nighttime and ends up in the daytime. So yeah, but this is the ERGP Endurance Edition Bathurst 4 hour, as we see Nigel Chua getting super close here to the Ferrari car number 82 here. Will he make a move heading into the last corner here? He'd be a bit risky. He has plenty of opportunities later on in the lap to make the overtake, but he wants to try and do it before the cutting, because once he gets past the cutting, then he's basically stuck behind unless the 82 makes a huge mistake.
So a bit interesting how Legion Racers have been a bit slow today, because we from what we've seen in the BOP, the Mercedes should have been a bit quicker, but they're losing, good 4-5 tenths to the likes of Ristafani, Russell Reyes, and Nakib Aslan at the front. So yeah, okay, they got a bit unlucky also with the incident earlier on, and they're trying to recover nicely, but it's not the sort of pace we normally see from Legion Racers, is it?
Yeah, they are making a little bit of ground. They are 8 tenths off the leader right now on this lap, but they are the second fastest on track just at the moment. But yeah, as you said, this whole round, I mean, apart from the incident at the start has maybe masked their potential a little bit. And once you do have an incident, sometimes you do drive a little bit differently. Like you're not trying to, it sounds quite bad, but sometimes this does happen to drivers. When they have an incident, they become a bit more relaxed going through the rest of the race, because they're not fighting for as much as what they were before. Now they're only fighting for a point or two difference. Oh, it's a Legion Racers car has made a mistake. Ooh. They're in the wall there. That's not good for them. He's stuck in an awkward spot here. He's going to have to hope that doesn't get in the way of anyone, but that is damage, and that is a catastrophe for the LOR car there.
I just looked down at my phone for a second. Was that by himself?
Yeah, by himself down the dipper.
Oh, disaster for Fadli Ratmat. He's going to have to come in and fix that car. It looks pretty damaged.
Yeah, that car looks a bit busted there. Maybe you won't be able to see as much of the bonnet of his car sticking up a little bit too much.
Oh, it's a shame. He's just come in for a pit stop as well.
Yeah, same like the JMX car. Both, Indonesian team and Philippine driver, and then the Indonesian driver of the Singaporean team having to go into the pit lane here. Or maybe he'll continue on, but the car looks a bit busted up at this point. Wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't pop back in. He's got the Stratus car just behind him as well, coming up to lap him here. Not a good day in the office for the LOR car.
Yes, one to forget, really. But, they're such a great team that they'll be back better and stronger next round.
Yes, for sure.
But this one's, yeah.
2-4 rounds, but they're going to have to get a good result if they want to fight for the championship in the future. Of course, the team is capable. They've won. They've definitely won SRA Asia Pacific before. Maybe not as a team, but I know Rama as a driver has won before. Yes. So, yeah, he's in the pit lane now, and will probably most likely drop out of the top 10. As we're currently on board with Billy Ebenhauser. Yes. From Java Sim Alpha Vantage. They're driving one of the few Aston Martins in the grid as well. As he goes through the chase, there is no Bathurst jump down the chase like there is on iRacing. No fun for them to do after the race, but still it's a very interesting corner as he dips his tires just into the grass a little bit there. But yeah, they are currently second in Pro-Am, because the Apex Racing car is ahead of them, but I think the timing is a bit question.
So yes, P2 is really good. I think this car's also had a drive-through for a mistake he made at Chase and had contact with someone. So P2 is a good day at the office right now, and it looks like they're got a comfortable lead over the guy in P3. But of course, they need to beat this car car number 333, the Porsche of Apex Racing Brunei. Feel the rubber, it says at the back. He certainly is as he's pushing through the S's and now about to go into the dipper. Great job by this team, and hopefully for Rio this time, they'll get their first win in the Pro-Am class in eRacing GP.
Yeah, I think the celebration might not be as it'll be a little bit different this time because the feeling of winning the first time is obviously a great feeling. But after you've had a win taken away from you and you have to do it a second time, obviously a bit different, but still going to be a feel-good moment for the Apex Racing car. I know that they're taking eRGP quite seriously. They've been hosting their own practice sessions for this as well, which anyone was able to join as well, setting up their own practice, and the team has been quite committed down in their office in Brunei, getting ready for this competition. So yeah, good job for the 333. One of the, well, there's two Porsches at the front at the moment. You got the Laundry House, and then in fourth place, you've also got Talonay in the Porsche at the moment in P8.
Okay, well, let's go through the field, shall we, a little bit. Ristofani in MRGP, and to be honest, he's been flying a bit, to be honest. After the latest round of pit stops, you could see Stratus Motorsport had cut the gap from 24 seconds to 16. So in the pit stop phase, Stratus Motorsport have done a really good job. But now, since then, Ristofani's been flying, and he's eked out another 2 seconds, 18 seconds in front of Stratus Motorsport, and this lap looks like another lap that'll be pretty good. I wonder if he'll go for fastest lap. Fastest lap currently being held by JMX Phantom, the car number 1 car. But yeah, I think drivers want that little bit of honor, and he's certainly pushing, even though he has a healthy lead.
Okay, car number 1 is in P. Car number 1 is the fastest lap. Car number 2 is currently in first place at the moment. And interestingly, fastest on track right now, Jindmas Vilton. After he lost all that time in the last stint, all of a sudden he's putting out the fastest lap of the next stint. So maybe there was an issue with this car that he was struggling to maintain potentially some damage, because this is the Jindmas Vilton that we're used to now.
Absolutely. We'll come to him in a sec. But here we go. And there's Nabil Aslan, brother of Nakib. Oh, that two McLarens in shot, but the white one looks very damaged.
Two different tails, I think, for the McLarens here today, Alex.
I think that McLaren needs to retire. But Nabil, yeah, this looks like it might be a good lap as well. So he's pushing on. I don't think they've given up on the win. 19 seconds though off the lead. That's quite a lot. But there is still quite a bit of racing left to go.
Yeah, maybe Ristofani is taking. Oh, I was going to say he's taking his foot off the gas. Does a 1.3 next lap round, fastest on track at the moment by a considerable amount. So I will eat my words and say that they're taking the foot off the gas, because this gap should extend next lap.
Yeah.
Unless Nabil is able to. No, 2.18 tenths is the gap. So yeah, Ristofani looks pretty confident at the moment in the car number 2 Ferrari.
Yeah, I think Nabil, it's maybe still struggling to get used to the car, because this car is definitely damaged. 202.1 if that was a clean lap. Not as quick as I've seen him do in practice. So yeah, maybe struggling a little bit with that car. But onto the car you were talking about a lap ago, Jindmas Vilton. Yeah, definitely having a much more comfortable second stint, isn't he?
Yeah, for sure. He's comfortable in third place at the moment. Terry Rayton's a fair distance back as well. The other person I'm interested in at the moment is Talonay. And I believe they've just recently pitted, and they're back in the pit lane. So maybe they've picked up some damage or something like that. Let's have a look at the car. We can't really see. Maybe it's at the front. Most of the damage seems to be at the front of each car so far.
Yeah. He's just getting into the car, isn't he? So
he just got in before, but then he's done a couple laps, recompensated, and now they're back in the pit lane. So
wow.
I think something might have happened to them, but that does happen at Bathurst. Anything can happen to these guys.
Yep. You're right. You called it. There was some damage.
He's in the pit. Well, he's going out the pits now. I think they're going to maintain the lead in their class, though. So
it's going to be close.
But they don't have as much breathing room as they did before now.
Okay, let's see. This is the car in second position. Felix Jung. He's coming down to turn 1. Will he get car 3-3? There's car 3-3. He's out of the pit lane. You're right. Car 3-3 still has the lead over car 822, Felix Young.
Now we have a battle for the lead in the Pro-Am class, though. This is spicy.
Ooh, Scarlet Racing in P2 right now, chasing down this car, the Porsche, just in this shot right now. After repairing some damage, the healthy lead is evaporated, but thankfully for them, they are still in the lead.
Yeah, they had a healthy lead, had too much chocolate, and now they're in an unhealthy lead. very risky for them now is you've got the car behind them. It looks like a McLaren, but with a like the old retro McLaren F1 livery, but Ferrari. What I can briefly see in the background of that car as well.
Well, it's a Marlboro livery, isn't it?
Yeah, Marlboro, yeah.
That'd be the Team Uncle car.
Ooh.
What is that? Is that a McLaren?
No, it's a Ferrari. Because we only got 2 McLarens on track at the moment. Well, we've got one in the front, one in the back. So
yeah, Team Uncle Racing Team. Being a long-time supporter team in eRGP, and yeah, great to see him there.
Sure. So yeah, there's lots of Ferraris in this field though. A few BMWs, a couple of Mercs. Got a Honda as well. An Audi. What else? We've got 2 McLarens. So yeah, very diverse field here today. Mostly Ferraris, but the rest of it is still a little bit, you know, diverse. And that's always good. Always good to see different cars. Shows the BOP is working because drivers are willing to drive those cars, which, I mean, obviously the Ferrari is a bit favored. It's a newly released car as well, I believe. So a lot of people want to try it out maybe in this competition, see how it runs this year because all the other cars are old. But yeah, on board with Terry Rayton, the 911 Pro car. Doesn't have the number 1 this year anymore. They were champions before, and then they got beat by JMX last year. So they are not car number 1 anymore. Rusty car, rusty livery. Looks like it's the graffitied laundry house over it. That's the beauty of ACC. You can make whatever livery you want. So
Yeah.
as we have a look now, best lap time's only been a 1.8. Their faster laps actually been quite slow. In fact, anyone outside of the top 3, everyone, I mean, Russell Reyes, Fadli Rahmat, have had the right laps. But when you look at Terry Rayton, for example, he's 8/10 slower than Mustafani, Aslan, and Masvilton's faster laps.
Yeah. But this is a car that's under a bit of pressure. There is a protest going on because with one incident earlier on with Jin Masvilton. So I think the steward's looking at it. If he does get a drive-through, that's going to drop him down. Oof, that'll drop him down a couple positions.
Yeah.
Wow, but look at how many Ferraris there are in the top 10, Josh.
Yes, well, I mean, the Ferrari is a new car to this game, and all these drivers have the opportunity to participate in affecting the BOP of this race as well. So maybe a lot of Ferrari drivers, they've been working to bump up the weight on the other cars as well. So, of course, the way that we do BRP, we look at lap times, consistent lap times on every different car, but we also give the drivers an opportunity to influence as well. They can hop into a server, do some lap times, just to show that, hey, you can do this time in this car, that it needs more weight. So everyone has the opportunity to do that, and it looks like the Ferraris, well, maybe it's the Ferraris overpowered, but you can also see there's lots of Ferraris down the field as well. So it could just be the nature of having so many Ferraris. But it seems like in any sim at the moment, the Ferrari is just overpowered a little bit. You saw it in, eRGP Sprint Edition back last year. You can see it in every sim at the moment. The Ferrari is just good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Go on F1 though.
Not an F1, no, definitely not indeed. Interesting. Let's see how Blue Steel are doing. We haven't seen Blue Steel for a while. Oh, look, Fahad Ghafour is now in... maybe he's not.
Serverman is in the car.
Yeah, looks like he's got some issues. Cameron James, there he is. Car 555 and P18. But yeah, Amo Hazik, our fellow commentator, doing some good laps there. In the car now, in P14. That's not too bad.
They've climbed up the order because I remember when Amro was leaving the office after commentating, he was like, oh, we're in P24, we hope for a top 10,
Yeah.
this happened. And now it's P14, and there's a couple of Pro-Am cars ahead, which he's not going to be getting classified again. So, just sneak into the points here.
Yeah, absolutely. Just got to keep pushing. Could easily sneak into the points.
Yeah, looking down the rest of the field. Of course, at this moment in the race, there can be lulls in the field because everyone is spread out. But that doesn't mean the drama stops, because at any moment the drama will restart. A driver makes a mistake at the chase, and yeah, anything can happen at the moment. As we are still on board with we can have a look at some other drivers in the field. Well, who have we not seen in a while? Trying to have a look bit. I haven't seen Velasquez since his incident, actually. Let's go on board. This is another one of the MPR GP cars. There's 2 of them in single file at the moment. You've got Velasquez and Van Vliet as well. Are they a part European team as well? The MPR GP team, they've got a lot of European surnames. Cristofani as well. And then you got Nabil Aslan in second place at the moment, 19.9 seconds. So that gap is kind of stabilized between the leaders at the moment.
Yeah, I don't think they've got the pace now to quite close the gap down to the leaders, but they're definitely maintaining it. 18, 19 seconds for the last few laps. And to be honest, it's been a great recovery drive. You know, they were down in P8 at one point, so to be up to P2 shows they've had pretty good pace in that car today.
They'll also have the championship lead if it stays at this as well. So good recovery from the McLaren. Obviously not the most favourable car in the EIGP at the moment. However, it's doing a good job in terms of collecting points, whereas others are making mistakes, which is the JMX car, which has made not one but two crucial mistakes this race so far. The first one wasn't as costly, but the Russell Reyes one happened just after the stint started, and he had to box as well, so very unfortunate situation for him.
Okay, Nabil Aslan. Who else have we got there? He's on another good lap here. This might be able to sneak into the ones. Whoa! Okay, let's just see this lap finish first. He does, yep, a 1.8.
But look at Ristofani.
Yes, Ristofani, if you look at the top left, he's got a purple background on the number 1. That's because he set the fastest lap of the race now.
Purple car goes purple.
Purple car goes purple. He's done a 0.9. So, yeah, looking for the whole thing. Pole position, win the race, and fastest lap.
Yeah, so, yeah, they'll get the treble here. They've been leading the entire race as well, haven't they?
Yes, they have.
Yeah, because they got pole position. There was that close, it was close between the three of them at the start, but then, unfortunately, yeah, the gaps have built out a bit, which does happen in endurance racing. It will be close at the start, and then the gaps will spread out just a little bit as well. But yeah, looking for the rest of the field, let's see who else who haven't we given enough airtime to so far? Let's have a look. Well, we've got another MPR GP car, car number 2, Malik at the moment. Flatty Malik had a quiet race, but they're in 5th place. So the Ferrari's doing well at the moment. Who else can we go on board with and have a look at? Here we are. Got Nazir Azman, resident engineer at Axel Sports, also a Racing Line driver. So 22 seconds on his own at the moment, just chugging along, having a good time. He'll want to make up some places as well. However, though, he is in the Pro-Am category, so he should be, first, second, third. He's 4th at the moment. So in contention for a podium, depending on what happens to Muhammad Irfan, or if a driver behind makes a mistake. We've got the Team Techno car here. That was in the wars earlier in the race. I remember Shaquille had a bit of an issue. But they're in the podium position still at the moment, because you've got Talane and Jung just ahead of him as well. And then you've got Ammo in between the Pro-Ams, but that's unfortunately because of an incident early on, which put the Booster car a bit further back.
Yeah. Ammo's pace has been in the 3s of the last couple of laps, but I think he must have had traffic. But yeah, I think he might be able to sneak into the top 10. I have to say, I do like listening to the Audi.
I love that Audi sound, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I saw them at Barbagallo a couple of weeks ago. It was very beautiful sounds the cars make. They're very fun to drive as well. They are quite oversteery. Whereas some of the cars, for example, the Ferrari, you find you get more oversteer. The Audi, depending on what sim you play or real life, you get more oversteer. Especially, ACC, the cars are more likely to understeer, but yeah, the Audi is one of those more oversteery sort of cars. Beautifully sounding. The wheel on the cars also looks quite nice as well. But yeah, who should we go on board with? Let's have a look. Ristofani is going quite fast. Let's have a look at the purple car that is purple right now.
Yeah, pulling out a good gap now. Now he's really pulling out a gap to the guys in second place. 21 seconds, 22 seconds now. So Ristofani doing a mega job.
Yeah, we're 72 laps into this race. We'll tick over 100 before the race is over. 6:23 p.m. Winter in New South Wales. Sunset should be happening soon, as we have a drive-through for car number 18.
No, car 555.
Car 55, yes.
In
we see
18th position.
Cameron James. Stratos Motorsports car. The second Stratos Motorsports car. I'm guessing the B team Stratos Motorsports car, because the other one is currently fighting. But different. Well, the other car is the McLaren, and this one is opted for the Ferrari. The Ferrari is something that they have used in the past, though, from memory, when they've run the 111 car in the past. Actually, yeah, because Stratos to go normally 111, 222. They've had 333 stolen from them this season by the Brunei team. 444, and yeah, because well, Stratos has got 3 cars, so we've got the 222 as well, which is 7 laps down at the moment. So field is spread out. Doesn't mean the racing is boring though. Just means that drivers have got to push, make sure that they don't make mistakes, and yeah, fingers crossed. They've just got to hope that they have a good race.
Yeah, so car 55 is getting a penalty because of an incident at the chase. They were on the inside of car 57, didn't give enough space as they went through it. There was contact, and 57 was kind of punted off into the weeds. So yeah, that's why they will have to serve the penalty within the next 3 laps.
Yeah, otherwise they get disqualified, which is not nice. Actually, you know what I'm going to try? There is a Honda in this field, isn't there? I have not seen the Honda in a while. I saw the pink Honda just then. I was like, yes, we have to go on board with this. The sole Honda in this field, down at the back of the field, but we haven't given this car any airtime from us. We're going to have a look at Nuffle Fires while the race is a bit lull at the moment. Honda isn't a popular car on ACC, is it, Alex?
You know, they just lost 30 kilograms for Bathurst in the last BOP thing. So this car should have been quite good here today. But yeah, Honda's not very popular. There was a period last year where it was OP and really hard to beat. But this livery reminds me of a livery of a butcher that used to run the Nürburgring 24 hours in real life.
A butcher?
Yeah. So he had a all pink.
Oh.
And he had dotted lines to show the different cuts of a pig. So like the shoulder, the hind legs, and everything. So it reminds me of that piggy livery that used to run the Nürburgring 24 hours.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can paint your car livery however you want. I'm guessing the butcher was sponsoring him.
Yeah.
Sponsoring himself as well. On board right now, so the 3 number 1. It's in the Pro-Am class though. Fairly down the order at the moment though. But there isn't. The pro teams have had a fairly clean race so far. As we look, the bottom of it is Royth in the 623. Yeah. Then you got Ammo in the kind of 12. So they've had a fairly straightforward race so far.
Yeah, kind of. Although there are a lot of cars with damage on it. Trying to find the legendary pointer.
Yeah. The computer does not like me anymore. There it is. Yeah. Let's see, who do we want to go on board now? Let's go on board with Darryl Brady in the Darryl Brady car.
Yes. Always on a Porsche. Always a bit green on it.
Yes, blue and green car. I believe Darryl Brady is Filipino, but he lives in Dubai now. So he's connecting from the UAE at the moment. So we've got the Middle East involved in this as well now. So we've got Middle East. I'm guessing Van Vliet is ping is high, and the surname is European. So I feel like he's racing from Europe. We've got Europe here. Oh yeah,
bit of a moment.
Got Europe, got the Middle East, got Asia, got Oceania. We had South American last year, I remember. Yep. North American, not at the moment. But yeah, this truly is a global series. We see the purple cars there. Is that the Ristofani? Yes, it is. Just lapping a few cars there. Yeah, the battle for the lead is basically going to have to be hoping for a mistake, I think, Nabil Aslan, if he wants to get the win.
Ristofani through the chase, looking good. Nice and clean, serenely going, and I think that gap's gone even further out.
Yes. Let's have a look. Aldo in P7 right now is probably the closest on track, 1.7 seconds. Closest battle we've got at the moment. Bit of a gaggle of cars as well. You've got Achsan just ahead of him, who's going to be fighting the 82 car number Ferrari. Looks like it's the one that's just ahead of them as well now here. So we could see an overtake happening soon here. Could see some drama here. Got a couple of cars just around it just to create some more entertainment as well. And yeah, we'll have to see what happens for the Veloce Ragazzo racing car, which was in the wars at the start of the race, wasn't it? I remember hearing an issue for Copano. Maybe?
So
Maybe I'm wrong?
Good move. And you know, that's the head of this field is Nabil. Nabil in P2. But I thought Mads Vilton was catching up a little bit. But Mads Vilton's had a bit of an ordinary lap at the moment. Yeah, no, it's 25 seconds back, quite a bit.
Yeah, the battle for top 3 is chilling at the moment. Closest battle is the one that we're on board with right now, showing you all. Remember as well, for those watching on Facebook, feel free to drop a comment. We might be able to see and talk to you as well. So, great to have everyone along watching today. Drivers are giving their best effort. This is 4 hours of Bathurst as well. eRGP has gone to Bathurst many times before. I remember first time it went there would have been season 1 of Global Edition. It would have been the finale. I remember back in when we used the GT3 cars, but in race room. And I remember that was the championship decider, and I believe ended up winning that. And we've been there as well a couple of times in E1 Championship as well. We went there in the final round of season 0 of E1 as well, in the Formula 1 cars at Bathurst. You do see Formula 1 cars at Bathurst sometimes, but it's more for show. As we had, I think, Liam Lawson driving it at Bathurst 12 Hour this year, as for like a parade lap, I believe. As here we go, battle for lead, chucking himself under the grass as well for good measure. Trying to go around the outside here. Isn't going to make that stick, is he? Oh, yes, he is. As he dive bombs down the inside here. He's given the space there by the MRP GP car, and he's just stuck behind them as well now. They've got a feisty Aston just behind them as well. He's going to want them to say, hey, boys, get a move along. I want to make it overtake too. But yeah, I think Aldo has got a little bit of a pace advantage. Just got to make that overtake stick today.
Yeah, Aldo was very polite through the chase. Allowed Ashton to get back at him. So, but yeah, this is going to carry on for a bit longer, isn't it?
Yeah, good. Some more entertainment for us, so that's a good thing as well.
Yeah.
If Aldo wants to get past and save some time, though, he's going to have to be careful because you've got the Aston just behind as well. And that Aston, while it's a couple laps down, is going to want to overtake it and not lose as much time. I think Audi might look to the inside here. It's a bit of a risky move to make in the Griffin's Bend. And he's just going to sit up behind. Maybe it's not only just an attack, but it's also trying to defend from that Aston behind as well. Maybe it might be a little bit frustrated that there's a couple of cars in his way at the moment, that Aston Martin. Yeah.
Aston is frustrating, isn't it? Because he's obviously a lap down or two. And like, I want to get past these cars. I know I got the pace, but how can I do it without taking them out? Because let's try to unlap yourself. You can easily make a mistake and do something a bit silly.
Yeah, what you don't want to do is end up in the steward's room.
Yes. Ooh, bit of a tail slapper there for the Aston as he went through that corner.
Yeah, went past the 7 News brand in there. Coats higher, spares box. They're looking at all the Shannons, looking at the typical Australian sponsors here.
What's Shannon's?
Shannon's car insurance. Oh, they're the car dealership, I think. I see their ads all the time. Their ads aren't working because I don't know what they do. I know they car selling, I believe, like old org insurance. Oh no, Shannon's Insurance. I've heard Shannon's Insurance before. The saying before. But as we see Aldo Balagulan going down past the Pirelli banner just above them, heading through Commonwealth Straight. Now we're going to go through the chase, and Aldo is going to have a very simple overtake this time. As we go through, I've seen that sponsor in race room before. KW. There's a KW Formula 1 car. Yeah. Liquid Molly. Feek will recognize that. That's on his car.
Yeah.
In his real life car, in his Myvi. Instead of having the radio working, he's got a Liquid Molly car in the front. Yeah. And then you got 7 Mate in the background as well. And yeah, the Aston, as you just pointing out, trying to get past that. Will be frustrating for the Ferrari car, but you don't want to have that car stuck behind you, knocking on your door going, woohoo, I want to go past.
Yeah. So KW makes springs and dampers. What spares box do?
I have no clue. I'm guessing, well, it sounds like a car maintenance company. I know 7 Mate is a TV channel, it's more of like the guys shows per se in Australia. That's where most of the the AFL, Aussie Rules Football, the racing is on as well. Or back when it wasn't 7 Mate. Now I think Supercars is now mostly on KO. We've got BP Ultimate, BP the fuel company, BP Ultimate safety car as well in Australian supercars. So yeah, a lot of typical Australian sponsors around this track. Also can see a set of Corsa competition on there at some point down this mountain as well. As we see Aldo, oh, that is not the place to let them by. Ooh. Oh, there's the Aston going off there down the dipper. Taking a little bit of a shortcut there. That Mercedes looks a bit past the use by day bumper or bonnet. Seems to be sticking out just a little bit here. Yeah. I think now I can see that one in the background. It's the Ferrari. Oh, not the Ferrari, the Audi is going through here. So is the Aston. So the Mercedes there is losing a bit of hefty time here. Looks like we've got a battle here. Actually, I think that there's been a change for the lead of the Pro-Am class. Because Felix Jung is now ahead of Talane in the Brunei car. They're close in combat right now. They've got, I think, the leader right behind them as well for good measure. But, that Brunei car is lost out the lead to the Scarlet Racing car. Not the best thing, but they've still got an hour and 19 minutes to claw that back. As the purple McLaren goes past here. We should be heading to the last pit stop cycle soon. Give it 10-15 minutes and you'll see the drivers going in. They've got the earliest that they can pit if they want to make it home is 1 minute 15 because the 75 minutes minimum. Or actually no, a little bit after that.
Yeah.
Because you've got 75 minutes that you have to do maximum in a stint.
Yeah. So in about 8 minutes basically, you'll start seeing some pit stops happen. And that will go to about, I think, 45 minutes to go.
Yeah, you'll see him. Oh, that is not the way to go. That could open up the door for, I was going to say, Talane to make the overtake back, but that is not looking likely. The Scarlet Racing car does seem to have a little bit of an advantage.
That was a big mistake there by Felix Young, but he still holds on to the Pro-Am lead.
Could have been worse.
Yeah, it could have been worse. That was heart in mouth moment. And it looks like, they're getting there. Of course, looks just who's behind them. It's a car 333 Porsche.
Yes, it is.
And he's going to try and follow that Ferrari through, isn't he?
Yes. The Porsche. I don't know what the Porsche will be thinking right now, whether they want to try and overtake Felix Young or just stay behind and make sure that they don't hit the barriers. Because the Apex Racing team has a good chance as well of keeping the championship lead as well. And they don't want to try something risky. I mean, getting the win is obviously a fantastic feeling, but they also have to think about their championship hunt as well here. This is an endurance race, but every single point counts. It's not just getting the race win, it's getting the championship.
Yeah, that is true. And look, Felix Young coming under more pressure there from Talane in car 333.
Talane just looks
on
like
the grass. That's going to cost him a bit of time.
Yeah, Talane looks a little bit faster at the moment. Lap times that time were affected by the mistake for Felix Young, but the lap before they were fairly even as we see the Lambo. You just getting past the Porsche there. Yeah, this is definitely the closest. This is the closest battle on track at the moment. But yeah, the Felix Young is going to have to let that Lamborghini by, which could open the door if Talane wants to be risky. Nah, man, it looks like.
But it's back at it. This is a really close battle. This is for the lead in Pro-Am.
Yes.
Scarlet Racing versus Apex Brunei.
Yes. As we have a look here. No overtaking going to happen through Skyline here, but yeah, getting a very interesting battle that's brewing here. We'll be interested to see who helps into the car as well, heading into the last in two. Yeah. Right now, though, pretty calm. No one's made a mistake for a while either.
Yeah. It normally happens, isn't it? Most of the mistakes kind of happen in the first two stints, then everyone gets into the rhythm, and the mistakes kind of slow down. Not completely gone, but they kind of slow down. Yeah. But Felix Young, again, not a great exit out of Forest Elbow. And Talane is getting quite close.
It'll be a bit far, but...
a bit too far?
Yeah, a bit too far for now, I think. And yeah, we'll wait and see what happens. But yeah, gap between the top three since we last talked has actually extended. Gizmo is to 29 seconds behind the Bill. The Bill with lapping slower than Ristofani. So right now the top three are just spreading out even more. In terms of driver swaps, we should see Tasby back in the Amigos racing car. Hazwan back in the car for Ristofani. And the Bill Aslan will continue.
It'll be interesting to see Tazi get back in the car, see what sort of lap times he can do as well.
Can he challenge Nabil maybe? That's what we'll have to wait and see. Big gap.
Big gap. But what I think he would do is go for the fastest lap.
Do you get points for fastest lap? A couple points maybe?
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
I think you get 2 points. Let me just check on the regs.
Yeah, so every point counts, which is why you see Ristofani pushing despite his huge gap that he has at the moment. And yeah, the field right now. This is still our closest battle on track for now, and it probably will be for a while until we see the undercuts, the overcuts, and all the drama that happens with the wheel lanes. So keep an eye on this for a while.
Yeah, additional 2 points for fastest lap. So yeah, there'll be quite a few teams going for that. At the moment, Ristofani, the leader, currently has that. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if if Tasby or JMX Phantom try and get that. Yeah, the Ferrari's been very impressive today, I have to say. Race pace has been good. We've also seen qualifying pace has been good. And obviously it's become a favourite car for people in Asia Pacific.
Yeah, well, I think it's also because it's a new car as well. People are eager to try it as well. And yeah, looking through the field at the moment. Yeah, it's just very, very spread out at the moment. Actually, these two, Felix Young and Talonay, actually have Amo Haziki catching up to them very slowly as well. Gap was 4 at the last count, and now it's 2.9. So Amo Haziki is really down that gap. Of course, it won't be for points, but it will be, Ammo will be ahead of every single Pro-Am car, and we'll just focus on getting 2 positions to get that elusive 1 point.
Yeah, not far away. In fact, let's just go have a look at him. There he is, catching up with the Spat on the Pro-Am class. And of course, it's going to be difficult for him now, because he's going to want to try and overtake these guys who are fighting so hard. But he's going to try and want to get through that quite safely.
Yes, but also what this could do is maybe Talonay could use Ammo as a way to get past Jung. Depending on when Ammo gets past, it could compromise Jung a bit, and Talonay can use that opportunity to get past.
Yeah, absolutely. And there is Talonay right now, just bring out a picture. Oops, just lost him. Yeah, let's watch on board with him for a bit. This part, your favorite part of the track? It's incredible. Ooh, big
oh
lift
yeah,
there.
not that incredible for him just then. Maybe it was incredible save, but not an incredible drive through there.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is the most funnest part of the track. It's the highest risk part of the track for sure, but it's definitely super fun to go through this thing, especially in optimum track conditions such as this, Alex. 14 degrees on track, optimum track conditions. You cannot get much faster than this.
Yeah, good point, good point. I mean, oh, he's so close right now. Oof, oh. See the AM drivers here missing the apex.
Yes, they did miss that
Felix
for sure.
missed. Big mistake there by Felix Young.
And this is the opportunity here for Talonay to get the lead. He's going to get it before the chase even. What a move is. You see the McLaren in the background. Or not the McLaren, the Marlboro livery Ferrari having a bit of an issue there. But we see Talonay from Apex Racing Brunei take the lead there. And you got Amo Hazig right behind them. Will Jung try and go for a dive bomb back at him. It doesn't look like it. And Talonay will regain the lead for Apex Racing Brunei.
Good move. That is for the lead, like you said. So back into the Pro-Am lead goes Apex Racing. He's got to get his head down now. It's quite often you see guys a little bit inexperienced when they make these sort of moves and they start making mistakes straight after the pressure. He's got to keep his head nice and cool, just focus on hitting his markers, get the braking right, carry the right speed, and do it in a way that doesn't end up with more mistakes.
As we go on board with Marcus Van Vliet as well, who is right behind the Visceral Esports car actually. So yeah, actually no, this is an Aussie, isn't it? Now that I think about it, because I remember seeing the pre-race spotter guide. This was a Visceral Racing Grand 2 Aussies. The ping is quite high though, so
yep.
maybe it's an Aussie overseas or something like that. But yeah, Marcus Van Vliet, that's the van, but he's right behind Ashan just at the moment. 0.3 seconds is the gap between them, but you can visually see the gap right now in our broadcast as he goes for the dive bomb down the inside. That's and that is a mistake, and he is spun at Griffin's Bend now. That's an awkward space because he's gonna have to loop the car around, but luckily there's a clear track behind him and he's able to continue on And worst case scenario, a little bit of damage and a little bit of lap time there.
Well, it allowed Russell Reyes to go back through as well. So Russell Reyes, our long-time guy in second position, makes a position, and now he'll be around the back of Ashan as well. So Russell Reyes fancy a couple positions and a couple laps. There he is.
Well, there he is. He might make two as well, because Ashan is right in front of Russell Reyes, kind of eagering him on. Like, go on, mate. Go on, go on, go on, go on.
Push, push.
Yes, as he. Oh, that is not the place to make a move. There's a yellow flag as well on track at the moment as well, because there is the Darryl Brady car. Well, Darryl Brady in the Darryl Brady car having an issue at the moment. Russell Reyes will want to get past, I think, down either in Forest Elbow here or he'll wait to Commerce Street, but he's not going to wait. Make the move, compromise everyone. Oh, and he's banged him into the wall a little bit there. Oof. Hopefully for JMX that doesn't cause a steward's inquiry there. Hopefully no damage for Ashan as well. But yeah, that is definitely one way to overtake.
Yeah. I wonder if someone is going to start reaching out and saying, listen, mate, you're going to go for fastest lap? Because he's only, what's that, 300s off the fastest lap? 400s off the fastest lap?
So yeah, Russell Reyes, he can make up a couple of positions. He's got Aldo 11 seconds behind. He can maybe try and get a top 5. As you see, Amo Hazik is kind of in the sandwich at the moment between Jung and Dalanay. So Amo Hazik is only 3/10 behind, pushing. And then he'll be the he won't make a position up points wise, but he'll make a position up and be past everyone in the Pro Am field. As a pro driver, you don't want to lose to the Pro Ams. And yeah, I'm more with Russell Reyes at the moment. Yeah. 1 hour, 8 minutes to go. Pit stops should be beginning soon. But yeah, right now we're just relaxing with Russell Reyes. Doing a good job. Yeah. Very, very good job for him so far. Well, I mean, it's a couple of mistakes, but the comeback drive and the lap time separate.
Yeah. Go Russell Reyes up to 7th position. That's not bad after the 2 pit stops for some pretty bad accident damage. Doing a great job of recovering, but I'm sure they're not done yet. They want that fastest lap as well, and maybe I think they could take 2nd position as well. There's enough time.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, 6th position. 6th position.
See Fadley back right in the pits, and so Juan He. 6 as well. Yeah, phase will be beginning. None of our leaders have hopped in yet though.
Nope.
On board with Amo Zeke. Got a Stratos car there, got the Brunei car there. Got a few cars around. But yeah, Amo Hazik got past the Brunei car or Talanay. But of course that wasn't for position. So as he does a bit of a shake of the car butt, but he hops into the pit lane now, and they'll have to pass over to Sharik for the last hour.
Yes, they will. And this time they get the driving stint just bang on correct.
Don't know what happened last round.
Well, last time in round 1, the Ammo drove for a really long time, and it ended up with Sharik only driving for 15% of the race, which was under the minimum time required, so they had an extra lap added to their time. So they lost the podium.
Yeah, very unfortunate as well, because that was an unlikely podium for Blue Steel as well.
Yes, it was.
And Imran Tihali did a great stint as well to get them into that position. So big shame for them. The Visual Racing Esports car, if you want to go on board with P9 at the moment, right behind the car again. Take number 2 of this. So maybe this time they won't end up in the wall though.
So that's Velasquez. Velasquez?
No, Ashan. Ashan is right ahead of...
sorry.
And it looks like it's going to be take 2 here. This time he's going to try the outside instead of the inside. Maybe this one he'll have more luck as he tries to weave around the outside. I think Ashan must be carrying some damage because Vliet lost a lot of time when a couple laps ago when they had the contact. So yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah, Ashan must be having some damage. I'm not sure why he's quite a bit slower than I expect that car to be.
Maybe he'll be hopping into the pits but waiting for the right time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the right time will probably be now with the amount of time they're leading, and the first leader is pitting, Jin Masvilton. And he'll be
the leaders.
Okay, yeah, Ristafani. He'll have to swap driver at the end of this stint. Currently leading Purple car, Purple still. They're currently taking home maximum points, so they've done a good job so far. Yeah. Just over 1 hour to go. Last bit of the race about to happen. It's been an interesting race so far. High attrition race. Well, not high attrition in cars doing nothing, but high attrition is in lots of carnage. You see Nabil Aslan in second place after all the shenanigans which happened to their car. Yeah, it's been an interesting one so far. Full of battles, just like it was in Spain.
Okay, just looking at a couple of the protests, looking at seeing how they go.
What have we got here? What steward inquiries do we have?
They're still debating the Terry Rayton incident right now.
Ooh. So there could be a penalty coming for the car. Well, net P3 or net P4, but currently P3.
Yeah.
We'll have to wait and see what happens. Was that an early incident though? Maybe with Bruno Gallo when he was in the car. Oh, yellow flag, yellow flag. I saw the yellow flag. There is a Mercedes off the Gamasala. Now that car looks like it's past its use by date. They're gonna have to take that one to the repair shop.
God, can it make it back to the pits?
Yeah, it'd be interesting if there were safety cars in this game. That would spice it up a little bit. We need some safety cars in ACC. Yeah. Have a look here at Mr. Finding. Not hopping into the pit lane yet. Yeah, just chilling. As we see the 623 car, yeah, it's just stopped at the chase. Or it's not stopped, but it's very slowly moving. Yeah. Now we have, yeah, 4 cars just all together here. And we have a Fik here. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam, Josh. Apa khabar?
Bagus. Kau?
Sudah makan?
Apa?
Sudah makan?
I know what makan is, but what's the word before?
Sudah means that have you ate?
Tak.
Belum lagi.
Tak boleh makan.
Tak boleh. Kenapa tak boleh?
Apa?
Kenapa? Why?
Oh, aku commentate.
Wow. You gotta give congrats to Josh. I mean, when he stepped foot in the country, what, 8 months ago? Almost a year ago, right?
9 months ago.
Yeah,
Actually,
months
the first time I came here was commentating
June?
eRGP Endurance last year in June.
Yeah.
The
so
first day in Malaysia, what I did 7 a.m., got up, commentated eRGP Endurance.
So 11 years?
11 years, yeah, I've been here 11 years,
months,
mate.
11 months ago,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, it's been a journey, hasn't it, Josh?
Yeah, bagus.
Why bagus?
Bagus, yeah.
I see you got the belly fat there. I'm guessing that's
I got the Malaysian belly, mate. I left Malaysia, got the belly, and came back. I got the Aussie belly.
Well, Josh Berwin here. We have Bruno Gallo as a shot down. Bruno Gallo's driving the car at the moment. A fellow compatriot to Josh Berwin, the Laundry House Endurance car, Russ Bucket car. And then you do have Marcus Van Villen right behind them as well, chasing down.
Yeah, the Visceral Racing car has been in the wars a bit today. Good debut. This is their first race in eRGP Endurance, I'm going to guess.
Yeah,
it's been their first, yeah.
Yeah, it's their first. So welcome Visceral to the championship. Nice to have you on board. It's nice to have, like, you know, some European teams.
I think they're...
Is Visceral a European team?
It's run by a North American.
Okay.
Or at least it was back when I was in there. But they're an international team. They're more known for their scene in Formula 1. So when they first started out, they were a Formula 1 roster. I was one of their 4 founding members of that roster. And since then, they've brought a few drivers into F1 esports. They had...
Any notable names apart from you?
Shanaka Clay. Oh, I was never in F1 esports. Shanaka Clay. He's won a race in F1 esports. He started out in VSR. Who else? Simon Weigang. Was it
VSR?
What?
BSR, I think.
No, VSR.
Oh, VS.
VSR. The Visceral Racing.
Ah.
When I say VSR, I mean Visceral Racing. Because when we had to change our gamer tags on Xbox back in the day, no one used their full names. So I was VSR Fens, for example.
What was my old gamer tag was a combination of numbers and letters that you had from old phone keypad phone.
Yeah.
Car 12 goes into the wall, coming into Forest Elbow. Where is car 12? Can we find the car? And there's Sharik Zulkarnain.
The blue steel, no! Cherry would have just popped in the car as well. That's
a couple of minutes ago, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, tough luck then for the blue steel car today. This is going to be a drop round, and they're approaching the final hour mark of the race, and shall we look at the calendar before for the rest of the year?
Let's have a look.
Yeah. So
What do we got?
not much action going on track. So round 1 done and dusted. Round 2 is currently going on, followed up by Kyalami for the third round, and then you do have well, the fourth round, however, will be drivers' vote. So Josh, what's different from this year's endurance compared to 2021 and 2022 is that the drivers can vote which track is it that they'll be racing, and I'm hoping that it's either Indianapolis or Valencia, and to top it all off, 8 hours of Spa.
Well, they have plenty of different options to choose from. ACC has included a lot of new tracks this year, and also a difference
It's only
between.
one track, Josh.
Well, I mean, in total, like I remember
Fair
when
enough.
I played ACC, it was just the European tracks. Now you got Bathurst.
Fair enough. Yeah.
So back in the, I remember the last couple of seasons as well. We
Back
had a
in
lot
my
of
day.
we had back in the day. We had lots of 12-hour races. Now we are focusing on 4-hour races as well, which are short, sharp endurance races. But it's short enough where drivers cannot afford to make mistakes, or at least they could today. But normally they cannot.
I somehow prefer the old long endurance racing format, but the problem with it is that, you know, like after COVID got lifted, after the World Health Organization has declared that the COVID-19 pandemic is no longer an emergency, so you know,
So you're saying it's the World Health Organization's fault?
not my fault. I'm not gonna shift the blame towards me, mate.
Nah, the 4-hour endurance racing is good.
Yeah,
It's
I mean,
short and sharp.
Yeah, I mean it's short and sharp. Like, you know, you'll still get plenty of actions going on. Well, both my podiums in ERGP has been from 4-hour races. Yeah,
Nice.
Monza and Paul Ricard. And the Paul Ricard was the only race, well, apart from Silverstone, that was, you know, pouring wet.
Yes.
And I remember how I got to the podium was because Nakeem and my teammate at that time, Nigel Chua, in the sister car, Nakeem went onto the wet part of the track on the visceral straight. Went on the wet part, aquaplaned and swerved into Nigel's path and took both of them out.
Well, not good for them. Good for you though.
Yeah, good for me. I finished on the podium.
Congratulations, mate.
Thank you, mate.
I just wanted back with the VSR car. I'm gonna call them VSR because that's how I know them, and that's how they know them as well.
It's like they rebranded itself from.
No, they've
VSR.
always been visceral. But they, of course, you can't write on the Xbox or your game to like visceral like fence.
Yeah, so VSR.
Yeah, so everyone used like 3 letters. Like there was
Should it be
you had VSR, you had Comrade, CRG, you had CRG, VSR, ESR, ESL. You had all these like big like esports
heard-
thing back in the day.
I had my whole clan tag was UMNO. You know UMNO, the party here, the local party here?
No.
This United Malay National Organization.
Oh.
Well, that's the real one here. But we rebranded ourselves to United Monkeys National Organization. So we're a bunch of monkeys that time.
I remember, because there'd be the people, you know. Actually, no, VSR did have. I remember back when I was in the team, they brought a lot of drivers into the F1 scene. I remember there was at one point, I think like 2018, where they had so many drivers in their roster, like crazy amount of good drivers. And so many of them made F1 esports eventually. So it was a good training ground for them as well, and it was good to see because I remember when it first started out. We basically had a couple of us time trial experts, what they were calling today's time trial experts. So then they end up getting all the, you know, the F1 esports potential drivers, and yeah, they've done pretty well for themselves. They're still alive today.
Yeah.
I remember when they were talking about getting a gaming house like 5 or 6 years ago. They never got that.
Well, getting a house in Australia would be very expensive now, wouldn't it, Josh?
It's a North American team. I don't know what they've got Aussie.
I mean,
they've obviously got Aussie drivers now.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to have a. But to be fair, like Australia is so big that you can fit Malaysia and Indonesia combined.
You can buy a shoebox in Sydney for $1 million if they want.
Yeah, but you know, who the fuck would buy a shoebox for that much? Who would want to buy a shoebox for that much, Josh? Think
I
about
mean, you just take a part of the bush, say it's yours.
it. Fair enough. 55 minutes into the race remaining, and the VSR car has come into the pits to serve his final stop of the race for today. And yeah, not been. Oh wait, the Mario Hasnam is in the car now. So wait, has Nabil pitted yet?
No. I don't think so.
So Nabil has to pit for one last time So technically, like Demario Hasnam now is in the car, but he will be leading the race once Nabil commits his final pit stop.
How long is a pit stop though in ACC?
Okay, so if you were to change tires, 30 seconds. With fuel, with driver change, 30 seconds. It's a fixed time of 30 seconds for everyone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Faham.
yeah, faham. And then like driving down the pit, that'll be. Actually, you know what? Mount Panorama has one of the shortest pit lane in the entire ACC game.
It's like Le Mans. It like goes in like instead of doing the last corner, you can chop it.
Yeah.
It's like how Max Verstappen got pole in 2021.
Mm.
Yeah, the Bathurst 12 hour on iRacing. He did the pit lane.
You did that?
Yeah,
I didn't remember.
bit cheeky of him. It was the two people who got pole position in the Bathurst 12 hour that year, Max Verstappen and Josh Brown.
Oh, yours
Yeah,
true.
yeah,
What,
yeah.
in the-
Axel Sports and Max Verstappen.
and that was
got
what
pole
Axel's
position.
first international win, right?
Yeah, well, it was Axel Sports and Max Verstappen that got the pole position. So we'll just have to do a race to see who's best. So yeah. Let's have a look down the. Let's have a look.
Not much action there going on here.
No one's really retired. from
Well,
this race.
only two cars have tried. The number 16 Jason Tong Academy car and number 73 JSR car. Well, JSR retired because they couldn't. Well, because they disconnected halfway through the race. So God knows what happened to them. However, we've got another chasing car here. Well, this is Alexa Clapan, is it? Chasing down one of them. It's a Lambo. Yeah, it's 110. Andrea Villanueva chasing down Hazim Jamil in the Rd2 66 car.
There's a lot of shuttlers cars actually because they've always got the strategy of getting the triple numbers as we were saying earlier because you've got triple one, triple two, triple three is Brunei team,
I
triple
remember.
five, triple six.
I remembered what Stratos back in 2021 they had like one more all the way to 777. So like what 7 cars on the grid.
I drove the triple four once. I think.
Oh, you did. How did you?
Ah, let's not talk about that. Change the topic. Let's have a look. What we got? Not much battles going on at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we're going to give respect to Fadi Rahman and the Alawar car. I mean, they were in the top 5 early on in the first hour of the race and then had a collision with the number 28 car, dropped all the way down to P26 after they pit for damage. And then they climbed their way up back into the top 10. So it's been a good, well, not been a good afternoon for Alawar as a whole, but it's been a good recovery for them, although they do wish to be higher up in the overall standings for the last hour of the race.
A lot of work to do for sure. I don't think this weather is realistic. It's 7:39 p.m. in Sydney. Well, you said this is set to winter, right? Or it's autumn right now. There. Oh, it's getting close to.
It's getting quite cold.
Getting close to winter. It's getting 13 degrees. Where's the moon? Where's the darkness? Why is it still bright out there? I mean, LOL. I commented on it because I saw LOL with the headlights on, and then I look at the sky.
It's gonna be it's times 2 time multiplier, so I reckon that it'll be. Well, so I reckon that by the time we get to the end of the race, the track will be in pitch black conditions, and there's going to be no visibility whatsoever. So be careful, drivers. You are going to have the time of your life in the last 30 minutes of the race.
I really hope that they've got a headlight button mapped.
They do actually.
Good.
I mean, I don't think that none of the teams here has, gone into the race without the endurance variant of the cars.
Okay, so it's like automatically done so that they. But do they have to actually press it on?
It depends. Well, you can have them automatically turned on for you, or you can do it manually. Well, it depends.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Nabil Azlan yet to pit. Is he going to pit this lap? And I think he is. So we caught Nabil Azlan right at a great time, and he is going to pit for his final stop. Hasnam, on the other hand, coming into the chase, and we'll get back. And Bruno Gallo has a drive-through penalty.
That would be the incident that I think.
Yeah,
we
with Tasmin
earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, with the 44 car. So Bruno Gallo has got 3 laps to serve the drive-through. And if you don't do it in 3 laps, you are out of the race. Bruno Gallo stays out. He's got 2 more laps to do after this.
Yes, for sure. As Yeah, that might drop him down the order a little bit, but the top 5 do have a bit of a gap to the rest of the field.
Yeah.
But yeah, the top few are just so spread out from each other at the moment.
Yeah. So I reckon that when Bruno Gallo exits the pit, he'll probably be ahead of the LOR car in P8. Well, gotta see really. Just giving some love to the Pro-Am cars.
Yes.
Yep, Irfan here.
Oh, we've got Keith in this as well.
Yeah, Keith is racing for Rising Line. So he's racing with the well-known Rising Line team who finished second in the GT4 class last year, in the M class last year. And well, for Keith Mo, Keith is actually doing well. Okay, let's be real here. Keith, this is his first time racing up in the mountains, and this is his first time racing in an endurance event. And well, he can't drive more than an hour. This is what his dad Rick told me. If he drives more than an hour, then he'll be extremely tired afterwards.
Maybe they got the force feedback up a decent amount. Because for example, you saw like, of course drivers are different force feedback settings. You see Nick Keep, for example, he can take his hands off the wheel down the straight, and the wheel doesn't go like up and down,
Yeah,
and
but
doesn't go out of control.
Yeah, but then again, Nakib doesn't use a direct drive.
I don't use a direct drive and that happens to me. I suffer that.
Yeah, depends really. I mean, Nakib's using the T300, which is like, you know, one of the lowest force feedback wheel that you can get out there, well, apart from the Logitech G923 or G29, whatever.
No, you can feel the true force with Logitech. What do you mean?
Can't do it with ACC, mate.
Mate, you with the Logitech G920, you can really feel the true force technology.
Ooh, Sakura into the wall.
That is not good. That is not a good spot.
Ooh.
That is
Well, should have turned off to TC and spun the car now, didn't he?
yeah, he's fine. He's got plenty of gap to behind.
It's not a good spot to lose the car there. I mean, I flipped the car there once.
Yeah, so did I. I think everyone has.
I think everyone has like insane racing. And yeah, if you don't flip the car at least once in Mount Panorama, then you're not doing Mount Panorama right.
Yes.
Dafan Nabil, P7 is going to be promoted up to P6 once Bruno Gallo serves his drive penalty. As we say goodbye to Josh Berwin and hello to Alex Young. Now, Alex, you've driven in Bathurst before. Have you?
Yes, I have. Definitely one of my top 5 tracks in the world. It's such a great track.
What are those other 4?
Well, Nordschleife is number 1 by far. I don't think you can touch Nordschleife, can you? Nordschleife is like 5 Bathurst. Well, what else would it be there? Suzuka? Spa, yeah, I guess Spa would be there. Those are the boring choices. No, Le Mans is a very easy track. It's kind of a dull track, to be honest. I mean, the prototype on RF2 is great fun. But you know, there's so many great tracks with elevation out there. I don't know, what would be your top 5 tracks?
I mean, Bathurst and Nordschleife and Spa would probably definitely be in there.
Yep, that's 3.
My other 2 would probably be Watkins. Watkins, and my last choice would be Road America.
Yeah, you know, those are great tracks. I've not done Road America. I've done Laguna in real life in A1GP. That's really up there as well. Yeah, it's be a big fight for the last 2. I think Suzuka would be there. Maybe Macau. Yeah, I mean, for street tracks, I think Macau's the greatest, for sure. Macau's really good fun.
Yeah. I mean, Mount Panorama itself is so difficult, not just in real life, but also in the same. Alpha Faiz who has lost the car there, and this part of the track is such a common place to lose the car, so you don't want to. You know, Alpha Faiz has to get out from this spot right away. He doesn't want to interrupt any of the cars right behind him. He's got a drive-through as well, though, Alpha Faiz, so to make matters worse, it's not been a good afternoon for them, the 311 car.
No, it's not. It's been a baptism of fire. Obviously, had to learn a lot as they went along. There's Rust Bucket Laundry House.
Just exited the pits.
Yeah, just exited the pits. I think that's going to cost him a position, unfortunately. He was in front of Balagulan. I don't think Balagulan stopped yet.
Yeah, I don't think it's stopped yet, so that pops up a question: where did Laundry House come out from this?
I don't think they've lost a further position, but once Balagulan stops, it's going to be a tough battle between them and that Audi.
Yeah. So Ferrari up ahead, they're showing Super 9 loses the rear just slightly there. Coming uphill on the mountain. Setup is everything here. If you don't have a safe setup for the top of the mountain, then you have the tendency to lose the rear quite a lot.
Yeah.
Unless you're driving a front engine car. But even then, driving a front engine car such as the Mercedes and the Aston, it can get a little bit tricky sometimes. However, the milk is just a lot coming up the hill.
Oof, oof. Blue Steel diving down the inside, just about got away with that. Luckily the Porsche saw him and gave him some space. That was close.
It was, and but my car at Laundry House is still in P5.
Yeah.
So, well, they didn't lose a position. Well, they lost the position, but that's because Ali Balugula has yet to pit. That 730 car is right ahead. Coming into Conrad Straight now. And once they pit, Gala will move up to P4.
Okay, let's see how that pairs up. Ooh, Blue Steel defending into the last corner. Why is he defending into the last corner?
Giving way to...
Oh, giving way. That's unusual way of giving way.
Yeah, should have backed off a little bit there, Sharik.
Yeah, on the inside of the apex.
It's the lucky thing that they didn't have it coming together. Give some love to the race leader here today from MPRGP, Damir Hasnam, and well, I forgot what his teammate name is. Rostafino? I think it is.
Began with R.
Yeah, it begins with but they're doing such a tremendous job here at the moment.
Yes, let me get the sponsors guide out. I don't want to murder the name.
Yeah. Damir Hasnam and his teammate here doing a tremendous job here, leading all the way since the start of the race. 2.5 hours, but 3.5 hours ago.
Yeah, so Hasnam is in the car, and Ristofani did a great job. He put it on pole, drove an excellent first and third stint. So really, Hasnam's looking in a good position here. 42 seconds in front of Nabu Aslan. So it looks like Nabu Aslan has repaired that car, because he was 20 seconds and now he's 42. It makes me think that they must have done an extra time to repair that car.
Yep, and Bill, of course, has the satanic eye skin that he's gotten from the brother. But consistently lapping in the 201, so it's not been a great of a stint so far. Still 8/10 off from the number 2 Damir Hasnam car. So it goes to show how quick this new entry into the championship is.
Yep. Okay, Aldo Balagulan is in the pit. Let's see how he comes out of the pit, whether he can get out of the pit.
Yep,
there
right
he is.
in the pits now. Where's Bruno Gallo in all this? Coming out of the chase right now, and like what we said earlier, Alex.
Yeah, if you can get in front of Balagulan, then that drive-through will have cost them nothing, which is pretty lucky, to be honest. Comes out the last corner. Where's Balagulan? Still in the pits.
Yep.
Okay, good news for Laundry House. They're going to take back their 4th position despite their drive-through.
Yep, so they've lost nothing here, Laundry House.
Well.
And yes, but still quite. But because of the drive-through, the gap between them and the number 44 is huge now. So chances of them getting into the podium probably very slim.
Yeah. It's big gaps all around. Actually, the race has settled down into these big gaps, haven't they?
Yeah, we have Keith Moore in the broadcast link.
Yeah.
So
Pro-Am. Let's see.
where is Keith?
There he is. We can't see him.
It's a bit weird there. I don't know what's going on with SSC, but we can't click on. Where is Keith? Is he even racing?
Oh no, don't tell me he's been disconnected.
He has been disconnected. Oh no.
dear.
Yeah, I think Keith Moore has been disconnected and he doesn't realize it. They didn't realize it, I think. Oh, such a catastrophe for the Rising Line 57 car.
Yeah, that was a shame. They were in, I think, P8 or 9 in Pro-Am. But
But that's eRacing for you.
happens.
Yeah, you need stable internet connection. That's why it's preferred to race with a LAN cable instead of a Wi-Fi.
Tell you what, Tasby's pushing for the fastest lap of the race. His last lap was a 1.0. If he can find a 10th, he'll get the fastest lap of the race and those additional 2 points with it. So he's pushing hard. Yeah, he's a 10th up. Can Mohammed Tasby in the Ferrari sneak the fastest lap of the race?
Yeah, he's got to be careful here, Tasby. He's pushing like hell at the moment, and ooh, ever so slightly to the wall there.
Yeah, didn't quite get the exit out of Forest Elbow he wanted. Still, a couple corners left to go. P3 now, car 44, late entry into this round. He'll be super happy with the podium finish.
Yeah, and with 4 more rounds to go, well, bar this one, 3 more rounds to go after this one. Now they've got no way to consider this as a drop point. They have already skipped round 1, so that's their drop point round, technically, drop round technically.
Yep. Okay, it's nip and tuck to see if this is going to be faster or not. You'll have to be perfect in the last corner. Gets to the last corner, looks okay. Oh, it looks okay.
209.67.
Oh,
ever so slightly here.
half a 10th off the fastest lap of the race.
Yep, third quickest car overall for tonight. Sorry, for today. That man on your screen, Dafanabe, the number 1 car, has got the second quickest lap. And Hasnam has got the outright quickest lap overall with a time of 2 minute flat .912. And Dafanabe is chasing down Roy Ripperip, who has pitted for, well, that car has pitted for A, driver swap, and B, tyre change as well. So number 730 has got fresher tyres, it's got a fresh driver, but can Roy Ripperip get up to speed quickly?
Yeah. Duffer wants that position, doesn't he? The JMX Phantom doesn't like to be fit. They only like to be fighting for first position, but they've had a tough race. Bit unlucky with traffic as well, caused that first accident. But if they can get into top 5, top 5 is still possible. It's still on.
Yeah, it is.
But he needs to clear the Audi now.
He's got a battle for the podium in the Pro-Am category. You've got Max Lee and Asa HMR right behind one another. Well, that gap was 3/10 before something happened. Something must have happened to Max Lee. Don't know what happened.
But this battle's been going on pretty much all race. I think Azhar's overtaken. No, he hasn't.
No, he hasn't. He still stays in P2. So anyway, back to the battle up ahead between Dafa and Roy. Roy is right in front. He's got a back marker giving way the HME car. And that BMW doesn't look like it's carrying any damage from its earlier contacts.
I think they repaired it.
Yeah, they repaired it, so that's cost them a little bit of time, but not by much. Roy Ripperip though, you can't count this, you can't count him out. Even though he's in, well, a slower car, which is the Audi, but Roy Ripperip is actually a very consistent driver in a global edition of eRGP. He's one of the few drivers who's qualified on pole for all the rounds in global edition 9, if I'm not mistaken. And it's only, but the thing about it is that he's converted from pole to a win only once.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's
Qualifying specialist, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's a pretty bad conversion rate. But in the endurance edition, he looks very comfortable in this long endurance edition, in this long endurance format.
Yeah, he's done a few races in your league as well, hasn't he? I've seen him on quite a few ACC leagues.
Yeah.
So I think he prefers this game, doesn't he?
Yeah, he prefers this game. I mean, but the thing about sim races is that you need to be, you can only be good in a few games. You can't be good. You can't be great in all games because I don't know anyone in the sim racing world who's quick in every title that they play.
Every title, maybe not, but Verstappen's great in iRacing, RF2. Okay, those are the 2 games he plays. We got people like James Baldwin, who's...
Well, Baldwin's done quite a few. Ren Sport,
Yeah.
R-Factor, ACC, this is Baby.
Who else is good across different platforms? Josh Rogers, when he did ACC for that short while.
Oh, yeah.
Very quick.
Dane Warren.
Yeah.
The VRS one, that was basically
Yeah.
now being picked up by Porsche Esports to represent them in Rennsport and Virtual Le Mans. So Dafan Abil though still hasn't managed to close the gap to Roy and overtake him. So he's got 35 minutes to go, ample time still, but with one lap being 2 minutes long, he's got roughly, give or take, 17 more laps
Yeah.
to overtake Roy.
Yeah. This not being able to clear this Audi is just pulled. He's not going to get to the top 5 now because it's running out of time now. But yeah, they've still got a very good chance of trying to get the Audi. The question is, where do they get him? Because the Audi looks quite quick in a straight line.
Yeah, the Audi's, even though like the uphill part of Conrad Straight, like the Audi is putting away, which is quite surprising, let's be honest. But the BMW is notorious for its straight line speed. So I thought that Dafan Abil wouldn't have any issues overtaking Roy coming into the chase, but he seems to be struggling very slightly.
Okay. Who else is further back? Let's see that battle for Pro-Am, shall we?
Yeah, Max Lee and Asa Ishama. Well, Max Lee is well, that's Asa right ahead. Sorry, yeah, that's Asa in the Porsche. Max Lee is 12 seconds behind. So what was a 1 second gap has now become a 12-second gap. So no idea what's going on. Irfan, though, on the other hand, from Team Techno, is currently leading the way in the Pro-Am category, and it's not been a very good. Well, I wouldn't say it's not been a very good round for them, but you know that is completely the opposite of what's going on right now. Leading the way in Pro-Am, and we'll be running away with 25 points in the bag from Mount Panorama into the next round in Kailani in 2 months' time.
Yeah. So they've been very quiet the whole race. Haven't seen them in the top 3 really, and they've come to the fore right at the end of the race, and that was like round 1 because this team won round 1 as well, and again had a very quiet race, but just got to the front at the very end of the race. And wow, it's quite astonishing that they're repeating this again, because I was looking at them in the first stint and I thought, right, they're too far back, they're not going to really feature in this race, but they've done a great job. Yeah, Team Techno car 77 now leading, and the lap time's good enough in the 3s. Okay, Alsar's a little bit quicker in P2, but with 32 minutes to go, it's a lot to make up.
Indeed, and Irfan has done a remarkable job. Irfan, Rio, and Ilham Shak. I'm just going to call him Ilham Karim Shak. Yeah, I'm just going to call him Shaquille O'Neal from now on. Easier for me to pronounce.
Big Shaq and Fast Shaq.
Big Shaq and Fast Shaq. I'm going to call him Fast Little Shaq.
Yeah.
Been a good 2 rounds for Team Techno so far. If they keep on winning though, then you know it'll go to show that this team that was formed last year is a force to be reckoned with, especially you know for many years to come in the local Southeast Asian sim racing scene.
Yeah, very good to see. Team Techno is based where?
In Indonesia.
Indonesia.
Yeah.
That's another thing. It's great to see so many Indonesian teams.
Yeah, the Indonesian talent pool in sim racing is huge. You've got, well, Andika Rama started it all, honestly.
Yeah.
10 years ago with his adventures in GT Academy.
Yeah. And he's still at the top of the game, isn't he?
He is.
Very, very quick driver.
And not only that, but Rama has actually ventured into drifting now. So, guy is a man of, well, many things.
Yes, he is. Legion Racer driver, not racing with us this weekend, but I'm sure we'll see him back at some point.
Yep, probably getting ready for SR Asia. Yes, talent pool from Indonesia. The Singaporean-based Indonesian car, LOR is right behind him, 889. Now Fajid Rahman is also another quick Indonesian, and Moreno Pratama as well. So both quick Indonesians, bar Rama in this car, is down to P9. But what more can you do from 889? You can't get a lot, especially after that collision in the first hour of the race. Well, Roy Riparip has been overtaken by Dafan Abil. So,
Finally.
yeah. So, 6 seconds is the gap between Dafa and Vishnu. I'm going to see Dafa's last lap. is a 2-minute 2, whereas Vishnu is a 2-minute 3. So Darfast 1.4 seconds quicker. By my calculations, they'll be right in the rear wing of Vishnu in presumably 4 more laps, and then it'll be 22 minutes for Dafa to overtake Vishnu for top 5.
Sparks showing as they go through the dipper. Means it's getting dark.
Indeed. Just like what we predicted, 30 minutes into the final 30 minutes of the race, and track is getting darker and darker. You can't see the sun now, but you can see the headlight, the bright white headlight coming out from all 31 cars from today's race.
Temperatures are getting very cold now, 12 degrees. Teams will be struggling to keep the temperatures in the tires at this point. They can't back off. They've got to keep pushing so the temperatures stay there.
Yep. But I think teams will be smart enough to know to bump up the pressures of the tires for the final hour of the race, knowing that it's a time to time multiplier, and the air temperature will drop down to presumably 10 degrees Celsius by the time we cross the line. And if you don't increase the temperature, that means you won't have enough grip because the tire will be running too cold.
One of the Stratus cars running wide at turn 1. But yeah, they will have to be on top of that. Pro-Am class. Ooh, that gap's coming down a little bit. 5 seconds now.
Yeah, so battle for Pro-Am coming up between Irfan and Asa. Brunei versus Indonesia all over again. The Apex Racing Brunei class, even though it was established last year, is also another car to keep an eye on for this year's ERGB Championship.
Yeah.
Led by Ben Seek Ben Seek is a Kiwi, isn't he?
He's a Kiwi. I think he's managing the team. I don't think he's driving today. But Azhar has been really the driver that's been quite outstanding in that car right now. Looks like they're fastest lap racing. 1.6, which they have just set on the last lap. So they pulled almost 2 seconds in the car in front.
5 seconds is a gap now, so the gap is definitely coming down. The question is, how quick can that gap be? Mind you, Irfan has got 2 back markers up ahead that he needs to clear right away. It's a 242, wouldn't say trouble-free circuit car, but that car has been in the walls quite a reasonable amount of time today. And especially at this part of the mountain, you kind of want to be away from them if I was Techno.
Yeah. Team Techno definitely getting hunted right now. Their fastest lap of the race is 1.4 seconds slower than Apex Brunei's fastest lap of the race. So, yeah, they're going to be very nervous. They know track position is key, but 27 minutes to go. They'll be looking at the clock. So I think everyone in that team will be biting their nails, watching the screens, hoping for the best.
Yep, Dafan Nabil, 4.6 seconds the gap between him and Vishnu, so Dafan is not too far of a reach from Dafan Nabil and JMX Phantom to reach the top 5. And it's 3 seconds the gap now for Azhar and between Azhar and Irfan. So game on, I guess, for Pro-Am. We had a close finish for Pro-Am last time out, didn't we?
Yeah, very close finish. But like I said, Irfan, Team Techno did a really good job there, as they are today.
Indeed. Okay. Showing a bit of love to Nabil Azlan. 111. Stratos Motorsports car. Trouble-free afternoon, I'll say, but not really because of that scraping the rear right there, Nabil.
Yeah, just touching the wall on the outside.
Too close for comfort.
Obviously feels his car is too clean, so wants to put a couple more scratches on it.
Yeah, but the front is a little bit scuffed there, isn't it? After the collision between them and...
Yeah. That car's had quite a bit of contact this race.
Yeah, but it was to show that even though with the front end damage, normally with that amount of damage on the McLaren, you tend to feel a lot of understeer. But this doesn't seem to be the case for 111.
It'd be good to talk to him after the race, see
Yeah,
what he
probably.
says.
Yeah, we should.
There he is. What do you call him? The demon eyes? The devil eyes?
Coming from a very strong weekend last week in MCS, where they won the MTC class, didn't they?
Absolutely. Let's not forget a lot of real life drivers here, and the Aslan brothers won the national championship round 1, the MTC class. So that's probably the most prestigious national class.
Oh, one of the prestigious.
I would say it's the most prestigious.
Yeah.
You have proper teams there building the cars, you know, so they're bespoke race cars. Big budgets involved. So yeah,
With
they're
manufacturer support as well.
yes,
Yeah.
yes, manufacturer support too.
Yeah, and it's also the face of Toyota Malaysia now. Well,
Yeah.
just come up from winning S1K last year.
Yeah, yeah. So they're doing well, making waves in both worlds.
Yeah. Further behind, 44.
Tasby, they're getting a bit of traffic now. I know he had a really good go at trying to get fastest lap. Looks like he's given it up, but yeah, he needed to find 900s to get that. Sorry, not 900s. Half a 10.
Is that Uncle Rafiq, or is that Alif? I think that's Uncle Rafiq. The father? The background?
Maybe.
Goes to show that Tasby was. Oh, is that Alif? Alif's not back in town, is he?
Yes, he is.
Oh, he is.
So the guy in the behind that shot, if that's Alif, he's representing Singapore in the esports, Olympics esports in Singapore at the end of June. So he's back training for that championship. When we one of 12 teams who qualify for the Olympics.
The summer decision already. Well, summer holidays already for the Americans here.
Yep, absolutely. So he's back from studying and focusing on that.
Yep. Well, Alif, if you can hear us, give us a wave. Show us your handsome face. Or probably, rub Tasby's hair a little bit. Sky's getting a lot darker now. You can't see anything of the windscreen. Let's ride on board with Tasby for a lap around Mount Panorama in pitch black darkness. Like what is going on with Josh Bowley's life. There you go, at least at the back shot. Yeah, 450 as a drive trip penalty. And I think that might be for one of the collisions coming up to... Josh, what's the corner name after Conroy Strait? The chase? No, second one. Right, 32. Griffin's Bend, yes. So yes, confirmation 450 has a drive penalty for a collision in Griffin's Bend.
That was on turn 2 where he lunged car 82. He actually spun, but put car 82 in the wall a bit, so that's why he's got the penalty. Just came from a little bit too far back. You know how it is in turn 2. Turn 2 you really need to be alongside or at least have some sort of overlap before you can make that sort of move work.
You need a high level of respect. See, that's the thing about Bathurst and Nürburgring. You need a high level of respect and communication between drivers to understand what's going on, really. Because Bathurst is not the widest track in the world. Let's be honest. It's one of the narrowest track, especially up the mountains. Where, well, if you want to make an overtaking move, and what's that gleaming yellow light popping up the street momentarily there? Probably the light reflection coming out of Tasby's car.
Yeah, it's still pushing on. This is on track to be a 1.5, which is very quick in these conditions. But everyone's slowing down a little bit. When it gets dark like this, it always takes a while to get adjusted to the dark.
Yep, 450 now into the pits. Now 889 is a long way behind. So I doubt that 889 will move out of position into P8. So technically, 450 didn't lose any position whatsoever. So drive through, I would say, not wasted then.
No, I have to say for Laundry House, Bruno Gala and Terry, they've done a very good job. Because the Porsche's not looked quick enough today. You know, their fastest lap is a second, almost a second off the guys in the top 3. So they had to execute a really flawless race. Okay, they had a drive-through for one incident, but other than that, it's been a pretty flawless race by the duo.
Yeah, I think you can also factor in that the Porsche is not one of the greatest cars in Mount Panorama. Let's be honest. I mean, I would still say that the new Ferrari is one of the quickest cars. Even the old 488 was predominantly quick before SRO Esports had to nerf the car a lot just so that it can have just so that it can have an equal playing field all around. Because that's what BOP is all about anyway, equal playing field.
Yeah.
Dafan Nabil, 1.6 seconds now, so the gap is not too far ahead. The gap is not too far back. And he's got Vishnu in his sights.
Yeah, this is one battle that we have to watch. Can he get into the top 5, which would be a great recovery drive for J-Wings Phantom if they can. And other than this battle, we've got to watch the battle for the Pro-Am class because that's getting very spicy as well. Maybe we should go to the Pro-Am class first. Yep. Because Azhar's only 2/10 behind Ifan right now. There they are.
Oh, Azhar's got front end damage. Look at the mirror scuff.
Yeah. I think the easier question is not who's got damage at this stage of the race, but perhaps who hasn't got damage.
Yeah, Azhar's got front end damage. Look at that, the bonnet is a little bit raised up. Whereas Irfan doesn't look like he has damage, but he's struggling with grip here, so I think he's got overheated tires. Whereas Azhar doesn't, but he's got damage, so it's a little bit of a mixed bag here.
Well, Azhar's quite a bit
Oh,
quicker.
Azhar!
Oh!
Oh! Wall!
So this is where he's showing his inexperience there. He's been so quick, but he is an AM driver, and these mistakes do crop up.
Yeah.
Just needs to stay calm. You know, there's 17 minutes to go. You don't need
Still
to
a long way to go. You've got what,
Yeah.
8 more laps? Well, 9 more laps before the white flags mention.
And he's got plenty of pace, you know. So, but he doesn't need to keep having moments. He just needs to calm down, drive his race, and he has a very good chance of taking that position and the win. These guys, of course, finished first and second in round 1 in the Pro-Am class in this exact orders. So Apex Racing Brunei are going to try really hard to try and upset that and take the win.
Indeed. The gap has now dropped down to 1.1 seconds. How quick can Azhar regain those lost few tenths back? Question is, can he do it with the help of Fadi Rahmat in the LOR car? Probably he can. Fadi Rahmat is getting really close to Irfan, but he doesn't want any part of it whatsoever. Here's a difficult bit, Alex. Like, what would you do in this situation if you're Fadi Rahmat? Do you give them way? I mean, you don't want to give them way, but then again, you don't want to be the one responsible for taking out the guy chasing for class honors.
Yeah, that is very true. He'll want to clear them though. You know, he's a driver. He can't just sit there for 8-9 laps and just watch him race. He wants to clear them. So, but yes, I'm sure there's someone in his ear saying, listen, these guys are fine for Pro-Am, so try and get through cleanly.
Yeah. But then again, what I realized about some of these sim drivers is that they won't really, it doesn't matter if like the car ahead is fighting for P1 or whatever. They'll just go for it.
Yeah.
But then again, it comes down to attitude, I would say.
Yeah, I generally find most sim drivers, you know, they do have a head on their shoulders, and they do think about these things. Well, let's see.
Yep. Final 15 minutes of the race.
Final 15 minutes of the race. Padli Rahmat there in a P9. He's too far away really to try and get P8. But this Pro-Am battle is a good one. But the Porsche from Apex Racing has just dropped back a little bit. Yeah, see, Vantley's trying to get through, but the Audi's not letting him.
Yeah.
The Audi knows he wants to keep the Mercedes there because it keeps a car between him and his competitor, so he's pushing hard.
But he's going to pressure himself into Fadli's from Fadli right behind him. That's the thing.
Shall we come back to this? Because we should also look at the battle for 5th position right now.
Yeah, we should. So Dafan Nabil here. Well, once 9/10 is the gap now between him and Vishnu. Not too far. What was 7-second gap, what, 10 minutes ago has now become 1
Nothing.
second, less than a second in span of 10 laps.
You can see the darkness is causing some issues though, because he's tagging the apex a bit too hard in the last corner, so the turning points get a bit tricky. The these GT3 cars do angle their lights so that they look out to the side, so you can look at the apex when you go into the corner. But still, you know, it's not as perfect as having daylight.
You've got Roy Ripper, he's got a back marker to negotiate the Ferrari, and there you go. Okay, Dafan Nabil is chasing down. 1.1 second is the gap now. How quick can you do it to Dafan?
That's the question.
Yeah, I think we're going to go back to the battle for P12 and P1. Perhaps.
Yep.
Yep. Oh, there you go.
Oh, perfect timing. Oof. Irfan around the outside. Oh, Azhar slips down the inside of turn 1. Nicely done.
Nicely done. Well, Team Techno, what was a comfortable race in P1 has now dropped to P2. And it's game on then for the Pro Am Championship.
Yep. Let's see if he can come back.
Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's got the pace to come back.
It's probably going to take a while, but nah, I think his car is. I think he's got cold tires.
Right, I think he's struggling
Yeah,
with
he's
the pressures.
struggling with the pressures here. Now back to Dafa. 4/10 is the gap now. Can he go up in the inside, come into the chase? Doesn't look like it. Dafa looks very composed here. He's not losing the front or the rear whatsoever, so his tires are perfect for overtaking for the final 12 minutes of the race. Car 311 again into the wall, up on Skyline. 5/10 gap. Last lap was a 2-minute 3, whereas Aryadi Vishnu's last lap was a 2-minute 3.8, so 7 seconds quicker is Dafa Nabil compared to Vishnu. The only car in the 201s is the leading car, the Mario Haas now. 2-minute 1, as Dafa Nabil tries to make a move down the inside, looks for it, backs off, and being very sensible here.
Nicely done.
Coming out of Griffin's Bend, now coming into turn 5. Can he do a Nakib Aslan? I don't think so. He's still a little bit further back. 311 is still stuck in the gravel in Skyline itself. Riding on board Dafa again here. From a cockpit point of view, is he going to lift?
Small lift there.
Yeah, small lift there. A little bit of lift, not too much. But again, that lift is to stabilize the car. Otherwise, it's going to understay into the wall. Very clean there from Dafa.
Yeah, but also taking it quite easy as well.
I think he knows. I think he's probably lighting up a move, not in the chase, because the new Ferrari is actually quite quick on straights. But Dafa has got a slipstream, and he's got a much better exit. Look at that. The gap is getting closer. The car is getting closer. You can see the rear wing of the Ferrari getting a lot closer right now. Dafa lining up alongside Aryadi Vishnu. Coming into the chase. Will there be any kerfuffle going on? Dafa leaves enough room. Aryadi Vishnu goes wide, and Dafa overtakes around the outside coming into the chase. So job well done for Dafa Nabil.
Yep, nice job there by the reigning champions. So JMX Phantom up to P5. Wow, who would have thought that about an hour and a half ago?
Yep.
Good recovery.
Yep, 898 into the wall there, but he wasn't interrupting this battle whatsoever. You have to go back to the battle between Azhar and Irfan for Pro Am honors here.
Still quite close.
Oh no! Asa into the wall, coming into elbow.
He's thrown away the win.
He's thrown away. There's too much pressure there from Muhammad Irfan from Team Techno. And he's got 10 minutes. Now what do you do if the car is badly damaged? Do you stay out and drive slowly knowing that the car behind Ahmad Abdullah is miles away?
Sure, good question.
You've got 10 minutes. What would you do?
Depends how bad
It
he
looks
looks.
quite okay now.
Actually, the car looks okay.
Yeah, but he lost a little bit of straight line speed there.
I would say he's lost a lot of straight line speed. 9 minutes ago, you just got to see it out. But wow, threw away the race. It's where the inexperience of the AM drivers are coming in. Who knows, conditions might be very tricky. We can't see the tire pressures. Maybe they're also struggling with the pressures being too low as well.
Yep. 992 unfortunately is very good, but it doesn't look very good for the Apex Racing car. That car looks scuffed. It's got the car behind for good measure. That's the number. Well, that's the other Ferrari of. That's the leader basically, the Mario Hasnam. So that's the leader lapping P2 in Pro Am. And by the looks of things, Asa looks very. Well, he has to drive all the way to the end. And you've got 5 laps to go. I don't think it's sensible enough for you to go into the pits with 9 minutes remaining.
Nah, he just has to baby at home. Try and not make another mistake, which is going to be difficult because it's getting cold out there, and that car will not be handling very well now.
Keith,
Keith Moore, yeah, they got back into the game. So Keith Moore there, 20th overall for Icing Line. Not doing a bad job, really.
I mean, yeah, after that, you didn't want to disconnect. You don't want to disconnect in a race whatsoever, but
Yeah, I mean,
doing well, quite good.
P8 in a Pro-Am class, that's pretty decent.
With, you can't really see anything now, can you? Apart from the glare from the dashboard. It's different, and it's surprising to see that the new Ferrari uses Bosch instead of Marelli.
Oh, that's a very good point, yeah.
Because Ferrari has always been, stuck
Marelli.
with Marelli, right? But now they've changed to Bosch, so looks like Bosch is a superior technology now for GT3 cars. Giving way to LOR, so Keith is learning.
Yeah, I don't like it when they pull off on the inside that sum through, because I've seen so many times they get it wrong and they run onto the apex and into the car trying to overtake him.
Yep. Let's give some love to
Our leaders.
our leaders, Mario Hasnam, right behind him actually.
Great job really by this team. NPRGP.
Now Asa has got damage, and the car ahead of Hasnam is the Pro-Am leaders of Muhammad Irfan. Scuffed the wall there, so that's gonna need to mark to the Ferrari. But the car looks very stable overall. Like, it looks very stable, and it's got so much exit speed. And they're still lapping in the 201s. So really unsure what's going on here. But at the moment they're doing a really tremendous job. The only 2 cars that's lapping in the 201s is the number 2 car and the number 1 car. So then if you want to be quick for next year's ERGB, just go for number 2. Win the championship and race with number 1, then you'll be quick.
Yeah, number 2 is a good number. Has some good success. Still early days though. In the championship, only round 2 of 5. What's our next round actually? We're coming back to Kailami.
Yeah, we're coming back to Kailami.
Kailami, another track.
Tasmi pits.
A bit difficult to overtake. Oh, why is Tasmi pitted?
Fuel? Or is it front end damage? I don't think it's front end damage. It doesn't look like damage. We're gonna have to stay on board Taspi a while. We have to see where Bruno.
You know what I think he's doing? I think he's putting on new tires, and he's going to go for fastest lap of the race.
Big of a gap between him and Bruno Gallo, so yeah, most likely Taspi is gonna go for, what I like to call it, the 1 lap special.
Brave to do it in the dark though. So many things can go wrong when it's dark like this.
the only thing that he needs to factor in is that he needs to factor the cars that he doesn't need to negotiate any traffic if you were to do it.
Ooh, is there something else wrong?
It's taking a while. Where is Taspi now? Jeez. Yeah, I think Taspi is just taking his own sweet time.
Yeah, but there's not much time left in the race. You know, he'll need a couple laps to get the tires up to pressures and
Or
temperatures.
maybe what he's doing is so there's another trick to do with ATC. So what we did was in cold temperatures, what you do is you run with a lot more, well, higher than average normal temperatures.
Yeah.
Operating window, because the operating window is 27.5, correct? 27.2 to 27.8 now.
No, it's 20. It's in the 26s now.
26 is
Yeah, so say 26.5.
it's quite low now. So I think what they're doing is that they're overpressing the tires a little bit. That way, the tires will heat up a lot more quicker. And with 2 laps to go, Taspi doesn't technically Taspi doesn't need to warm up the tires, because with the way the tires are being set up, I think it'll probably be in its optimal temperature already.
All right, let's see what happens.
So we have to wait and see. Hopefully nothing goes wrong for Mohamed Taspi. It's either win it or lose it for Taspi here. If anything goes wrong, one more car to negotiate, and that's a 2-4-2.
I hope it doesn't backfire on him though, because if he puts in the wall, he could lose a lot of positions.
Not only that, he also lose a position to Bruno Gallo and the number 1 car.
Yeah. Yeah. Both Laundry House and GMX fans will be watching this with interest.
We're gonna have to ride on what Taspi after.
Yeah, we'll have to ride on board. Let's see, he's got to clear this traffic, and does he have a big... Oh my gosh, look at that gap in traffic. If he's planned this to perfection.
Yeah, Taspi's grinding there. Look at that cheeky bugger. He knows what's going on.
He's right, let's
He
see if he can
knows
get
what-
his fastest lap.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing. Like, Alif is probably like whispering into his ear saying, dude, you gotta do this. 2 more laps to go. Well, technically you've got 2 more laps to go. Heat up the tires, pit, and go all the way out.
Yep, 2 more laps. And he's got the perfect gap.
Should we
so-
ride on board Taspi for 1 more lap?
Yeah, absolutely, let's ride on board. A little bit of understeer there. Whoa, 2 tenths up. Okay, well this will be on a different lap though.
4 tenths on now.
Yeah, but this will be on the lap from this stint after the pit stop, so it's not really a fair thing.
We're gonna have to wait and see them. Wide there.
There's a lot of understeer.
Not make a break there, Taspi. God bless. You've got 1 more lap to do it after this if you were to mess up this one. But at the moment, it looks very clean though.
Needs to be flat through here.
Yeah, wind it. Yep. You see Taspi on the bottom right of the screen there, wrestling with the car as he dives down for the skyline into Forest Elbow. Short shifting down to 2nd gear. Now a long wait into the chase.
Gosh, I wonder if he's up or down, because if he's not up, I would back off a bit, because he might get some traffic on this next lap.
One final lap for the leader here in the 2 car. Where is triple one in office? Triple one is right behind them. It's right behind us.
Yeah, about to get lapped. Let's see what this lap time is. He goes across the line.
8:59 to what? 1:59.980. So Taspi definitely made the right decision here.
Fastest lap.
Fast lap.
Well
and
done to him. We have to go back to the leaders though, because they are on the last lap now.
Yep. Two valuable championship points here for Taspi. Now your team of the hour here, ladies and gentlemen, MPRGP. 3 cars in the top 10 actually. You got the number 22 and number 82 as well. So a lot of 2s there. But the car that we're focusing on here has been leading the race with a lap time, sorry, with a pole time of 1:59.8, and they've been leading the way since the start, since the light turned green 4 hours ago. And as they come down Forest Elbow, Damario Hasnam and his teammate will have one more long straight before he has to turn right for the chase. And coming into the final corner, it's been a good debut there for them.
Yeah, very, very good. Fantastic. Took pole position and looks like they're going to win the race. Did not get fastest lap due to the heroics of Amigos Racing. Tasby with that penultimate fastest lap of the race. But here we go. One more corner to go. And Damario Hasnan will take in take it home. And looks very good indeed.
Yep, Damario Hasnam exits the final corner, and for him and MPRGP, he will win round number 2 of eRGP Endurance Edition 2023. Damario Hasnam from MPRGP wins here. A great debut. Meanwhile, Mohamed Taspi is right behind them. Another heroic action from Mohamed Taspi. He's still 2 tenths up, so we're going to have to wait and see what Taspi will do. Exits the final corner, and will he improve on his fastest lap? He did. 59.8 flat now.
Okay, let's look for the leaders in Pro-Am.
Yep, Muhammad Irfan here. Right below, down in P12. He's crossed the line already, so congratulations to Muhammad Irfan and Team Techno. He's won. They've won for the second time in a row, for 2 races in a row now. Team Techno victorious. Nabil Aslan and Bruno Gallo. Bruno Gallo has crossed the line in P4, and Nabil Aslan from Stratus Motorsports and his brother Nakib will finish in P2. An excellent job so far. 2 podiums in a row now for Nabil and Nakib.
Let's see if we can talk to Tasby straight away. It looks about ready. See if we can talk to Tasby and see what he thinks about his drive.
See what you think about his drive. Yeah, heroic action there, Mohammad Tasbi. We don't have to win this, but we have Tasbi. So Tasbi.
Hello, sir.
Hey Tasby. A bit of entertainment there for us at the end. Was that always the plan? To go for fastest lap?
No. It was like the last 20 minutes. I was thinking, there's a long season ahead, and 2 points is quite big at a close season, and we know all the drivers are top drivers, so 2 points is still 2 points, so we calculated it and went for it at the end.
Good, well done. Other than the fastest lap, you must be pretty happy with the race, the pace you guys shown. I know you didn't have the prep you wanted to. The Ferrari was great.
Yeah, the pace was good, but we didn't find it till a very, very long night yesterday night. My brother helped along quite a lot, so we found like a second overnight, and that helped quite a bit. So yeah, I was quite happy with the pace. I think on the race pace, we were probably up there with one of the fastest cars. I think the first car was massively quick too, and Russell Reyes was on it. So yeah, I was quite happy to be up there. I was really quick today, so yeah, quite happy with that.
Well, congratulations, Tasby. Congratulations to your cousin, of course, Mads Vilton as well, and see you in round 3.
Yep, see you guys. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay. Well, that's the car that finished 3rd overall and 3rd in the pro class. Let's see if we can get Hasnam on the line, or
I don't think we can get the winners on the line.
Yeah.
We do have, however, let's have Nabil Aslan, if you can hear us.
Yeah, let's try and talk to Nabil Aslan. Finished P2 today.
Hello.
Hey, Nabil.
Hello.
Hello.
Wow, your car looked quick.
Yeah.
You want to talk us through your day? Bit in the wars.
I think we had the pace for today. I think Naki just got unlucky with a lot of unluckiness during today's race, and I think if we had a clean one, I think we would have been on top. If not, we would have been fighting for the top place. But all in all, the pace was there. I'm quite happy despite the car didn't have quite a lot of damage, and we were still maintaining the high ones and low twos. And it was quite scary driving in the night because my headlight was flickering.
Because of damage, perhaps.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, yeah, second in the championship, you're leading the championship. Sorry, second in the race, finished 3rd in round 1, so you're leading the championship now. Perhaps a bit lucky with GMX Phantom having some issues today, but you got to fancy your chances for the championship now.
Yeah, so maybe for the next round we just do the same thing that we've been doing for these past 2 rounds, and hopefully luck will be on our side as well. So yeah,
Okay, congratulations, and we'll see you in round 3.
thank you.
You do
You
the
too.
interview. Hi, Malu.
Who's Malu?
Yeah, so
Let's see who else is there.
yeah, we've got quite a few.
Wait.
Let's interview the winners here. Let's interview the winners here for Pro Am category. Rio Emmanuel or Ilham Mukari. I want to talk to Little Shark. Little Shark, if you can hear us.
Yeah, let's try and talk to Little
Yeah,
Shark.
hello.
Hello, Little
Hello.
Shark.
Congratulations,
Yeah,
man. This is your second
Yeah.
race win.
Thank you very much. Wow, it was a quite hectic one, but happy with what pans in front of us. So yeah, very happy.
What happened in the first stint? Because we noticed in the first stint, was there any issues?
Not issues, but we kind of planned our stint to be like we planned it a little bit different as compared to what we did in the first race. I mean, in terms of how we set our drivers. In last race, I was driving last, and in this race, I was driving first because we kind of knew where our strength was, where our weakness was. So it was one of weaker tracks for me personally, and one of probably stronger tracks for my teammate Irfan. So we swapped places, but the goal in the first stint was to just avoid things. But unfortunately, things happened with our friends here, some teams in from Indonesia. But then again, our manager Aldrin managed to find gaps for us to pit pretty good. And then also in the second stint, Rio put a flawless performance, and then Irfan closed it with a very nice double stint. I think it was an hour and 40 minutes. We pit in between that, and then yeah, so happy with the wins, second in the season.
Yep, and of course now you're leading the championship, so congratulations. And yeah, we look forward to seeing you in round 3.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Well
Looking
done.
forward. Thank you.
Oh, we do have the race winner Rialto Risofani here.
Let's
in
speak
the
to him, yeah.
Yeah, we have to speak to him. So, race winner Rialto Risofani, nice seeing you and welcome to your GP. Congrats on the win.
Thank
you very much. Thank you.
Congratulations, superb pole position, great opening stint. You want to talk us through your race?
Sure. So the pole quali lap was actually my personal best. It was very unexpected, really, and I'm very happy with the result.
Good. So now any other issues during the race? Seemed to be quite clean. I didn't see any damage on your car, so quite a few of your competitors were in the walls at some point.
Sure. Surprisingly, it was a really clean run by me and my teammate Damario. It's really outstanding. Really, it's one of the best moment of my life, actually, because this is my first pole and my first win, and yeah, I'm very happy.
Okay. Well, congratulations on the win, and we'll look forward to seeing you in round 3.
Sure, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think there's enough interviews for today before we do interview.
I think so. We got pretty much everyone we wanted to speak to. So congratulations to the winners, and thank you, Afiq, for joining us, and of course Josh and Amo, and for making this a very pleasurable afternoon.
Indeed. And well, round 3, let's look at the calendar one last time before we head off for, well, a long break, which is actually 2 months here. Kailami coming up July 1st at 4 hours of Kailami. Back in Kailami after a wonderful round last year.
Yep.
And again, races round 4, you can vote for the track. Please vote for Indy or Watkins or Valencia because I like them. And round 5 to round it all off. It's been a tradition here in eRGP for, well, 2 years in a row now. Going to be 3 years in a row now. We're going to round it off at Spa-Francorchamps.
Yep.
So
Absolutely. We like finishing at Spa, but I think in round 3 we will open the polls so you can vote for the track for round 4. So watch out for that, guys. And yeah, we'll see you in a couple months' time.
Yeah, my name is Afiq, alongside Ms. Alex Yong. Thank you to Josh, Admo, and to our viewers for watching in. Tune in next time.